In this series, I will present you a lot of different techniques, and the idea behind it is that you have an arsenal of different techniques that can achieve the same thing but sound slightly different. Yo, this video is an edit of my mixing concepts videos, which are about 8 hours of mixing tutorials. As the mixing series has been completed, I will mostly be focusing on making members and Patreon videos for now. There's over 100 of them already, so I'll link the playlist to those down below. Alright, so here's an idea that's very obvious, and I think you might think it's almost too obvious to make a video about it, yet a lot of people I think forget about this. The concept I want to talk about is quite simply, whenever you add any kind of effect to your mix, just after you've set it up, turns on and off, listen for two different things. First of all, what is it actually doing? Can you remember what it's doing and kind of use this as an ear training opportunity? So this is how you kind of build your internal understanding of what an effect does. And number two, really important, is it actually improving the mix? So let's just listen here. Does this sound better or worse? Ideally, you volume match to this, so you can kind of get a fair comparison. And if it sounds better, you keep it. If it sounds worse, you delete it. Really obvious, but if you do this every single time, you add an EQ, you add a compressor, you add a reverb, you add anything else, I think your quality of mix is going to improve quite significantly. Here's something about how I approach EQ, and there's one thing you will notice about my default EQ preset. It doesn't have a spectrum analyzer, because there is a real risk with these kind of spectrum analyzers that you follow your eyes too much. Humans, I think, are kind of inclined to just go with their eyes over their ears, and we're going to see a lot of things that maybe look weird to us, but they don't actually make the sound worse. So an obvious example of this would be resonances. We see these resonances on a spectrum analyzer, and we might be inclined to just kind of go, oh well, we need to fix this, but really the resonances are just the tones here. We see all this information and we think, okay, this will tell us what we need to do to the sound, but that's kind of misleading. Often the resonances that actually are creating a problem in the mix, for example, are much quieter resonances that are maybe out of key or are dissonant with something else, and these are often what sounds nasty, but the spectrum analyzer won't show us this. So I think both for ear training's sake and also for not being misled, it's a very good decision to just turn off the analyzer off in your default preset. I mean, you can always turn it on later when you need to do something precise or something, you need that visual information, but I would recommend that you always start from this kind of blank slate. And this might make you feel uncomfortable at the start, because you kind of feel, I don't know what I'm doing, and this is really a sign that you should do this, because like, why are you uncomfortable making decisions just based on what you're hearing? That's kind of a sign that you've been over-relying on what you've been seeing a little bit. So especially if it maybe makes you a little bit uncomfortable, try turning off your spectrum analyzer. Okay, here's a really useful technique for kind of cleanup stuff using the pre-plugin MCompressor, which is not just a compressor, it's much more than that. It's basically any kind of dynamics processor you want it to be if you use the custom shape here. Because we can basically map any input loudness on the x-axis to any output loudness on the y-axis here, and we can kind of see where different sounds land. So if we just play this drum loop here, we can see, okay, kick and snare kind of hit around here. And then below that, we've got all the percussion stuff. So we could, for example, bend this transfer down, make all the percussion stuff a lot quieter. Turn down the attack so it opens up quickly enough for transients here. And when we're using this graph, the ratio and threshold control don't do anything because we're kind of manually drawing stuff. So you can see whenever it's below 24 dB, it just outputs silence, same as this graph tells us. And we can, of course, be much more nuanced about this. So, for example, we could do stuff that's maybe a bit quieter than kick and snare. We could kind of move that up a little bit in volume, so it's kind of upwards compressed. But then below that, we kind of go down. So you hear the difference between this and... So we can kind of really control by moving these points around how much background noise we're getting here. And I mean, in theory, we could even turn the background noise up, if that's something you're into. And then where this gets even more useful is if we do it multiband. So we could like place this in a multiband split, or if we want to use a paid plugin, we could use like M Dynamics MB. But let's just do the multiband split with our DAWs plugins here. So let's just place this in the high end, listen to the high end. And maybe in the high end we quite enjoy a bit more detail. Listen to the mid-range. So maybe in the mid-range we want to be really focused. And then maybe in the low end. Yeah, in the low end we want to be even more focused. We really only want the snare and the kick here. In the high end, yeah, we want to be a bit more lenient here. Let some more stuff through. Maybe even lift stuff up a little if we lift it above that diagonal line here. So we've kind of... We've really cleaned that up with very custom curves, and this is the advantage of using this over a gate. So basically what a normal gate will do is it basically just does this. So you set a threshold, and then you set where it shuts the sound down. And maybe you can set a range, so you can kind of move this point up and down. That's kind of the extent that most gate plugins will let you do. But of course with this, we can then set stuff like here, okay, this curve, and then we can, I don't know, draw a second thing here. And then, I don't know, maybe even louder stuff we kind of want to expand, but only up to a certain point. And this way we can really, really clean up our dynamics with very, very custom solutions. Okay, so here's something you should understand about compression, and it's that compression is just volume automation. Compression, all it does is turn your sound up and down. And if you really want to get the best control, you can do this manually, and often you get better results. So for example, when you get like a vocal here, I've just got this stupid vocal here.
You know we got it like this.
This last part is quite loud. Let's compress this. We can do that with compression.
You know we got,
obviously.
you know we got it like this.
And then it kind of compresses down the last part. But it's almost always cleaner to do things by hand. So we could literally just go in here and, like, especially with clip automation, you would just turn this last part down. And the only reason that we don't always do this is because one, compression is going to be more consistent. So if you apply it over a wide range of vocals, it's always going to react at the same speed. And number two, this is way too much work to be doing all the time. But in a situation where it really matters that you get the dynamics right, like for example in your vocals, it's often the safest first option to actually do this manually, to place some cuts here and turn these up and down. And the same can be kind of true for drums. So for example, if we have like a snare drum here, and let's say we want to kind of change this snare drum's envelope or something, make this more snappy or less snappy, or make it loud or less loud, we could of course use a compressor, turn the threshold down here, turn up the attack, turn on and make up gain maybe. Something like this. Wow, super snappy. But I mean, we can just do what the compressor did by hand. It just took a look at the sound and went, okay, after the attack time I go down in volume. So like we can literally just do this. And once again, in situation where it really, really matters, sometimes this is the best choice. Because this is all the compressor is doing, but instead of trusting the compressor to do it properly, you can do it yourself. You can kind of go in here, turn up the transient. World's cheapest transient shaper. Maybe turn it up for longer. World's most precise transient shaper as well. Doing this on every single sound instead of using compression for every instance is gonna take more time, but when it really matters, maybe what you really want is this. Oh, world's most precise gate. Or we could do the opposite, we could make the tail longer. We don't need a compressor for this, we can literally do it by hand. And yeah, the only reason we don't always do this is because it takes so much more time. So going in on every single of these percussion sounds, and like here, oh, we've got this loop here, let's automate the gain on every single hit so that it kind of goes down here and then it goes down here and then it goes down. Yeah, if you have the time to do this and you're an incredible perfectionist, you can do this. This is not worse than compression. In fact, often better than compression. So whenever you kind of hit a dead end with your compressors, when you find, oh, you can't really get a compressor to do this cleanly, to kind of level these out cleanly, or the gate, you can just go in and do it by hand. And this is something that's actually pretty common practice to do, like on vocals, for example, doing de-essing with automation by hand, or just leveling the vocal before it hits the compressor a little bit by hand, so it kind of hits the compressor more evenly or stuff. I think this is something that kind of doesn't occur to some people for some reason. I have students sometimes where I kind of tell them this and they're like, what? That's allowed? Why is that allowed? But yeah, it's allowed, and it's often better than compression. It's easier than compression. It's more obvious than compression. Here's another one of those techniques that's so obvious that for some reason people often forget to do it, although it's really, really efficient and effective. The idea is quite simply trying out multiple things. I know, groundbreaking stuff. So I have this drum bus here and I want to try how I want to process it. Oh, what's the best drum bus compressor, you ask? Well, I don't know, maybe this one? Or maybe it's this one? I don't know. Let's Google for 20 hours and try to find which is the best compressor. Or alternatively, you just put both on there, listen to them, and decide which you like more. I don't know, I'm saying this like it's obvious. Maybe it's not. It's kind of something a lot of people forget to think about. So in Bitwig, you would use an FX selector for this, where you kind of can switch between different chains. In other DAWs, if all else fails, you can simply copy the track, duplicate it, and I don't know, try out a different compressor setting on that track, and then you can just listen to this one here, and listen to this one here, and just pick which one is best. And this is how you find the best chain for your plugins in your mix. You don't go ask someone, you don't watch a million YouTube videos, you just try stuff. You need to kind of lose that hesitation to just put a bunch of stuff on there, throw shit at the wall, see if it sticks. If it doesn't stick, just move on. This also works for, like, I don't know, which certain plugin of a certain type is the best, which settings work best, and also for much more complex chains. So if you have specific solutions to a problem, often there's more than one way to, for example, add high end to a sound, and you may not be sure which is the best for your sound. Well, simply put both of them there and compare them. Loudness match them, listen to both, decide which one you like more. Often it depends on context. I still do this a lot, and I will probably never stop doing this. And in this series, I will present you a lot of different techniques, and a lot of the idea behind it is that you have an arsenal of different techniques that can achieve the same thing but sound slightly different. And it's not one of them is better all the time, but it's if you have a situation where you, I don't know, need to add more high end, you've seen my series, you go, oh, okay, no, this, and this I could try. Which one should I try? Well, either you've tried them so many times that you kind of know already, or you don't know, you simply put them next to each other, compare them, pick which one is best. Let's say I have a kick drum and a sub bass, and I just can't quite get them to sit with each other right. And I'm gonna start to kind of, okay, maybe this kick drum, it needs a bit of EQ, maybe, I don't know, I need to boost here, and I need to cut here, and maybe then I need to compress here, and then I need to saturate a little bit, and then I need to do this and that. And maybe it'll sound better with a sub, and you kind of do this in mixing. This can work. But sometimes, and this is one of those things that maybe you don't think of as a mixing decision, the best mixing decision that you can make, and the easiest way to get this kick to sit with this sub bass, is to simply go into your sample library and pick out a different kick drum. And it'll save you a lot of time and it'll be a lot cleaner. So maybe this kick. Nah. Maybe this kick, if I turn it up a little. Nah. This is kind of cool. This is why I kind of like keeping my kicks and my snares as these MIDI things here in these drum machines. So most DAWs have some way of doing this. So I can simply, if at any point later in time I find that this kick is making my mixing life harder than it needs to be, I can just put in a few different, instead of EQing this kick around, compressing this kick around, doing whatever, I can just later on, quite late out in the process, when all the writing is done and I kind of know the context for the kick, because picking the right kick drum really depends on context, I can just simply swap these out. Find this especially with kick drums, but it can be the case with snares and other sounds too, that the choice of the drum is as much a mixing decision as it is a sound design decision, and the way the drum sounds is going to change if stuff that's around it changes. So just keeping this open as a possibility in your mind, that you can simply swap out the kick drum for something else to kind of make it sit better with the sub, can often make your life mixing easier, and also because you're not adding tons and tons of processing and saturation and this and that, a lot cleaner, because you can simply pick a kick that was designed for this certain circumstance. Now, I'm not saying that either way is wrong, that the processing approach, the kind of traditional mixing approach is wrong, but it's not the only way of doing things. In traditional music it is, because you've got this kick drum stem recorded and it's just, that's what the drummer played, and you kind of need to make do with that a little bit maybe. But in electronic music, if at any point a sound isn't working in the mix, we can simply swap it out, and maybe that'll make the mix work. So having a setup where you can quickly trial out different kicks in your mix can be a really useful mixing technique. Alright, here's another mixing thing that you might not really think about mixing, specifically for those of us that kind of feel comfortable synthesizing kicks from scratch. So if you use a kick synthesizer, like for example Kick 2, or in my case I have like a grid patch that I use, it can often make sense to actually keep this live while up until mixing, so that you can adjust this. And instead of dumping loads of effects on your kick, you can simply adjust the kick patch. I've kind of learned about this from Cohen Sound, from the, I don't know their names, but the one with the rounder face of the two. That guy, the Ableton guy, the sound design guy of the two, that doesn't play piano, I think. He kind of talked about this, that basically he considers kick sound design a mixing problem, and I found that really interesting, because it really is. A kick is a very functional sound. It's not a very interesting sound. It's just a sine with a pitch envelope in a lot of cases. So being able to actually tweak the gain and the pitch envelope can give you a lot of control that maybe putting an EQ on it won't really. So I have this kick here, and I have this sub here. And what I can do to mix this kick with a sub is I can simply mess with the synth patch itself. So I can like mess with the pitch envelope here to kind of adjust the punch, kind of make it sit in the mix right. And of course, by changing the pitch envelope, we automatically also change which frequencies are how loud. Like if we make it stay longer in this sort of area, it's maybe going to be louder in the low mids. Whereas if we make it go through this sort of area very quickly, it's going to be quieter in the low mids. So we can kind of make it more sort of knocky here. And then same with the gain envelope. I mean, why would we compress it when we can literally just draw any gain shape we can want? So like, how much transient do we want? Do we want it to kind of have a dip here? How long do we want the tail to be? We can simply make this longer. We can make it shorter. Simply use these two envelopes really, because a kick is really characterized by these two envelopes, the volume and the pitch envelope, and we can use these two to mix the kick with the sub. But if you have the kick patch still live, instead of dumping a load of effects on it, maybe just start by just seeing if maybe you can get the desired effect by simply changing pitch and volume envelopes, and maybe like the transient or something. Noisier Nick Sleepnet, he also kind of talks about this, how he likes using this volume envelope as an alternative. And of course this requires a certain amount of being comfortable with synthesizing kicks, and like if you have like a plugin like Kick 2 or something, this is very suited for that sort of thing, because it makes it very easy. But yeah, if you make your kicks with like a patch like this or something, that can work as well. Okay, in this video I kind of want to talk about the relationship between arrangement and mixing, because really in mixing you just deal with the stuff that the arrangement kind of serves you, and by adjusting the arrangement you will have a huge impact on the mix. If we have like I don't know, some kind of chord sound here or something like that, we want this to be brighter in the mix, because we kind of feel the mix is lacking higher end content. So yes, we could like do this. More pronounced in the high end, but what we could just as well do is simply shifting sounds up or down an octave to make them kind of sit easier with each other, to move them out of the way for another sound, so you don't need to do as much work with EQ. Can really make your life mixing a lot easier. Basically, the quality of arrangement really kind of gives you a ceiling for how good you can get your mix. There is a limitation of what you can do with mixing, and you can kind of deal with certain arrangement issues in mixing. In fact, arguably all that you're doing in mixing is kind of fixing an arrangement to kind of work better. But the better the arrangement and the more thought out in terms of frequency areas and stuff the arrangement is and the sound choices are, the easier they will be to mix. Kind of different way to think about adding high frequencies, and this is something that I do during mixing sometimes, because I mostly mix my own music, so I can kind of do it whatever I want, and if I found the sound difficult to mix, I can just swap it out for a different sound. Like we did with the kick drums, I can just shift it up or down an octave because maybe it'll sit better in the mix that way and the overall sound will be better. And of course that there are certain trade-offs here, but if you are the original artist and you are mixing your own music, these are kind of calls that you can make, and you can kind of decide what serves the music best, and maybe it serves the music best to kind of mess with the notes a little bit, as opposed to then putting loads of EQ on it or something. So I don't know, maybe you feel like this mix and this sort of bit here has too much low mid content. Well, this sound is in the low mid. What this mix needs is for you to simply shift the sound up an octave. Then also interacts with your sound design, because like there's filters on this and stuff. But like the sound design and the arrangement, they are not separate from the mixing, is kind of what I'm trying to say here. Even the songwriting can make your mixing easier by simply choosing to have two different sounds not happen at the same time. Like, I don't know, here. These two sounds here will be easier to mix, going from this to this to this to this, than these two sounds, because these happen at the same time, and this kind of leads to a whole different dynamic between the sounds, because now we kind of need to mess around with EQ to have both of them clearly audible. Here's a pretty useful technique for kind of making two sounds that happen at the same time, the same frequency area in your mix, kind of move out the way for each other. Now, this does require that you are able to kind of decide which of the two sounds is more important. So in this case, you can see I've got this sound here and this sound here happening at the same time. So this is like a bass type thing. And then this is like a pad type sound, but this is more of a background sound. So I can kind of just move this sound out of the way for this bass sound, and one way to do that is by using Spectral Sidechain, and there's a million different plugins that can do this. Some of the ones that I tend to like using are pure Unmasked, just because it's fairly simple. And basically what these plugins do is they just place a bunch of dynamic EQ bands around your sound. So in this case I'm going to choose my mid basses as a sidechain source here, and then with this plugin you would just hit learn. Bands. You can do this with Soothe, you can do this with Track Spacer, there's a million plugins that do this. And yeah, this just kind of moves one sound out of the way for another sound in a more subtle way, because it only moves it out of the way in certain bands. Now this can get quite aggressive, so if we turn this all the way up, this sound is just kind of ducked out of the way. In this case, it kind of works because this sound ends here anyways. Cases like, for example, with this sound here, if we kind of maybe took this over here and tried to mix this sound with this bass sound here, we might notice some problems because this sound, I think, is a bit more sustained. So this kind of will be more audible, that is being slammed out the way. You can hear how it kind of cuts the sound off, but maybe that's an effect you like. This is kind of the sort of thing where you just kind of need to weigh in, okay, how much do I actually want to duck these sounds out of the way? But this just helps this bass sound cut through a bit more clearly. So if we just like compare this little bit here with and without the Spectral Sidechain, the bass sound easier to hear at the expense of this other sound. These kind of things, they're like a nice last resort for dealing with stuff that maybe with static EQ you would remove too much from this constantly, because we don't really need to remove the frequency areas of this sound here from this sound when they're not playing at the same time. Like for example, here, this sound is playing alone, so it can take up that space, and then only when this sound is playing, it kind of takes priority. So this can achieve something that like a static EQ, where we would just do something like this here, can't achieve, because this will also take away from this sound when it's not really needed. Okay, so here are two different ways of thinking about EQ. Having these two ways in mind can be really useful, but it's a bit difficult to explain. I'm gonna just give you this bass sound here. and kind of show you what I mean. So one thing we could do is with EQ, we could kind of think about, okay, what do we want this sound to be? What tonal balance do we want this sound to have? Maybe we want it to have more high end. Then there's a very different way of thinking about it with EQ that is more about, okay, which frequency areas does this sound actually sound best? Kind of listen to, okay, what do we like about the sound? Not what do we want the sound to be, but like what's kind of nice about the sound. So while I would like the sound to have more high end, unfortunately I think that the stuff that this sound has going on in the high end is mainly this clicky bullshit here, and I don't really enjoy that. Like, yes, I do want the sound to have more high end, but it's mainly noisy up in the high end, and I don't like the high end that the sound actually has to offer. So actually I would want to turn this high end down, and then I would maybe go on to like add the high end by I don't know, layering in another sound or something. So once again, this is kind of something, more of an approach to EQ that you can use if you have the option to, for example, layer in sound. So basically, if you're the producer. So this is what I enjoy about the sound, and then I would just go in and synthesize a second layer that has nice high end to provide. Whereas this, yes, it gets the sound closer to what I want it to be in terms of frequency balance, but it kind of emphasizes a lot of stuff temporally that I don't really enjoy. So yeah, these two kind of ways of thinking about EQ. One is kind of trying to mold the sound into something else, some frequency balance that it doesn't have yet. And the other approach is more about using it like a spectral magnifying glass, zooming in on frequency areas where the sound sounds nice and removing areas where the sound doesn't sound nice. These are two different approaches, and I think in different contexts you need different ones of them. Yeah, this is kind of also maybe shows you a bit sort of the limitations of EQ in terms of, okay, we can't really change the timbre of the sound. We can only meet the sound where it's at. We can't add stuff that the sound doesn't contain already. So yeah, EQ for frequency balance versus EQ for kind of focus is the way that I think about this. Likewise, I don't know, with MS EQ, this is also something I think about. So like, there's this thing I've seen someone do, Mr. Bill, on his streams, where he kind of does MS EQ while soloing the mids and soloing the sides, which for a more traditional way of thinking about mid-side EQ really doesn't make sense. Listening to the sides in solo, what's that meant to achieve about the stereo image? But if you think about it more in terms of EQ as a way of managing the information that is already there, this kind of makes more sense. So thinking about, okay, what does this sound do in the mids that we enjoy, and what does it do that we don't enjoy? And likewise, what does it do in the sides that we don't enjoy and want to remove? Going in and trimming back the sound to its essentials in terms of the information that it can provide to the mix. And then if we still need more high end, finding another way to do that in a more optimal way, like, I don't know, maybe layering in something. Alright, so here are some techniques I use to get a bit more control out of my sidechain compression. Now this requires some kind of way to place effects into the sidechain signal chain that the compressor is reacting to. Meaning, I'm going to get my my snare, or let's use the kick here, and I'm going to route this into the sidechain compressor to kind of sidechain this bus here. Then I basically want to process the signal that this compressor reacts to. Now there are a variety of ways of doing this. One is using Bitwig. A lot of compressors have the sidechain FX chain, so that's something you can use. Alternatively, you could do something like duplicate your kick track and process this duplicated version of the kick track specifically just as a sidechain trigger. So like, you would take your kick, you would duplicate it, mute it, and do the processing on here, and then route this into the compressor. Or one of my favorites is I send the kick to a send, and then I can do any kind of processing on the send, and then I use that send as the in for my sidechain here. Now the reason that we want to do this is that we can kind of shape the kick a bit and therefore kind of shape the way the compressor reacts. So some things we could do is sidechain EQ, which a lot of compressors already do. So like we could do stuff like make the compressor react less to the low end tail of the kick here. So if it ducks the instruments here, and you can see how it reacts for quite long because the kick has this low end. So we can use this EQ here to basically only make it react to the high end of the kick. At this point, it's only like a pointy little thing. Another thing, for example, I like to do is using Transient Shaper. So I'm going to get the snare inside here. Instead, I'm basically going to process the snare sidechain signal. Let's just get the dynamics again. So basically want to do transient shaping to the sidechain signal. And we can do stuff like make it react to the snare even faster by pre-processing the sidechain signal with a transient shaper. This is something I do a lot. Like this is kind of why I'm comfortable using compressors for sidechain, even though ducking plugins exist, is because I can use things like transient shapers or like the kilohertz one to pre-process my sidechain signal. So I can, for example, tell this compressor to really react to the transient of the snare by turning the attack up on this transient shaper that I have on my sidechain trigger. And I can also do stuff like really shorten the snare by kind of turning the sustain down. See how I can get much more pointy. Kind of, you see the difference between this kind of sustained here versus if I use this transient shaper. Get this very pointy sort of thing. And this way I can really kind of control the way it reacts. So another thing we can do is using something like track delays. This is different in different DAWs. So in Bitwig, what you would use is a time shift. And for example, you can shift stuff back in time. So you can like make the sidechain compressor react slightly. And then it kind of low. If we look at this and the snare here, you can see how it ducks out before the snare transient here because of this time shift, which is like a kind of look ahead. Yeah, these kinds of things can be really useful. So for example, something I often like to do is that I sidechain my sub separately from the rest of my stuff. Like I'll have my sub here and I mainly make the sub react to the low end. So it ducks for the low end. So like I duck this from the kick here and kind of make it duck all the way, or sometimes I use kilohertz compactor for this, to be honest. And then on the sidechain here, where the sort of more higher frequency content lives, I don't really need this to duck for the whole kick. I only really want this to duck for the kick transient, because if we look at the kick here, the later part of the kick is just low end. And if I duck this high end for the low end of the kick, it's gonna sound like a gap. So we can play this here. If we just play this with the kick together, you can hear how the kick kind of creates this hole in the sound. So really we only wanted to duck for when the kick can fill in that hole, and that is when the kick has high end. It's to the transient of that kick. And then I can use the release, kind of control how long exactly it'll duck. Yeah, once again, if you don't have Bitwig and your compressor doesn't have the sidechain FX chain, you could just do this, for example, on your sidechain send. This is my kick that's actually being heard in the song. And this is a copy of the kick on the send track here that's only being used to set off sidechain compressors. And I would like place my EQs and stuff on here, and you would get the similar sort of effect where it's kind of shortened. And then we could also like place our time shifts on here. We could place our transient shapers on here. And maybe you would want to create two different versions of the kick for triggering different sidechain compressors. Like for example, keeping the sub in for the sidechain compressor that's ducking out the sub. So like that is being ducked for the kick's low and tail, whereas the sidechain trigger signal that's triggering the compressor on the mid group or something, that's only really reacting to the high end of the kick. And yeah, these kind of more detailed controls you can get with this pre-processing your sidechain triggers, I think is really useful, because a compressor doesn't offer a lot of control here. And this basically lets you get quite close to the level of control that you have using something like this here. Quite often when trying to make loud music, what you want to do is somehow reduce peak values. The kind of obvious example of this would be on a drum boss or something. So if we look at this oscilloscope at the top here, we get these peaks here. And I think it's good to think of sort of the two main ways to reducing these absolute peaks are really clipping and limiting. And I just want to talk a little bit about the difference of the two, because sometimes people will tell you, oh, clipping is always better, limiting is always better. Bad advice, I think. I think understanding the difference between the two and choosing a one or the other in the right situation. So the difference between a limiter and a clipper is that a limiter reacts for longer and kind of pumps out and is generally quieter, And the clipper reacts very fast, which can lead to distortion. This is quite... So if we look at this oscilloscope here and just send in a sine wave into the and kind of look at the waveform here. So what we see when we take down the peak values with the clipper here is that it just chops them off instantly. The difference with the limiter is that if we take the peak values down with the limiter here, is that it chops them down more slowly. It has this release time here. Too, you can see how the limiter preserves the waveform of the sine wave because it just turns it down for the entire time, even when, I mean, technically, you wouldn't need to turn down the sine here, right? You only need to turn down at the peaks. But if you only turn down at the peaks, you distort the sine. So like, you can see this on a spectrum analyzer, how the limiter doesn't really add many harmonics here, whereas the clipper, if we take down the peaks with the clipper, we change the waveform of the sine here. And this means harmonics. The advantage of the clipper is that it affects much less of the signals. Tiny short peaks, the clipper can often be a lot more subtle and transparent because it's so fast. Whereas if you want to take down more sustained sounds, the clipper will give you distortion. If you like that distortion, it's up to you. I often do not like that distortion. So, on these drums, for example, what we can see here, if we take a look at the whole drums, so we can see that in this case, the loudest part of the drums is the kick drum, which has a sustained tail. Now, if we clip this, the sustained tail of the kick here will constantly drive the clipper and we will kind of hear distortion on the kick drum. You can really hear this. On the low end of the kick, if you're listening on decent headphones at least, you can hear these harmonics being added, and you can also, you can also see them. Like compare this kick with these few harmonics with these lot louder, more pronounced harmonics. So in this case, if I want to kind of preserve the cleanliness of my kick and I want to turn down the total peak value of the drum, which you're now judging by the scope, we can tell, okay, it's mainly going to be the kick that's going to be hitting the sound. Maybe a limiter would be my choice here because I don't want that distortion on the kick. But for example, if I have this snare drum and I want to take down the peak value on the snare drum, oh, let's just create a fake situation here where sometimes we have snares with really loud pokey transients. Something like this here, where there's a super short sort of thing. In this case, maybe because it's only super short, these tiny peaks, a clipper is actually much more transparent. So let's get the saturator, and you can see, you can take that peak down with a clipper here, and you can see, okay, we reduced the peak quite a bit, but it's not that big of a difference audibly. Whereas if we did this with a limiter, we would probably actually hear more because the limiter would kind of turn down for longer. So let's set this to negative 2.9. And if we turn down the peak with a limiter, you can hear how we kind of lose volume if we do it with a limiter. So in this case, I might choose the clipper, but really it's all about, do you want something to react super fast or do you want it to react slightly slower? So for example, on a sub bass, it goes something like this. You can see something like this where it kind of goes down here. So I would personally want to turn the sub bass up without distorting much. So I would use a limiter for this. I can preserve that clean sort of deep sound. Whereas if I did this with a clipper, you get that crunch. Because it's quite a sort of long low-end waveform that's quite sensitive to distortion. And this is kind of my decision-making process of how I limit or how I clip. So generally, especially on tonal sounds, on pitched sounds, I tend to prefer limiting because it doesn't add these harmonics that kind of mess with the pitches and stuff. Whereas on very noisy sounds like drums and stuff that are less tuned, that are less tonal, you can get away with clipping a lot more because basically the distortion adds noise into noise and you don't really notice a difference. This kind of drum stuff where there's just these tiny peaks here. So this is something that we could easily take down with a clipper instead, I think, because basically it's just very short, it's very noisy. Like you barely hear a difference on just that last little. So here a clipper is probably much cleaner because we want something fast and kind of pointed. And that's really the difference between kind of clipping and limiting. And it's not one or the other. It's what do you want? Do you basically want something very fast and very local at the potential expense of adding harmonics? Or do you want something spread out at the potential expense of adding some pumping, of losing a bit of general volume? Now, when you do choose a clipper to kind of reduce your peak values, usually you will see a control on the clipper. In my case, I'm going to use Bitwig Saturator. That kind of is a knee control that softens the clipper. So you get the choice between soft and hard clipping. And I kind of want to illustrate using a sine wave what really the difference between soft and hard clipping is, what the kind of trade-off that you are making is here. So let's just set this to like a low frequency sine. This sine wave will kind of show us how this will also behave on other sounds. It's just easiest to see on a sine. So if we get like an oscilloscope and just look at this sine wave here, we clip this down. This is the soften knee. What is the difference between hard and soft clipping here? Well, first of all, if we look at the time domain, the oscilloscope, we can see, okay, hard clip creates these jagged edges here. And basically, we can already kind of gauge from this, whenever a waveform changes direction quickly, we are dealing with high frequencies here. So if we look at a spectrum analyzer, lots of high frequencies being generated by this clipper here, because this quick change in waveform. Now, if we soften this, we get less high frequencies. Soft clipping tends to add more lower harmonics, less higher harmonics. You can see here how these lower harmonics kind of go up in volume a little bit, and the higher harmonics decrease in volume. And then hard clipping, more higher harmonics. But the advantage of hard clipping is that it affects less of the waveform. So if we hard clip exactly at this threshold, it only affects parts of the sound that go above this sort of line here. But if we soft clip, basically we are kind of easing into this gain reduction here at the clipper. And this means that more parts of the waveform are affected. That means that waveforms that wouldn't be affected by the hard clipping will be affected by the soft clipping. So if we soft clip, you can see we are kind of changing the waveform a bit further down the line here. So like, for example, if the waveform is more this sort of volume here, it will already start to kind of change shape down here with a soft clipper. Whereas if this was a hard clipper, let's say, okay, this is completely unaffected by the hard clipper, but by the soft clipper, it will be affected, but with less higher harmonics, so it'll be less harsh. So this is kind of the choice that you're making with hard and soft clipping. Often the way that you would use soft clipping is that you actually wouldn't push in all the way into the clipper. So you kind of like, and then, I mean, people call this saturation or tape saturation, but it's essentially the same as soft clipping. Tape saturation is a bit more complicated, but like the most basic way of approximating tape saturation is soft clipping. You wouldn't even push the sound all the way into the clipper so that it starts properly clipping like above the threshold. So this white line kind of goes further than the blue one. So basically at the top here, it's hard clipping and then kind of fades into soft clipping. But you would simply have it take down the peaks a little bit with that soft clipper here. And that way you gain a little bit of headroom, mostly lower harmonics, not as much of the wave is affected. And you kind of get a more gentle clipping sound. Soft clipping in general, the way that I use it is personally, soft clipping is quite good for adding harmonics, for changing the way the shape of waveforms, like for example a sub bass here. And maybe I just want to make this a little bit louder. I could do that with soft clipping by kind of just pushing it into a soft clipper and just adding some sort of harmonics in this sort of area. But you can hear it still sounds like a sub bass, it's still mostly low end. Whereas if I did this with a hard clipper, you can hear that sort of that high frequency muck that's coming in here. But if I want to be very pointed and very precise and kind of just reduce peaks, like for example this kind of Foley sound, there's like a peak here at the end. I would use a hard clipper for this, because basically a hard clipper really only affects the sound where it exceeds this threshold. It's like the most most local kind of thing. So I don't want to change the waveform a little bit everywhere like with a soft clipper. I really only want to take down that peak. So I would set this so that it basically only clips off that peak and leaves the rest of the sound completely alone. Whereas if this was a soft clipper, I kind of couldn't rely on this leaving the rest of the sound completely alone. Hard clipping is more local and adds more higher harmonics. Soft clipping is a bit more spread out, affects more of the sound, but the harmonics are kind of closer to the original range of the sound. They're mostly lower harmonics. It sounds a bit smoother, a bit deeper, a bit warmer. You get less of this harshness sort of. But if the harshness passes very quickly, like in this case, where it just takes one little peak off, hard clipping isn't really an issue. So like the harshness doesn't really bother us. It's mostly when the harshness is sort of sustained over time, where I personally dislike it. Now these are, at the end of the day, these are kind of a matter of taste. Like if you enjoy that harshness, then do the opposite of what I'm doing. Alright, so when reining in peaks, another kind of situation or decision that you can be faced with is the decision between limiting and compressing. Should you limit or should you compress a sound? So the big difference between a compressor and a limiter, at least in this context, the most crucial difference is the attack time. A limiter goes down immediately and prevents that nothing goes above the threshold. A compressor can take a bit of its time, which kind of can help preserve transients because it doesn't immediately clamp down on the transients. Now, why do you want to compress the sound? Do you want to compress the sound so that the number that you get on the left here, like on your gain meter, isn't as high, so that maybe your limiter doesn't react to it as much? In that case, you probably want to limit the sound. It can still depend. So you could just take this down here. Or do you want it to sound more even? Do you want it to be a bit more flat sounding, a bit more consistent in volume sounding, but you don't want to lose all of that snap? So in that case, you might want to use a compressor. So let's set this to -20 as well. Ratio all the way up, so in that way it's like the limiter. But because we have this attack time, we can let very fast parts of the sound go above this threshold a bit. And when it comes to hearing loudness, we mostly react like the compressor. Our ears are like a compressor in that they don't react instantly. They kind of care about sustained loudness more than they care about quick peaks. But of course, when it comes to like preventing the sound from peaking high so that the limiter reacts less to it, this compressor is going to be less effective, because you can see this doesn't completely restrict it to never go above that threshold. Like you can see these little peaks are still in there, and in this case we might like these peaks because it kind of makes the sound more even, but it still has some snap. Whereas this limiter, this kind of will really get rid of these peaks, which, you know, it makes the sound a bit more dull sounding. It makes it a bit more flattened. What do you want? Do you want the sound to sound more even and punchy? Maybe go for the compressor. Maybe go for the way that still isn't super strict about the threshold with its attack time. Or do you care more about objective peak values because for some other technical reason you're trying to prevent clipping or something? Then maybe choose the limiter, because kind of the limiter will actually make sure that the sound never goes above the threshold. Of course, we could also do stuff like combine the compressor with a clipper. So like instead of limiting the sound, we actually compress the sound with a bit of attack time and then allow those little peaks to slam into a clipper where they will get a lot of harmonics. And this way kind of the peaks are saturated and they sound loud, but they're actually reduced to the same kind of peak value. So like I have the compressor here, I compress down the sound with a bit of attack time, preserve the peaks, preserve that punch, and then I hit it with a clipper. And because these peaks slam into the clipper, which adds harmonics to them, as opposed to just turning them down more smoothly, like we talked about in the clippers versus limiters episode, they still kind of retain a bit of punch, but we also turn down the objective peak level. Like there are no short peaks still prevailing after this. Whereas if we did it with a limiter, it kind of sounds less snappy. So this is like why, for example, people enjoy that certain compressors like Ableton's Glue compressor or something has a clipper built in. And these are the kinds of applications where that might be handy. But we can simply put a clipper after the compressor to then basically distort the peaks. Now the reason that we're also compressing and not just clipping is so that we're not distorting too much. So basically the compressor turns down the bodies of the sound and the transients get clipping and get distortion, so be nice and punchy. Whereas if we just distort the sound, the bodies of the sound also get distorted and it sounds a bit noisy, a bit like, let's maybe just create a third alternative here that's just the saturator. And we can kind of compare. Or this. It's the loudest, but it's distorted. It doesn't have the same sort of nice dynamic and punch that the thing we did where we compressed first, because we kind of turned down the sort of slower loud parts first. And then we have the limiter here, which kind of has a certain weakness. But yeah, sometimes we don't really actually care that much about objective peak values. We mostly want it to be perceptually smoother. And in that case, just the compressor is what we want. A useful concept to think about when EQ is being used to shape the frequency balance of a sound. EQ can only turn up and down stuff that is already there. EQ only turns up the high end in the sound that is already there. Meaning a sound that does not have any high end, you can add as much EQ boosting the high end as you want. It's not gonna do anything, because like it only turns up what's already there. Likewise, a sound that has high end but doesn't have great high end, because it's quite quiet, it's quite noisy. So for example, this sound here, you can see it doesn't really have much like super top end. Maybe we want this to be brighter, like airy brighter. We can turn up the high end with EQ. But it can only give us the high end that's already there, which in this case is just noise. And is this really what we want to add to this? Just a bunch of noise? Because if we want to give this more low end, there is only rumble quite far down in this low end here. So no matter how much we EQ this up, we're basically only EQing up artifacts here. We're trying to pull out something of the sound that the sound isn't really able to provide. So what do we do instead? Well, layering or something like that. Or finding some way to create high end. So for example, let's go to like a 40 Hz sine wave. Show you what I was sort of talking about, but in a more abstract way. So we've got this low end sine wave here. This sine wave does not have high end, no matter what we do here. No matter how many EQs with a high shelf we stack on this. So it brings out something, it brings out aliasing and noise here. So if I turn up the volume of this, that's what's there in the high end. That's what the sound has to offer. We can't use EQ to pull out something that isn't really there. However, we can use other techniques to add high end to the sound. Saturation, for example. Because saturation can't just take these harmonics and move them up and down in volume. It can create new harmonics. So now we have high end to pull out here. And now if we boost this with EQ, we've generated high end first, and now we are actually able to pull it out with EQ. Yeah, this is basically really the way to think about EQ. EQ never creates sound, it only pulls stuff back and forth. And if all the sound has to offer in a certain frequency area is kind of noise or kind of unfortunate stuff, maybe the best thing to do is to simply add in a layer that's like a saw wave or something. And then now we've got a saw wave layer, and now we can kind of shape this with EQ. Maybe let's actually put the saw wave at twice the frequency. Or like another thing we could do is like add noise to this bass with like a ring modded noise or something. Like I have this rack here called bass noise that adds noise, and this way we can add high end to the bass. And now that there's actually something going on there, we can start EQing it around, because EQ basically, it's like you can't shape clay that's not on your table. I don't know. I hope that makes sense. I think it's fairly sort of intuitive. This sine wave is very low. It's at 30 hertz. If you didn't hear it, it's probably because your speakers don't go that low. But yeah, that's really what I wanted to talk about. So one of my favorite ways to think about mixing, especially the mixing of more complex music, is information management. So in your mix, you have a lot of different tracks, and each of those tracks contains a lot of information. And during mixing, your task is kind of bringing the most important information on these tracks to the forefront. And maybe even more importantly, especially if you enjoy a kind of clean sound, removing any kind of information that isn't contributing to the song. For one, because it's distracting from the relevant information, and mixing is kind of, the goal of mixing is kind of to make it easier to listen to your song, to make it easier for the listener to understand the musical vision of your song. And also because if you want to make a song loud, stuff going on is basically going to push into the master limiter and clipper. It's going to take away headroom. It's going to intermodulate with other stuff, so it's going to lead to more chaotic distortion and stuff. Basically just really want to remove everything that you don't need from your mix and like do this to every single track. Ways of doing this. I mean, EQ is obviously one of them. So like, for example, if we, I don't know, take a listen to some of these drums here. So for example, depending on what role these sounds play in the arrangement, you could, for example, decide that, okay, this sound here mainly has its contribution to make kind of in the sort of 1K and upwards area. Well, in that case, maybe take away anything below that. Now, of course, there are certain trade-offs here. Okay, what phase shift, yeah, these are all things to think about. Of course, if you remove information, you are changing what is there. But in general, it's a good guideline, I think, to think about, okay, do we need stuff that's going on in the low end here? Or do we want other elements to have that space? And if we don't really need what this sound is contributing to the low end, maybe we can take it out. Same with, I don't know, sounds that have long tails or something. So for example, these shakers here. They're kind of quite sustained, meaning there is a lot of information in the sort of later part of the sound. But maybe we really want these shakers' contribution to be to kind of emphasize these hits. So do we need those tails or do we want to take them out? In this case, okay, this isn't a job for EQ, it's a job for dynamics processing. So we could, for example, use a gate or something like that. Or we could even literally just automate a volume. Same with like this sound here. Is this a background or foreground sound? Is this sound's tail essential to the musical impression that we want to convey, or is it not? If it isn't, maybe we do this. So that this space can then be used by other sounds. And kind of going through each sound and asking yourself, is this noise or is this signal? Do we need this or do we not need this? With this sound, I don't know. What role do we want this to play? Maybe this is more of a background sound, and the way that its peak kind of pokes out kind of takes away from a listener's attention. It's kind of more distracting, so maybe we want to take those peaks down. Making sure it stays in the background. Maybe here we don't need as much low end, so we would high pass that out. So it's less about a high pass everything, gate everything. It's more about remove what you don't need. Keep what you do need. Sometimes when mixing, I literally just go through every track in the song and kind of trim it down to its bare essentials. This is of course also a kind of sound preference. I personally quite like sort of clinical and clean sounding mixes like that, where everything is tails are very controlled and everything is kind of short and stuff. May not be a sound you enjoy, but there's still something I think to kind of learn from this approach of what kind of song contribute, when does it need to make that contribution, when not. So for example, I don't know, we have all these drums here. This is completely unmixed, by the way. If you want to see me mix this, check out the course. But this tail of the cymbal, for example, yeah, maybe we need this first bit here. After this, that can go away. Maybe these hi-hats here. Maybe when these sounds here happen, these hi-hats aren't needed. So we could just like always take them out when these sounds happen. I mean, yeah, the word information management, I think, sums it up quite well. Remove anything you don't need, and your mixes will sound cleaner. And this is often the case, or like a game of hundreds and hundreds of little things you do that really add up to a big impression. So just making small changes on each track, just removing that little bit would really make the overall image of the mix a lot clearer, a lot more legible. Then again, of course, you can also use noise and like distraction and stuff as storytelling elements or whatever. Ultimately, what is and isn't noise, and what is and isn't distraction, and when distraction is and isn't appropriate is an artistic decision. In this one, I just want to clarify something about reference tracks, because I think a lot of people kind of misunderstand what you're meant to use them for. So what you'll hear a lot of people say is basically, I want to sound like myself, I don't want to use reference tracks, I don't want to copy other people. Which really, that is not how I personally use reference tracks at all. Reference tracks for me are not something to be copied. Reference tracks are really about, well, creating a frame of reference. So it's not about, oh, this song has this frequency balance, I need to have that frequency balance. This song's kick peaks at this value, so I need to make my kick peak at that value. It's about calibrating your ears. So the problem with mixing is that you lose perspective when you do it for a longer time. If you sit there for a few hours just mixing your song and not hearing any other music, your brain kind of adjusts to your music, and you kind of lose that sense of the first listen to your song, of what this person, for example, encountering your song in a playlist or something might hear, because they just came from listening to another song to your song. To get yourself back into that mindset, to distance yourself a little bit from your song almost, that for me is really the purpose of reference tracks. You put some tracks where you know what they sound like, you know they sound good in a variety of systems, and you can kind of use them as anchors for your ears to kind of make sure that your ears don't, for example, become really lose sensitivity to the high end, because your song has so much high end, your ears just kind of get tired. So after a while of mixing your song, when you're kind of feeling like, you're getting lost in the weeds a little bit, that's really the time when you listen to your references, and you just spend a few minutes just listening to them, because you're kind of refreshing your ears and kind of refreshing your ears' idea of what quote-unquote normal music sounds like, because then you will be able to return to your song and you will be able to evaluate it within the context of other music and the context of what your listeners will be used to. It's just this loss of perspective that you're really fighting against when mixing, because our brains are so good at getting used to what we're hearing. And another advantage of reference tracks is that, for example, when you're mixing on speakers and then switching to headphones, there is a risk that your speakers and your headphones have a different frequency response. So your headphones, for example, maybe have more high end than your speakers. So when you listen on speakers and then switch to headphones immediately, there is a risk that you will just want to correct for what you're hearing is now off. So like, I don't know, on my headphones, this now sounds like it has way too much high end, because your ears kind of got used to the speaker, so you kind of dipped down the high end with EQ. Whereas I think what's sensible is to always listen to reference tracks first when you kind of switch the means of listening. So like whether you're listening on monitors or on headphones, and then you kind of get used to the sound of the headphones first, so that you know that what you're working on in your mix is the sound of your mix, that you're adjusting the sound of your mix, and not that you're trying to make up for the sound of your headphones, because other listeners obviously won't have your pair of headphones with your particular quirks. References can kind of help you in that way to tell apart what parts of the sound here are actually in the mix, and what parts of the sound will always be there no matter what the music is, because basically it's just a quirk of my headphones. And for example, if you listen to like something and it has, I don't know, too much 10K on your headphones, you don't immediately know, is it the headphones that have too much 10K or the mix? But then if you listen to a bunch of reference mixes and you hear, okay, they all kind of have too much 10K on these headphones, even though I know that in other contexts they don't, you know, okay, I don't need to fix my 10K in my mix because it's just the headphones being weird. Or if they don't have too much 10K, but only your mix has too much 10K on these headphones, you know, okay, this is probably more something with my mix. And a lot of these things are not something that you kind of think about. So you don't think, this headphone has this difference in sound in my mix speakers, so there's like 4 dB more at 10K, and this is not like a calculation you do. It's more that you trust your brain's internal ability to adapt to a certain context. So you just listen to these references for a while, and your ears will kind of get used to the sound of your headphones. Your ears will kind of learn to zone out the sound of your headphones, almost like apply corrective EQ internally, so that you hear what you hear is the music, because the music you know well. And after you've kind of listened to the references on those new headphones, now you can trust your ears to evaluate your mix properly without getting distracted by your monitoring system. That's my perspective on reference tracks. You hear, this is really not about matching your frequency response to your reference tracks, or like going, okay, their kick peaks at -2 dB, I must therefore also. That's not how it works. I personally think that is a bad way of using reference tracks. And if that is your understanding of reference tracks, what they're for, I get why you are kind of reluctant to use them, because of course you don't just want to copy other people. But I hope that kind of my explanation made you understand that it's really not about this kind of copying other people. So when mixing more traditional instrumental kind of music, I think there is this kind of approach that you have one processing change for each sound. So you have basically one compressor setting, one EQ setting, etc. for one sound. Maybe you do a little bit of automation, but because you're always kind of mixing the same sounds during different song sections, where not much is changing, you can kind of just keep your processing more or less the same. Whereas especially in electronic music, where you've got huge changes in instrumentation, where you've got huge differences between a drop and kind of breakdown, for example, the breakdown and the drop really are two completely separate mixes. So you've got this sound here that plays during the drop, where it needs to coexist with a lot of drums, with a lot of basses and stuff, and then it also plays during this breakdown here. Where it's kind of the only main sound. So there's really no good reason to mix this the same as this. So what you would want to do in most cases, in almost all cases, is that you basically treat these as two separate sounds, that you kind of mix them separately. There's a couple of ways of doing this. For example, you could use like an FX selector, build like your one EQ chain, etc. here, because you don't really want to be automating EQs. Automating EQs is always a huge pain. And then you build kind of your breakdown chain here, and then you automate between the two. But an alternative way of doing this is quite simply to just duplicate this track, delete everything on the duplicate, and then just like move these bits over. And now basically you've created a separate instrument here, and you can kind of treat this completely differently, so that you can make this sound fit into this context and this sound into this context. Because of course the processing you need to do to a sound really depends on the context it exists in. That's the whole point of mixing. And when the context of the sound changes, so should your processing change, because the sound balances against completely different elements. Very often when you see someone mix electronic music or produce electronic music, you will see them do stuff like this, like duplicating a sound and creating different versions of that same sound for different song sections. Alright, so let's talk about phase alignment. Phase alignment is the idea that then very similar sounds interact with each other. It kind of can make sense to adjust the phase of one of the sounds so that they add to each other in a nice way. The most common example that you would see of this are kicks and sub basses. And the reason of this is that the tail of a kick drum, if we just bounce this kick drum out here, and a sub bass, are very similar sounds, and often they even tune to the same sounds. You can see this is basically both kinds of sine waves here, with some different harmonics and stuff, but they're very, very similar. So You will be familiar with the idea that if you phase shift similar sounds against each other, they can kind of cancel each other out, because basically these two sounds here are added to each other, and if they're both pointing in the same direction like this, they are adding, but this is 1 point up and 1 point down, they are canceling each other out here. So this is kind of why you would bother phase aligning your kick to your sub, specifically your sub to your kick's tail, because the start of the kick usually you will sidechain away the sub, but near the end of the kick there is usually a period where they overlap. So if we have this kick and the sub here, you will need some kind of monitoring system that can reproduce bass to hear this. So you can see there is this kind of period where you've got the kick and the sub at the same time. Now you will have sidechained the sub to the kick, and you can see there is a period where basically this kind of crossfades between kick and sub. And this is the point in time where the phase interaction can matter. You will see that if we flip the polarity of the kick drum, these will add to each other quite differently. So if you look at this shape here, and then you look at this shape here, the way these two sounds go into each other, say it changes significantly if we just flip the polarity of the kick, so kind of flip the phase. If you don't know what flipping polarity means, basically, you know, this kind of thing, where it's basically flipped upside down. Because now what used to add to each other now subtracts from each other, so if these used to cancel out, now they add to each other. So people will kind of go in and change the polarity. Usually I just flip the phase and that's about it. You can align them a bit more if you want, of the kick, so that it kind of adds with the sub nicely. So if we just listen to the difference of these two, they kind of flow into each other a bit more nicely than this one. Now here comes the part where you kind of need to decide how much do you care about this, because this is a subtle difference. Do you care enough about this to do it once? So basically the kick on the downbeat always aligns with the sub. That tends to be my approach. Or do you care about it so much that you want every kick, like this second kick, to be aligned to the sub as well? And especially with more complex kick and sub patterns, this can get quite complicated, because basically what you would be doing is just automating this on, deciding for each kick individually, do you want this flipped, or do you maybe not want this kick flipped? And then of course there is some amount of repetition in your song, so you can kind of copy paste this over for when you know the sub and the kick will be the same. But this is a lot of work for somewhat little reward. Like you may have heard all of these audio examples and went, well, I don't really hear a difference. Do I really need to care? Maybe, maybe not. Depends on the genre. Depends on what kind of system you're aiming for. So generally these differences are a lot easier to hear if you play something very loud on quite big speakers with great low-end reproduction. That's sort of when these become more clearly audible, these differences. If you're making mainly music for headphone listeners, that maybe you don't really need the kick and the sub to fuse into the same sound, maybe it's not that big of a deal, like you can do it. But I also know very capable producers that say they just don't care and they don't really bother with this kind of thing. It's kind of little reward for a lot of work. My personal compromise is that I always align my kicks on the downbeat to my bass here. But for this kick, for example, I wouldn't care as much. This doesn't need to fuse in this bass. But where I do care about this is when basically the kick and the sub hit at the same time, and I really want the sub to kind of fuse into the kick drum. There's like the difference between a continuous sound and a kind of wobble, a kind of rumble in the low end. And this is what phase alignment is all about. It's not the most important thing in the world. I think that's not a very controversial thing to say. It's like something that people worry about because they don't quite understand it. And it's not nothing, it does make a difference. But in terms of on your list of priorities of things to worry about, this should probably not be at the top. But it is a way to kind of get that little extra 0.5% of your mix. Okay, so the conventional way to approach things is that you sidechain to your kick and your snare during mixing, you bounce the mix and then you master it. I would like to recommend that you maybe change this approach, that maybe actually sidechain is something that you would want to look at again during the mastering session, because basically what happens during mastering is that your waveform of your song is going to be squashed together. And this will really change the way that sidechain sounds. So I have this mastering chain here with like 2 limiters, clipper, etc. The sound is being squashed a lot. So if we look at this waveform at the top here, versus. And what I found is that after limiting and after kind of squishing the waveform into the final mastered sound, your perception of the sidechain really shifts, because the gaps that the sidechain creates in the sound, because basically that's what sidechain is, making gaps in one sound to make room for another sound, kind of get filled in by the compressor. And an amount of sidechain that used to sound excessive during mixing, that kind of created more gap than you might maybe want, will suddenly sound like not enough during mastering. So for example, if I take, so this turns off all the sidechain compressors on these 3 buses here. And if I don't have my master chain on it, it will probably sound vaguely alright. Turning it on. It almost sounds a bit worse because it kind of creates these dips in volume in the mid in the melodies and the mid basses. But if I turn on my master chain and then turn off and on the side chain again, I hear quite a bit of difference in definition of the drums, where basically what used to just create this weird gap really helps the drums. So what I have found and I have started doing is that I basically keep my sidechain triggers and the channels that are sidechain until mastering. I build my mastering chain, and then after I have built this mastering chain, after pushing these sounds into a limiter, I re-evaluate my sidechains. And what I found is that quite often during mastering, I will want to kind of deepen my sidechain because it makes the limiters react more nicely and the sound kind of gets pushed into each other less and kind of gains more definition. Whereas without a mastering chain, I, for example, for the snare, maybe would have chosen a sidechain envelope, something like this here. This is kind of what it looked like before I mastered it. I then mastered the song and I took a look at this again, and I kind of found that now with the master processing, something like this here sounds a lot better because it really helps the snare remain clear. Whereas in mixing, it just created this gap after the snare. But this gap is filled in anyway by the kind of squishing of the master through the limiter and stuff. Something to maybe think about, that maybe if you have the option to kind of re-evaluate your sidechain choices after you've done your limiting and you've built your master chain. Alright, so most reverb plugins have a pre-delay setting here, and we're gonna be using it for a very specific reason. Sound takes time to travel distance, so delay kind of means distance. So the idea is that you create distance between the sound that's being reverbed and the reverb itself, so the sound sounds closer. So it's like, is the sound inside the reverb source and kind of getting the reverb reaction instantly, or is the sound closer to you and it takes a while to travel to the reverb and come back to you? I've got the snare here, and if I've got little pre-delay, it basically sounds like the snare is kind of down the hall, so to speak. It doesn't take the snare sound time to travel to the reverb, but the reverb kind of comes with the snare. The reverb and the snare are the same distance from us. Whereas if I turn up pre-delay, it's more like the snare is in our face, and then the sound of the snare also travels down the hall where the reverb tail is created, and then the reverb arrives a little bit later. So if you get this pre-delay up to like 40 milliseconds, quite a high time, it kind of sounds like the snare is closer to us. And the reverb is kind of coming back from a further distance. So if we compare this here to... That's kind of the basic idea. There's more to it if you really want the distance to be convincing. But the idea that sounds with more pre-delay going into the reverb are closer to us, while sounds that go into the reverb immediately are further away from us and kind of more in the room is kind of useful. If we combine it with stuff like differences in volumes between the sounds, because of course these are a huge component of a distance of a sound. Sounds that are further away will be quieter. But we can use this idea, and we use this idea by not sending these sounds to the reverb immediately, but instead we are going to create pre-delay sends. So this reverb is going to have 0 milliseconds, then we're going to have maybe one send 0 milliseconds, and we're going to place a delay on this, just like a time shift, no feedback, no nothing. 0 milliseconds, then we send this to the reverb. So basically sounds going to this will be delayed and then sent to the reverb. We copy one, maybe we make one for 20 milliseconds, and then we create another one, I don't know, maybe 50 milliseconds. And depending on to which of these we send our sounds, we can kind of make them sound different distances from the reverb and kind of create this hierarchy of depth. So for example, for a snare, we kind of maybe want it to be quite close to us. So let's maybe not send it to the reverb directly, but send it to the 50 millisecond. So it kind of takes a while for the snare to get into the reverb. You can kind of hear the doubling here, so maybe we would want to turn down early reflections a little bit here. And we could also do stuff like, okay, before it goes into the reverb, it travels through some air. So it kind of gets high and low passed a little bit. Maybe gets saturated down a little bit. So this sound is quite close. And then we could also decide, okay, maybe we want the sound to be further away, so it would send it to the 0 milliseconds thing. And now the sound is kind of inside the reverb. So these are the kind of choices that we can make. So like, I don't know, maybe snare goes with some pre-delay. And let's maybe not make it 50, but let's make it 40 milliseconds. Because otherwise we kind of get that doubling here. So you can see, okay, now versus. And yeah, so we can kind of assign different depth to different sounds going to the reverb. So for example, maybe the kick is also close to us. So maybe we also send it to the 40 milliseconds one a little bit. But then maybe other sounds, like, I don't know, maybe this impact is further away from us, so we give it less pre-delay. Versus. And also maybe giving it a bit more reverb, while the snare maybe has a bit less reverb here. The amount of reverb you give a sound also has a huge impact on distance. Basically, the more reverb is on a sound, the further away it'll sound. So like, this kind of a little bit of 40 milliseconds versus a lot of 0 milliseconds. Once again, the volume of the sound itself also has a huge impact, but these are kind of components we can use to kind of create this depth. Chords here, maybe these chords are sort of medium distance. So they go to the 20 millisecond send. And then this goes. This is sort of quite close to us, so it goes to the 40 millisecond. Maybe we want to compare this, so let's just like play back the mix here. Then we create a button that turns off these pre-delays, so it all has the same pre-delay, and see if maybe we are getting the effect that we are hoping for. Yeah, you can kind of hear it, how the mix is flattened by it. Sort of if we turn on the varying pre-delays for different sounds, because they're kind of different distances from the reverb. In this example, sort of all the sounds are more the same distance from the reverb, and the mix is kind of flattened, it loses depth. So this idea of having different pre-delays for different sounds is really quite useful. I mostly use this on drums, so what I'll often do is simply have my drums have a bit more pre-delay than my other sounds, also because it kind of gets the reverb out of the way from the drum transient. Because like the drum transient happens and then there's a little bit of gap before the reverb comes, so the drum transient is nice and clear. So yeah, these are kind of the ideas behind delay, pre-delay, and the kind of analogy between delay and distance. So if a sound has pre-delay going into the reverb, it basically means there's distance like physical distance because of the speed of sound between the sound and the reverb. Okay, here's something you should know, namely that you can create panning effects without using volume differences between left and right channel. And this is really quite a useful thing for creating more convincing panning sounds, especially on low-end sounds. So if I have this snare sound here, I can of course just pan it by, I don't know, let's do stereo split. So we can turn left and right up and down independently. If I just turn the left down and the right up, it's coming from the right. But what I can also do is keep them both the same volume and delay them. And the idea behind this is basically, if the sound is to your left, it'll take more time to get to your right ear than it'll take to get to your left ear. So if I just delay the right, it'll sound like it's coming from the left. So if I just get like a time shift here, simple delay. Some important things about this is how it happens in nature is that for sounds above 1K, more or less, this is all very hand wavy, but more or less, usually the volume difference between left and right ear is what dominates. It's basically about your head blocks the sound. If a sound comes from your right and it's a higher frequency, it'll be a little quieter in your left ear. Whereas for low frequency sounds, we're not really used to volume differences between both ears. And I will demonstrate this in a second. So what we use instead are kind of phase or delay between both ears, basically. Especially if we want to pan a low end sound, using this kind of delay amount on, for example, a sub bass that we want to pan will sound natural on headphones. Whereas a sub bass that we pan with volume differences sounds really unnatural on head. One more thing you should know is that these time differences between the ears, we're talking about very small time differences here. So what I read, sort of, if I look this up, is about 2.6 milliseconds and less. Time difference between left and right ear is what influences panning. From my own experiments, I have found that for like a stylized mix in a DAW, you can go up to about 2 milliseconds between left and right ear to create this kind of panning effect. If you go above that, it will more sound like a spatialization. It won't sound like direct panning. It'll more sound like if like the sound hits your ear on the right and then 10 milliseconds it hits it later on the left, it'll sound more like the sound going to your left ear has been reflected off a wall. It won't sound like it's just the delay that took the sound to travel around your head, in my experience. So if you want to use this kind of panning thing, you can also keep the phase relatively consistent, like the correlation between left and right, if you use very small delays. So if we look at like an oscilloscope, we're not really shifting the sound out of phase between left and right that much because we're only delaying a tiny bit. So if I have the sub bass here, and I pan this, and if you're listening to this on headphones, and I pan this by simply turning one up and the other down, this sounds really unnatural. On speakers it sounds fine, on headphones it doesn't. On headphones this sounds really weird, but I can instead pan it with delay. So for example, if I want to move it to the right, it means I need to delay the left. Once again, we're talking less than 2 milliseconds numbers. If you want to be really more sort of natural, even less than 1 millisecond. This sound sounds like it's coming from the right. And you can see, okay, they are still mostly in phase here. Like, somewhat small difference where they're actually out of phase, so it's not too bad for your mono compatibility. And then you can go up a little bit. Just the further up you go, depending on your frequency of your sub, of course, you're shifting the sound more and more out of phase. But you can hear that this kind of panning on the low end, if you're listening in headphones, sounds a lot more natural. So let's just compare. Maybe do let's do 1 millisecond versus turning the left down. On speakers, both are fine. On headphones, this sounds weird. This sounds fine, because in nature, sounds do take a bit more time to travel to the right ear rather than to the left, if they're coming from the right. But your head isn't big enough to block low frequencies. So sounds in the low end arriving from one direction are pretty much going to be the same volume in left and right ear. Unlike for high end, where basically if this was like a high pitch, panning with volume is sort of the more natural thing. So yeah, I talk about this more on like the psychoacoustics on space thingy if you want to know more. But like this is the basic concept. You can use delay instead of volume to pan. And also when you're using effects like harsh delay to widen the sound, you are also panning the sound. If you are delaying the sound in the left ear, you are panning it to the right. Sidechain has multiple advantages. The one I want to focus on in this video is really the one about Headroom. So I've got a very simplified example here, kind of solo 2 tracks of my mix. I've got a kick drum, and take a look at this oscilloscope at the top here. And I've got a bass. And if I play them both together, they are going to be adding together and creating higher peaks. Like the kick and the bass together, peak way higher than just the kick on its own. This of course means we can make it less loud, limiters will react more to it, clippers will sound more aggressive on it, etc, etc. So what we can do here is quite simply sidechain the bass to the kick. The advantage I really want to focus on here is how this sidechaining the bass to the kick will really give us more headroom. And the type of sidechain we want to use for this is specifically broadband sidechain. So this tends to work best if you don't use like multiband sidechain. You can, sometimes it also works with multiband, but it's most reliable if you really do this broadband, because you're kind of thinking in the time domain really. So if I've got the sidechain here, and kind of just make it around the kick here, you can see this peaks a lot less high, because basically the sounds don't add together then. Without really one of the two sounding much quieter than the other, I find. Like, this isn't really quieter than this, but it peaks way less high. And the other advantage is if you set a clipper so that with the sidechain it doesn't clip. Or maybe only clips a little like this. If we take the sidechain off and have it at the same loudness, it's gonna clip a lot more. You hear that crunch that comes in at the tail of the kick. And how much cleaner it sounds going into the clipper if you don't have the two sounds overlap. It's not the only reason we sidechain. There are a couple more factors to this, but this is like a big part of it. And you can really identify when sidechain will pay off by using this oscilloscope here and kind of looking at it and going, okay, the kick and the sub are adding to each other. And also you can do stuff like, okay, if you have this sidechain this long, we can see, okay, for the tail here, they are still adding. So the sidechain maybe isn't long enough if our goal is headroom. We make it a bit longer, maybe about this, and then during the tail we fade out a bit less. We can kind of see, okay, now basically the two together only peak as high as the kick peaks on its own. This is kind of our goal. So about this much sidechain is appropriate. Maybe even a bit less, because we can see we're creating a little bit of a gap there. But this could also have to do with phase interaction between the two sounds. Yeah, you can see here these two sounds are out of phase. So this is something we talked about in the other episode, but you can kind of see it here. For the period where basically it's not sidechained fully, but a little bit, phase interactions between the two sounds will matter, and these two sounds are precisely out of phase. So if we just also swap the polarity of the kick now, and this is kind of what's creating that gap, you can see, okay, now they're in phase and they're adding, and you can see that peaking higher. But now if we just lengthen this a little bit, we can kind of get a gap-free transition. Something like this. Now we've got this kind of nice gap-free transition. So yeah, that's kind of sidechaining for headroom. Alright, so when people talk about mono compatibility, what they mean is that your mix still holds up when it is played back in mono. This is less of an issue than it used to be historically, but the basic idea is you mix with two channels left and right, and in certain contexts the two channels will simply be added together and played out of the same speaker. So if left and right are completely out of phase, they will cancel out, and what is coming out of that single speaker will not sound like your mix anymore. First of all, how do you ensure mono compatibility? It's really quite simple. You play back your mix in mono. So you just turn the width all the way down, and if it sounds fine, it's mono compatible. Do you need to worry about mono compatibility? It depends. It really depends on who your ideal audience is. So first of all, in most contexts nowadays, people will listen to your music in stereo. The average headphone listener will play it back in stereo. If someone plays to your music on your phone, on a phone speaker, it might be in mono, it might be stereo. But then you also need to ask yourself, how much do I want to cater to a person that plays back my mix on a phone speaker? Then there's other aspects, like for example, common club systems tend to be mono in the low end, like basically the low range of your music, where basically the sub bass. So if people have a single sub bass, that will be all mono. So maybe you want to keep your sub mono compatible. Once again, it depends who your ideal audience is. I think there's this advice that every mix needs to be perfectly mono compatible, and I think I disagree with that. So certain kinds of experimental music made to be listened to on headphones and stuff, do they really need to be mono compatible? I don't think so. I think if you are creatively limiting yourself with the stereo effects you use, and if these stereo effects are somewhat essential to your music, it's perfectly fine to just say, okay, I don't care about mono compatibility. This is a waste of my time, because the person that actually cares about my music and will listen to it in the right context will not be listening in mono. But then again, mono compatibility kind of opens you up to wider audience in terms of phone speakers, laptop speakers, etc. There are a lot of things, sort of general rules of thumb for sound design and stuff, how to avoid mono compatibility issues. My personal approach to it is just do this check here on the master, play the mix back in mono. If something cancels out, I know I have an issue, but I try to not let mono compatibility restrict me creatively too much, because I know most of my listeners will not be listening in mono. If you worry about it too much, especially in sort of more experimental sound design type music, maybe the drawbacks of worrying about it too much are greater than what is to be gained. It's up to you if you care about mono compatibility. I think people worry about it sometimes in contexts where it's not really an issue. But yeah, if you do worry about it, quite simply do this simple thing. Simply play your mix back in mono and listen if it sounds fine. It will never sound as good in mono as it'll sound in stereo. That's just, you've got more information if you've got two speakers. Humans have two ears. There is more you can do in stereo. But if it still sounds fine in mono, if the elements are all still there, you probably don't need to worry about mono compatibility much more. In the low end especially, it can make sense to pay a bit more attention to it, because once again, a lot of sub basses are mono. Even in like people with very good hi-fi systems or whatever, their sub will be in mono. And also there are certain other effects, like stereo sub can sound quite strange on headphones, because in nature stereo sub doesn't really exist. There are subtle differences of the sound reaching your left and your right ear in nature sometimes, but the effect that one sound is much louder in one ear than it is in the other is not something that will happen in nature, because you're the volume differences between your two ears are basically created by your head and your head shadow. So your head can block high frequencies. So if a high frequency sound comes from the right, it won't reach your left ear. But a low frequency sound has such a big waveform, your head can't really block it, so you get most low end sounds in both ears. And certain sounds like the left and the right being perfectly out of phase, these are just things that you don't encounter in nature, so it can sound weird in music. Then again, maybe you want your music to sound weird and uncomfortable and make people dizzy. I don't know, maybe that's your goal. In that case, do that. I know this is a bit of an unsatisfactory answer with regards to mono compatibility. Does it matter or does it not? Well, it depends who your audience is. Well, is your audience likely to listen in mono? If your audience is, then yeah, of course it does matter. If your audience isn't likely to listen in mono, or maybe you don't care about the part of your audience that is likely to listen in mono, which I think is a perfectly fine approach to things, especially when mixing your own music, then you don't need to care about it. I don't think a mix that is not mono compatible is necessarily a bad mix. It all depends on context. It all depends on who is this mix made for, which circumstances is it meant to be listened to. And in some cases, having something not be monocompatible for some creative stereo effects purpose can be the right decision, whereas having it be monocompatible but kind of limiting yourself in certain domains is actually the wrong decision. So having it monocompatible in that situation would be a bad thing. I hope this all makes sense to you. Maybe bring some nuance to the whole monocompatibility thing. I think people sometimes get too dogmatic about it. Like, not every mix needs to be monocompatible. Often it is a good idea to check if a mix is monocompatible, but it's not necessarily wrong if it isn't. Okay, so let's say you have this sound here and you want to add some high end to it. The conventional way to do this is with a high shelf and an EQ, and this is a perfectly fine way, but it has a downside. The downside of this is that basically all an EQ do is rebalance the sound. So it can only take the high end that is already there and turn it up or down. And if there's only nonsense in the high end, no matter of EQ can help. Like in this sound, there's a lot of kind of noise in the high end. Maybe we like this, maybe not. An alternative to adding high end to a sound is using pitch shifters. So this is Bitwig stock pitch shifter. It's not the greatest sounding, but it'll do for a demo. So we simply pitch shift our sound 12 semitones up. The reason that you only want to go in octaves is so it doesn't change any harmonic relationships. Basically all notes stay the same. And then you can blend this in with the original sound. And the interesting thing about pitch shifters adding high end this way is that basically they shift information from the low end up. So this isn't a great sounding pitch shifter. And with pitch shifters, it can make a huge difference which one you use, because pitch shifting is kind of a tricky problem in DSP, and each pitch shifter kind of works differently. One granular pitch shifter I quite like is the kilohertz pitch shifter. And this way we can add high end, but sometimes it's cleanest to actually go spectral. The one I like using for that is Prisma. It comes with a spectral pitch shifter, and the spectral pitch shifter you won't get those grainy artifacts. It'll kind of be smoother. So this is maybe a bit better sounding, a bit more appropriate for this kind of sound. And we can kind of just compare this to like if we did this with EQ, and you can see that it's just a different sound. Because in one situation we are turning up the information that already is in the high end, turning down the information that in the low end. In the other the example with the pitch shifter, we're kind of redistributing information. So like if we want to look at this in a spectrum analyzer with just like a test tone, because I like test tones, I like showing things with simple sine waves, I think it's useful. If we just look at this sine wave here, and like have a 100 Hz sine wave, it's just here at 100 Hz. It's always going to stay there. And basically the information that is here, down here, will always be there. So if we like boost with EQ, if we have like, I don't know, a sine wave and we mix in some noise, like if we boost the high end with EQ on this sound, we're simply boosting the noise. We're not really boosting the sine wave here, you can see. The noise gets louder, the sine wave is kind of unaffected. Whereas with a pitch shifter, what we're doing is we're actually moving information up here. So if we use Prisma and we pitch shift this up an octave, we're actually kind of moving the information of the sound up in frequency. And if we mix this in, you can see basically that some of the actual information, not just the noise, the actual tone here is being shifted up an octave, and kind of we gain this information in the high end. So pitch shifting is not better or worse than EQ. I think considering pitch shifting as an alternative is always a good idea when you're thinking about changing the frequency balance with EQ, because it opens up a different sound, it opens up a different way of kind of redistributing information in your mix. Gain staging, what is it? When does it matter? Gain staging is basically just how loud, how high are your sounds peaking at any given moment in time, and kind of how do you lay that out. In analog gear, this matters a lot. Every single effect you're using will react to your sound differently if it comes in at a high or low volume. They will basically all start saturating and distorting and kind of hitting the sound differently. In a DAW, this matters a lot less. Basically, with modern DAWs, you have infinite headroom, and you have what is called linear effects. So a bunch of effects where doesn't really matter what the input volume is. So when we talk about linear effects, we mean things like EQs or something. So if I send something into a digital EQ at plus 36 dB and turn it down afterwards, this will result in exactly the same thing as just sending the quieter signal into the digital EQ. So gain staging here, kind of irrelevant. So you can have your volumes go all over the place, you can go in the red, anything, as long as you turn it down on the master again, it doesn't really matter. It's not really an issue, because basically it's linear, you've got infinite headroom, it's all fine. Where gain staging does matter, however, so the input gain, are things like, for example, analog emulation EQs, because these kind of imitate the saturation behavior of analog EQs. So for example, if a gain increase before this and after this here, and turn that on and off with a button, it will make a difference in the sound. So here it really matters that we kind of hit the effect with the right volume. So if we listen to this, you can hear this distortion. So that's true for analog EQs. Of course, another scenario where this matters is compressors. So this is why compressors usually will give you independent input and output gain controls. The amount of gain that you hit the effect with will change the sound of the effect. With compressors, of course, because of the threshold and stuff, it's made to react to the volume of your sound. So once again, making sure that the input and output gain are right is kind of important. Or like saturations, for example, this also matters, of course. So this saturation will sound very differently if we increase the gain before or not. And once again, like if we have this digital EQ here and basically any linear effect, it's exactly the same. Gain staging doesn't matter. You can do stuff like have your sound on your track go really, really high. Like let's boost this by 36 times 2, so like 72 dB. And then as long as we turn this down again on the master, it doesn't really become an issue. Or as long as we turn it down in another place. When it does become an issue is only when you have nonlinear effects in between. So let's check that we have nothing nonlinear on the bass here. We don't. And you can see, yes, this track is peaking at plus 62 dB, but because we're going down again on the master before it hits any nonlinear part, it's fine. So that's kind of gain staging. That's gain staging and when it matters. So there are other aspects to this, which are sort of more workflow oriented. So for example, if you have this sound here really quiet as opposed to really loud, your mixer fader might not be enough to turn it back up. So ideally you want to keep your sounds in a volume level where you can comfortably turn them up and down with your mixer fader. So if this sound is way too loud or way too quiet, basically this mixer fader becomes useless. We need to have it down all the way here for the sound to be an acceptable volume. And we can't work with this. In a DAW, it's not like in the analog realm where basically every single component kind of is nonlinear. If you're dealing with analog components, it's almost like you have like a little clipper between every single little stage of your DAW, and this will hugely affect. And that's why especially old school mixers talk so much about gain staging. Whereas in a DAW, while it is a good habit to kind of keep nice gain staging simply for reasons like this workflow thing here, and also being aware of what volume you're hitting your saturators, your compressors with, etc., you can, in theory, I wouldn't recommend it, but in theory you can create good mixes with really unreasonable looking gain staging, where some tracks go into the red a huge amount as long as they're simply turned down again somewhere else. So you could have all your tracks completely in the red here, and as long as you have some gains on the master kind of cancelling that out, it'll be fine. Because the one thing where it then will matter again, even if you don't have a clipper on the master, is that when you export from 32-bit to 24-bit, it's basically like applying a clipper. 32-bit and higher, so like float bit depth basically, you've basically got infinite headroom practically. Not really, but like basically infinite. Whereas if you export these sounds they get rendered down to 24 bits, and anything that is peaking above 0 dB will simply get clipped off. So that's the one thing. As long as your master isn't peaking, it's fine. Okay, so let's talk about yet another way of adding high end to your sounds without using EQ, because once again, EQ isn't necessarily bad, but sometimes other methods have different sounds, and sometimes these sounds are nicer. So I've got this percussion stuff here. Oh, let's actually go on the full drum bass. Maybe it'll make the demo more obvious. So one way we could add high end to this is with EQ. We've talked about many times before that EQ can only really boost the high end that is already there though. It can't really add new information. So one method that actually does kind of add new information is using a vocoder. So we could use a vocoder to rebalance the frequencies of our drums by using a test tone, so like some kind of noise as the carrier. So any kind of vocoder that basically has like a noise mode, this will work for this. And then this basically adds this high frequency noise here in the high end, and this way adds high end that's kind of new, that's not from the sound itself, but it's like it's created, it synthesizes a new layer. I like to use quite few bands for this usually. Maybe we can kind of change the dynamics. And then what we can do is basically just high pass this. And then we probably want to compress this a little bit. And yeah, it's just a different way of adding high end to a sound. So like we could just bring this in here, maybe boost this by 12 dB. On this drum bass maybe isn't the greatest example. So one situation I quite like doing this sometimes is on hi-hats. This hi-hat here, for example. Let's say we want to add kind of smooth high end to it. We would get a vocoder and use it in a noise mode. And we can kind of control the length of the tail and stuff. And then we can just kind of, I don't know, maybe compress the vocoders out. And bring this in as a high-end layer to a hi-hat. And it just sounds different than doing it with EQ, you know? We could just as well do this. What's kind of nice about the noise is that it's kind of smooth and less resonant. So this is an option, but so is this. Sometimes one sounds better, sometimes the other sounds better. So it's good to know both. Some of these resonances are annoying me a bit. And we could fix this with EQ. But really what's bothering me are just specific notes. So maybe there's a more targeted way of doing this. An alternative to EQ. Once again, that's a lot of what we're doing in this series. Using alternatives to EQ. Not because EQ is bad, but simply because it's good to know many different ways of doing things. And sometimes these other ways sound a bit cleaner. So it's only really this note here where this is bothering me. So what we can do is we can use a key tracker in our synthesizer to mix this. And simply control this specific note. This is the point where it happens. So I place the point on my key tracker here, and I can see, okay, whenever this note happens, I should maybe turn down the gain of the synth, and that will kind of fix that resonance. And then I don't need to remove that frequency area from all the other notes like I would with EQ. So I'm simply going to modulate the gain here, then I can just drag this note down. And kind of decide, okay. And this kind of fixes the resonance issue I was having. And this is a technique I've been using a bunch on these arpeggio kind of sounds where I've found that maybe they get a bit harsh. So maybe we listen here. So it's this note, and this note that are kind of bothering me. Once again, I could just remove high end from the whole sound. But then I'm also removing the nice high end from these lower notes. So let's instead use this key tracker. And I kind of know, okay, these higher notes are what's annoying me. So let's simply turn down the gain of all the higher notes. And maybe we don't turn this node quite as much down. And you can see this is kind of like an EQ curve where you've got our frequencies here and our gain on this axis. But it acts on the nodes. So it only reacts to nodes that sit in this area. It doesn't take away high end from all the other nodes. Okay, so when in mixing exactly should you use the solo button? Should you never solo because it's kind of, you want to hear everything in context? Should you solo often because you want to hear each sound with the most detail possible? I kind of have a simple sort of guiding principle for this that I use for when I use the solo button, and maybe it's helpful for you too. And the basic idea behind when I solo is that I solo sound when I want to remove information, and I try to listen in context when I want to add information. The reason that I solo when I want to remove information is that there might be information in the sound that's unnecessary, but that I don't hear when I don't have the sound soloed because it's being masked by other sounds. So for example, if I listen to this sound and I kind of want to decide how much I want to remove the low end here, I really want to solo so I can hear that for once I'm not removing too much, that I keep the sound intact, and that I can kind of be sure that I'm not overlooking anything that I could be removing but I'm not. Whereas if I want to add information like this, I really need to be aware of what else is going on in that frequency area. So here, because there might be other sounds sitting in that high frequency area, and I kind of don't want to get into their way. And this is not just something for EQing sounds, but it's also something for, I don't know, for things like saturation, for example. Saturation adds harmonics to a low-end sub. So do we want to add these harmonics or not? Do we need these harmonics for the sub to cut through the mix? Well, we should probably listen in context. So if I go to another mix here, maybe, when we're adding harmonics to a sub, really what we're doing is we're adding information. So the amount of saturation that we should be adding to the sub, I think, is a decision that should really be made in context. So let's just get a saturator here, because this might clutter up the mix in a way that we don't really hear in solo. Whereas if we want to remove information, so for example with dynamics, remove information from the drums here. Where's my drum group? I think this is my drum group. I prefer to work in solo because I might not hear information that I want to remove when I don't listen in solo. So for example, when doing something like setting a gate on this sound, I like to do that in solo. To hear for one that it sounds natural on this particular sound. When I'm removing information, I never run a risk at getting more in the way of another sound. So like I don't need to worry about what's going on elsewhere as much. Whereas if I'm adding information, I should be very aware of whether I'm encroaching on another sound's territory in the spectrum and stereo field, so to speak. That's maybe one kind of guidance for how to use the solo button and when it makes sense to solo. When you're removing information, do it in solo. When you're adding information, do it while listening to the whole mix and in context. Is this a rule you should never break? No, it's a rule you can break as much as you want. I don't do what you want. It's not a rule I personally always follow, but I think it's a decent guideline for how to sensibly use the solo button. Okay, so what's the point of De-Essers and why do we often want them after compressing a sound? Well, it has to do with what vocals are made of. They are kind of made of these tonal sound and these consonants. So what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to record my vocals here. So if I just speak a little bit here and I just kind of create these vocals, which have both these vowel sounds, but also these sharp consonants here. What you can hear in the raw uncompressed vocal and kind of see in the waveform here are these moments where you've got these low end sounds. So the vowels, vocals, and then you've got these stuff like sibilants here, which are kind of high end sounds. And usually these sibilants peak a bit lower than these vocal sounds because low end needs to peak higher to sound the same volume as high end. So if we compress this with a standard compressor that only cares about absolute volume, what it will do is it will turn down this low end a lot more than these kind of etc. sounds. So if I just compress this here, let's compress it quite aggressively for demonstration's sake, and then add makeup gain a little bit here and just kind of create these vocals which have both. You can hear how these kind of sibilant sounds, because we're turning it up again after the compression, they are not hit by the compressor as much, So they kind of become louder and they can become quite sharp after compression. Vocals which, listen to this, which have vocals which have versus vocals which have both, vocals which have, the sharpness becomes a lot exaggerated. Vocals which have both. And this is where a de-esser comes in. So the most classic de-esser design is quite simply a compressor that only listens to the high end. And that's it. So it's basically a compressor with a sidechain filter. So if I just listen to what this compressor de-esser is reacting to, you can hear I can set it to a certain frequency. So it kind of listens to what's going on in the high end. And whenever something is loud in the high end, like these sibilances here that are kind of left alone because our normal compressor doesn't react to them enough, the de-esser will kind of turn them down. Which have both these vowels, these vocals which have. So this is kind of the way that de-esser compensates for a compressor, because a compressor doesn't react to the high end enough, because our ears are more sensitive in the high end, and the compressor doesn't work like our ears. The compressor doesn't look at different frequencies and kind of density here. The compressor only looks at peak values. So that's why we de-ess after compression, or sometimes before compression, but it's really about making up for this deficiency of the compressor. And then we can also use other things to de-ess, of course, like these spectral kind of plugins. We can do the same, where basically, okay, we know we've compressed the sound, we've got excess high end energy now. Let's put some dynamic EQ type stuff on the high end here. These vocals which have both, these vocals which have, these vocals which have both, these vocals which have both, these vocals which have both. One thing that you kind of need to watch out for with de-essing is that if you overdo it, you're basically giving the person a lisp, because you're kind of removing all that high-end stuff. So like if I de-ess this really aggressively, these vocals which have both these vowel sounds, but also these sharp it sounds kind of lispy. My voice already does a little bit, so like maybe this isn't the best example, but basically if you're removing too much sharpness in the sibilants, you're kind of losing a lot of definition. So that's de-essing and what it's for. Cheers. Yo, so something about volume meters you kind of need to understand is that they do not show perceived loudness. These volume meters, these kinds of things here that appear on your mixer view, etc., these do not show you the balance of your mix. These do not show you how loud sounds are relative to each other. What they do show you is how high a sound peaks. So basically the amplitude, but the two are really not the same. So if I just, you know, play a bit of music here. For example, we can compare the sub bass here. Okay, it's this here. This is this amount of quote-unquote loudness. Compare that to, I don't know, the snare. The snare peaks quite a bit lower. -12 here, you can see. The snare is much louder. Because our ears are not, don't have the same sensitivity for different frequencies. Like, a quite simple way to demo this is, let's just create two different sounds, look at them on an oscilloscope and look at them on a frequency analyzer. So, to a volume meter, these two sounds that I'm about to play you, these will look like they will be the same volume. Which one of these sounds louder to you? Another example we could do, okay, we can make this a square wave, this second sub. These two sounds, all of these sounds, all of 4 of these sounds will read at exactly the same value on this volume meter. Are these sounds the same loudness to you? Volume meters only useful to show where sound is peaking, and even for that, honestly, I prefer other things. We're going to talk about that later. But don't use these to judge the balance of your mix. Do not. Same with these sort of numbers here. These numbers alone don't really tell you much, because they don't tell you anything about the frequency content of your sound. And a sound with more or less overtone will read as the same value here, but it will sound significantly more or less loud. So don't trust these things. I'm not gonna say they're completely useless, but I'm gonna say don't trust them. Okay, so most of you working at home will probably be working with monitoring systems that are not ideal, that fail you in certain frequency areas. For example, one experience I have made quite frequently is that on my speakers, I have a tendency to turn the sub up too loud, and then when I listen on headphones, it's way too loud and it's kind of overly boomy and nasty. And these are the kinds of situations where meters, analyzers can be really helpful, because these can kind of give you an objective view what is going on in certain frequency areas that your speakers aren't great at reproducing. For example, because your speakers don't really extend that far into the low end, like most speakers kind of start being a bit iffy around 60 Hertz, and even lower it's kind of there. So judging your sub volume on speakers can be tricky if you don't have a proper sub, and also if your room isn't properly treated, because sub frequencies have a tendency to ring out for way longer, but then there can be certain dips in certain areas and it's very uneven. So for judging the volume of your sub bass, if your monitoring isn't ideal, metering can be really helpful. So the main type of meter I'm talking about here are spectrum analyzers. So I wouldn't really use them too much when mixing the sort of areas where you can actually trust your ears and your speakers. But for those kind of extreme ends, very low in the low frequencies, or also very high where maybe your hearing isn't that good. If you do like a hearing test and you only can hear sounds maybe up to 15K because you're a little bit older, or you, I don't know, spend too much time on construction sites or something, then looking at an analyzer and seeing if the frequencies above 15K are doing something weird can be quite helpful. So for example, if I just take a look at this mix here, you can see this kind of frequency here. Let's just play this without volume for a bit. And this is the volume of my sub bass. So what would I do to kind of judge my sub bass's volume? Well, one thing I could do is I could use a reference track, because you kind of know that the sub bass volume in the reference track is working. So we could bring like a reference tracks. I don't know. Let's maybe get like a what sounds good. Tipper always sounds good. I don't know. That's like very reliable sort of music is what you want to choose. And then you kind of broadly match this in volume to your music. So you listen, take a look at this here. I'm not going to play you this for obvious copyright reasons. Let's make this. And let's see that we get this roughly as loud as our tune. Okay, we need to turn this up a little bit. So you can see, okay, this is like a sub bass here. And then, okay, we have this at roughly the same volume as our mix. And now we can kind of compare, okay, how loud is their sub bass here peaking? How loud is our sub bass peaking? Is our sub bass too loud or too quiet? Other plugins that can be quite useful for this. So there is this isotope plugin called Tonal Balance Control, which overall I don't really like relying on, because I feel like it kind of makes too many assumptions about what kind of music you're making and shows you this kind of ideal area, but a lot of mixers I like actually don't really sit in this ideal area. But the one thing where I do consult this quite often is the areas where I don't really trust my speakers. So if I play my mix into this, and I see that my sub bass, where I know, okay, I can't hear this properly, kind of peaks higher here than it should. In this case, it doesn't, it seems to be fine. But I've definitely made mixes where basically this kind of thing here can happen, where basically you're turning your sub up too loud because your monitoring isn't really up to par and your sub is just really loud, and you will see this kind of go outside this range. And then this would be a situation where, for example, I would actually use this meter to kind of say, okay, apparently my sub is too loud, and I know this is an area that maybe I can't really trust my speakers well in my hearing well, because I don't have the right room or something. Same for sort of extreme high end. Maybe you have some hearing loss and you don't really hear frequencies above 15K. And then you kind of end up making mixes where you turn up the high end really loud because you're kind of trying to compensate for that. Or maybe your speakers are a bit muffled. These kinds of things, basically the two extremes of your mix, the extreme low end and the extreme high end, where both your hearing and your speakers and your room might be starting to fail you, especially if you're sort of a more amateur bedroom producer with not the fanciest of listening equipment. These are the kind of areas where really these meters here can be really helpful. So same as this, if we just compare this to the reference track, that I kind of see this, and then we look at some reference tracks and we go, okay, we never really see this in the reference tracks. This is kind of where we would maybe consult these meters over just using our ears for balancing. Another example would, for example, be DC offset. So sometimes what you will be seeing, and I'm going to create something here that is quite nasty, but and you're not going to hear it, you're just going to see it, because this is not something that you can hear. So if you just have this mix here, and sometimes when you use weird experimental sound design, you will get DC offset, and this will show up on your meters like very low frequencies. And no matter how good your speakers are, they will not make you hear DC offset. You just can't hear that low. So this is a problem here. This is going to take away your headroom. This is going to make your nonlinear effects on your master react weird. This is going to potentially even damage speakers or something, and this is something that you can't hear. This is something that you can only check with an analyzer. So like, you would see this and then you see, oh, there's something weird going on at the extreme low end. And I'm not talking like, I don't know, 5 hertz or something, or 10 hertz or 20 hertz. I'm not saying you need to high pass away anything here, but if it's really like 0 hertz, then these are the sort of things, okay, where your analyzer can kind of show you, this maybe we should fix that. And the way to do a fixed DC offset is with an EQ. And the nice thing about DC offset is you can fix it with a very gentle EQ. Like, you don't need much. You need 6 dB per octave slope. Whether you want to make this linear or minimum phase, both are kind of fine, because you can place this so low in the spectrum that basically the phase shift or the pre-ringing aren't huge issues. So like, this is not high passing of rumble, this is high passing of, you can see this kind of fixes this DC offset here. Let's maybe make this more extreme. The extremities of your mix, that's just really where these kind of meters can do stuff that your ears and speakers just can't provide, and that is why you will want to consult them. Okay, so when people talk about resonances, they often do so in quite a negative light. They talk about resonances that are a problem. But what's really important to understand is that not all resonances are a problem. Resonances are what makes the sound melodic. They are what gives the sound its pitch. The more resonances, the clearer the pitch. So if we look at a sound like this, and we've seen some YouTube videos on resonances, we might be inclined to want to EQ all of these down here, because we go, oh, there's all these resonances, bad, bad, bad. Or if we use a plugin like Soothe, these plugins claim to be intelligent, but really they just see a bunch of peaks in the spectrum and they go, okay, the loudest ones need to be turned down. But it's not necessarily the loudest resonances that are the ones that you need to turn down. It's mostly about things like, are the resonances too loud compared to neighboring resonances? Are the resonances in key? This is really crucial. Often it's more quiet resonances that really stick out to your ears, and these plugins don't know these things. They don't know what your musical intent is. They don't know what your key is. They don't know what your melody is. They don't know how these resonances work with other sounds harmonically. So you really need to listen to the resonances that these plugins will be removing and try to really guide them to only remove what is actually an issue. So if we listen to this melody, you can see that it wants to remove all of this stuff, but really I only hear one resonance here on this note here that actually needs to be removed. And it kind of dulls out everything else. So really, we really need to kind of dial this in here, and listening to delta can be really helpful. So really find the resonance and make sure that this plugin is only removing a resonance that is bothering you. So it's somewhere in the high end here. We know we need a bit more attack, but because it's kind of more of a sustained sound. So it's somewhere here, I think. And this is how we ensure that it doesn't remove all resonances, because resonances are the lifeblood of your music. Resonances are the melodies, the harmonies. Harmony is all about resonance. These kind of peaks here. What stays when you remove all resonance from a sound? Let's maybe just demo that a little. What stays when you remove all resonance from a sound is noise. Because sounds are made of resonances and noise. And basically unpitched noise is what remains if you really remove any resonance without discrimination. And this is what all these allegedly smart plugins will do to your music. They will just turn it into pink noise. You can hear how it removes all the tonal components of your sound, and what remains are the sort of unpitched, noisy nonsense. Tell them what you want them to do. Don't just let these plugins take care of it for you. So often it can even be better to simply use dynamic EQ to simply really identify the single frequency that's causing the issue. So using something like TDR. So it might be this one here that's bothering me. So we can really only make it remove this one, because most resonances in your music are good resonances. Okay, so I want to talk about the difference between bus processing and processing on individual tracks, because there are some very simplified sound demos that I think can show us a lot about what's actually going on here. And these are not going to be real musical examples, but very sort of simple type things. So first of all, let's create some sine waves. Let's create a sine wave at 2K and one at 3K. And then what we want to do is we want to saturate these sine waves. And in one example, we want to saturate them together. And in the other example, we want to saturate them separately on the bus. So what I'm going to do with this button is going to turn off the saturator that saturates them individually. And we're going to use exactly the same saturator settings, but on the bus. And this one is going to be turned on by that button. So basically, if I click this button, they are saturated together. If I turn off this button, they are saturated separately, but not together. And if we look at the spectrum analyzer, we will see that this makes quite a difference. You can see that if we saturate them together, we get a bunch more harmonics. In this case specifically, we get harmonics of their common fundamental, of their common period, which is 1K, because 2K and 3K sort of have that in common. And we get a bunch more harmonics here. So in terms of mixing, what this means is these two sounds are being glued together. These two sounds are kind of being made to sound like they belong to one waveform. If we saturate them separately, it kind of sounds like two different pitches, whereas if we saturate them together, it just sounds like one note kind of. This is kind of how you make these decisions about, do you want to saturate sounds together or separately? Well, if you want them to stick together, if you want them to sound like one note, you will saturate them together, because the saturation will kind of fuse them into one waveform. If you want to keep your mix clean, and you don't want all those extra harmonics here, you can see how these harmonics are much denser here, especially sort of here in the lower frequencies, than these two. And this is only going to get more extreme if these aren't two harmonically related sounds. Like, for example, if I just do this, you can see now all these harmonics appear if we saturate them together that aren't there if we saturate them separately. So these harmonics, sometimes you want them because it fuses the sound together, sometimes you don't want them because it clutters up your mix. That's saturation. That is the one example I want to show you. The other example I want to show you is with compression. We're going to get a kick drum and some hi-hats from my wonderful sample packs that you have all bought, because then I don't need to advertise it to you anymore. So I'm going to just put the kick here. And this is going to be a very simplified example. Of course, real drum rhythms are more complicated, but I think it can help to kind of understand these very, very idealized examples first, and then you can kind of see how this works with more complex music. So we have these 4 hi-hats here, and then we set up a compressor on this bus so that it mainly hits the kick drum. And then I'm going to give it a bunch of release. And we're going to copy this same compressor on the individual tracks, so applying the same compressor settings to both tracks separately, and these are going to be turned off by our button. So if the button is hit, we're compressing together. If the button isn't hit, we're compressing separately. And we want to first look at this visually. Or let's first look at them separately. Okay, the kick and the hi-hats here. First of all, these sounds are kept separate. But then if we compress them together, you can see how the release from the kick drum gives these hi-hats this kind of slope and volume that we don't get if we compress them separately. Because basically the hi-hats are being processed by a compressor reacting to the kick, which is not happening if we compress them separately. And this is what drum glue is. This is what people like glue compressors on their drum buses, because it makes them move together and react to each other. So if we just listen to this, you can kind of hear the difference between this kind of pumping that we get when we compress them together that we will not be getting if we compress them separately. So this is compressing them separately. This is compressing them together. The hi-hats move, so the hi-hat closer to the kick is quieter than the later ones, because this is still affected by the compressor reacting to the kick, and this sounds much more like a unit. You can hear how it has this kind of bounce to it, because the hi-hats kind of rise up after the compressor. It gets this kind of breathing effect that we don't get here, where the sounds are kind of clinically separated. So this is why you would want to saturate or compress on a bus or separately. And by the way, if you do this with EQ, EQ is a linear effect, meaning EQ, it doesn't matter. So with digital EQ specifically, it doesn't matter. With analog EQs, there's basically saturation involved. So yes, it does matter, but if we just put the same EQ on both sounds separately or on the bus and kind of create the same button to swap between them, it won't matter. It's really non-linear effects like saturation and compression where bus processing really becomes interesting and kind of becomes something fundamentally different to processing on individual tracks. Whereas with linear effects, it's mostly like a workflow decision. Like if I want to boost the highs of both together, might as well do it on the bus. It's going to be faster. So if we just listen to this, they're the exact same, like exact same. So let me just bounce this group out here. Once on the bus and once on the individual tracks. You can see these are the same. Like these will perfectly cancel each other out if I invert the polarity of the two and just play the two. Perfect phase cancellation. These are the same sound. With the compressor and the saturation, it was pretty obvious that they're not the same sound. They kind of, it makes a huge difference while you place it. So yeah, this is what bus processing is about. This is how you kind of think about whether to do something on a bus or separately. There is no one size fits all or this always on a bus. It's really about the sound you're trying to achieve and the kind of different effects that you can get from it. Do you think your mix kind of needs to be fused together more and glued together more? Or do you think maybe you want to actually keep your mix kind of cleaner and more separated? Maybe your mix is already kind of too noisy. Okay, so a very common piece of mixing advice, I think, is that you should have your reverb on a send. That you don't want to place your reverb plugins on individual tracks like this, but that instead you want to have it at 100% mix on a dedicated track, and then you send your reverb over there. And I think having your reverb on individual tracks kind of has a reputation of being a bit sort of amateurish and a bit unprofessional. Kind of like this is what people that don't know what they're doing do. And there are certain advantages to having your reverb on a send. So I want to just walk you through them. But I also want to give you some scenarios where maybe having your reverb on individual tracks actually makes more sense. Some advantages of having your reverb on a send. First of all, it saves CPU. This is kind of especially relevant on older systems maybe. If you have like a very good PC, maybe this is less of an issue. But if you want to have reverb on multiple tracks, you have to place a reverb on each of the tracks, and it of course uses much more CPU than having a single instance of a reverb where only one reverb needs to be calculated and you just send multiple tracks to it. Another advantage of having your reverb on a send is that it creates coherence, because you have the same reverb with the same settings on the send. Multiple sounds get sent to it, so it kind of sounds like they are in the same room. That's number 2. Number 3 is having a reverb on a send means that your reverb will be in parallel, and this means that you can process your reverb separately. So if you have your reverb on the track here, you don't really have separate control over this reverb. So for example, you can't EQ the reverb separately from the rest of the sound, whereas if the reverb is on a send, the reverb kind of becomes its own sound. So like you can compress the reverb, you can EQ the reverb, you can sidechain the reverb while the dry sound is unaffected. Now there are some ways of doing this on the track. These are, I would say, the sort of 3 main advantages of having a reverb on a send. That it's in parallel, that it saves CPU, and that it can create coherence between multiple tracks. However, there are also some scenarios where I think having a reverb on an individual track actually makes more sense. And these are when the reverb is not really meant to be a kind of room that different tracks exist in, but it's more something personal to the instrument. It's kind of a style of sound design choice almost. So if I have like this sound here, I want to add a bit of roominess to it. So let's get maybe this reverb here again. You can kind of dry wet mix this in. And you can kind of treat this as part of the sound. So now you can do stuff like compress them together, EQ them together, and kind of glue them together and kind of make the reverb a part of your sound design. So it's like maybe a special effects reverb or sort of. And you can regain some control when having the reverb on the track by creating parallel processing racks. So you would lose like a rack, basically an FX layer. In Bitwig it's called, in Ableton it's called an audio effect rack, in different DAWs it's called different things. And basically what you would do is you would have your dry chain here that's unaffected, and then you would have a second chain that has the reverb in it. And now you can do stuff with the reverb at 100% wet like EQing the reverb here. You can compress the reverb separately. What you can't do is send multiple instruments to this now, but if you only want it on this instrument anyways, and you kind of want to process them together later, this can make sense. And you can also do stuff when having this on this track, like automate the send amount by simply placing a gain before the reverb. So you can do stuff like send to this reverb on this track only certain notes. And this kind of gives you all the control that having reverb on a send. Of course, with the disadvantages of still using more CPU and stuff. It really just depends on what you're trying to achieve, whether your reverb should be on a send. I think the notion that having reverbs on individual tracks is necessarily unprofessional and bad is maybe a bit antiquated, and it really depends the function that the reverb is serving for your arrangement. Other things you could do is, for example, in Bitwig you can do stuff like have reverbs in groups. So like you could create a send that is local to this group, and then you could have your reverb on that. And then you can process the sound with the reverb together on the group bus. So this is essentially the exact same thing as having like an FX track here, where you, I don't know, you could then do stuff like automate the send amount here, same way you would with a send, but it's kind of still separated from the rest of the arrangement. Do we want to process the dry sound only, or do we want to process both together? In that case, I don't know, compress them both together. This can also be of advantage when, for example, you want to sidechain your reverb or something. So yeah, that's kind of the differences between having reverb on a send and reverb on an individual track. There is no clear answer to which one is better. It just depends. You just need to understand what's going on here. And yeah, if your CPU is limited, of course, you will heavily favor reverb on a send, because you only need to calculate a single reverb here. Which especially is relevant for very CPU-intense reverb, like convolution reverbs, or plugins like AP-Verb can be quite CPU-intensive. I think cinematic rooms also, this can be quite CPU-heavy. Sort of your stock reverb, it probably will matter less because it'll be more optimized. Okay, so as we've discussed in the video on bus processing, processing sounds together with certain effects that are non-linear, like compressors, limiters, saturation, etc., clippers, will just fundamentally sound different than processing them all individually. This is the reason that some people like to have certain effects on their master all the way when mixing. Now, traditionally the approach is you do nothing on your master and then you mix all your tracks and then you start doing master processing. But if you know that you want certain nonlinear effects on your master because you like the sound of them, which is a sound that you just can't get by having them on the individual tracks, or you know that you will be pushing your master heavily because you will be making it very loud, for example, then it can make sense to mix into a compressor, to mix into a clipper, to mix into a limiter. Because if you push these effects hard, they will basically affect the balance of your mix. And this means that they will probably affect the choices you will want to make while mixing. So for example, if we have this mix here, we might want to hear, while setting the levels of our bass, of our drums, etc., how they will be affected by a master compressor, because we know we enjoy the sound of master compression and we will want a compressor on there. So these are the kinds of things where you would decide that actually at the very start of mixing, even before setting the levels of your tracks, you would place the effect that you know you will have on your master on your mix. This is kind of a matter of style if you like the sound of your whole mix going through a compressor, but if you do want your whole mix to go through a compressor, it can really make sense to have that compressor there all the time, because it will affect how your transients sound, how your drums sound, and this is something that you will want to be able to hear when making mixing decisions. So for me personally, it's a fairly simple thing. The thing that I like having on my master while mixing is just a clipper, because I want to kind of hear how the transients of my sound specifically will be affected by a clipper, how the bass will drive the master, but this kind of depends on the style that I'm mastering. So in other styles you might want just a limiter on your master while mixing. In yet other scenarios you might want nothing on your master while mixing, because you kind of know that during mastering you don't want to make any kind of processing choices that will affect the balance of your mix. But yeah, if you know that during mastering you will want to put on certain effects that you will be pushed heavily and that will affect the balance of your mix because they turn the loud sounds down quite a bit more than the quiet sounds. You will want to have these effects on your master while mixing, so that you can make mixing decisions kind of anticipating what these effects will do, so that you're not guessing how these effects will be affecting your mix. And this is why certain people like mixing into a compressor or like mixing into a limiter. Okay, so I want to talk a little bit about the objective versus the subjective aspects of sound, because both play a huge role in mixing. There is a large element of artistic decisions of taste that you can't really say are right or wrong. And then there's another side of things where basically there are a lot of scientific truths that you sort of understand. And I think people sometimes struggle to differentiate the two. I, for example, once witnessed a debate between two people that just couldn't really agree on something, because one was convinced that clipping on the master, digital clipping, is bad. It's not subjectively kind of they don't like the sound, but it's objectively wrong. While the other person just said, no, I like how it sounds, I enjoy this, how can this be wrong? The person that was saying that it's wrong was basically arguing by sending all these articles to things like digital clipping and that it causes aliasing and stuff. So I want to take a bit of a look at that. What is the objective truth here, and what is the this sort of subjective aspect? So first of all, digital clipping. Yes, digital clipping has a certain sound to it, has certain artifacts. If you don't oversample your clippers and you clip your masters, there will be aliasing. This is just scientific fact. So if we like take a clipper here and drive this sound into it, and the sound is above a certain frequency, we will start seeing aliasing, and then these kind of alias down harmonics. This is just factual. There's no debate about this. You can show this on a spectrum analyzer. However, I think some people then make certain jumps to basically matters of taste, and you really need to be careful to differentiate there. So first of all, we can show this graph that yes, digital clipping, aliasing. This is just factual. There's nothing we can debate about it here. This is the truth. However, we can't then just jump to digital clipping objectively bad, because all we can really say with certainty is, okay, there are these kind of peaks here. They are there, but this spectrum analyzer can't tell us what sounds good or bad. If we enjoy the dissonance of these peaks because they tend to be inharmonic, which once again is a fact, you can't then tell someone that digital clipping on their master because of this graph here is wrong. This graph alone does not prove it. And this kind of step from this is the scientific truth, this is the objective truth, to the subjective mixing decisions. I think it's really important to kind of differentiate when you hear advice about what is right and wrong in mixing, about where people make that step and where do you draw the line. So there are a lot of people in mixing that kind of have certain opinions about the right way of doing things. And sometimes there are certain merits to these opinions, because basically they are based in an understanding of the consequences of things. But this can't really be used to actually derive right and wrong, and it's just sounds, it's just different effects. So I really want to encourage you to kind of stop thinking about what is the right and the wrong way of doing things, and kind of start thinking more in terms of cause and effect. So the actual scientific fact in this situation is not digital clipping equals bad, equals wrong, equals unprofessional. The actual factual thing that we can say here is digital clipping leads to aliased harmonics under certain circumstances in the high end that will have no harmonic relationship to the original sound and may be perceived as dissonance. But we do not really use the words right or wrong. We do not really use the words good or bad in these kinds of things. And then the kind of artistic side of this is more the sort of the understanding of, or the kind of taste of it. So do we like this effect? Do we enjoy the effect that this creates? I personally really don't enjoy the sound of aliasing, especially on harmonic sounds. I think it sounds horrible. But I'm not going to go out there and tell other people that this is necessarily wrong, that this is objectively horrible. Because this kind of step from these harmonics are there, I can prove this, there is no argument about it, to these harmonics shouldn't be there, so about things that should or shouldn't be, this is something that ultimately is up to the mixer as an artist. And there are, I think, a lot of scenarios in this where people kind of get lost in these debates about what is the right or wrong way of doing certain things, and they fail to draw this line. So what can you mathematically prove? What can you show in the graph? And what does this graph actually tell you? And where might you be jumping into a value judgment where really it's just sounds? There is no right or wrong sound, I think. There is no, even when you have certain studies that show, okay, hundreds and hundreds of people prefer one sound over the other. Does that make the other sound objectively wrong? I would argue no. Kind of your artistic freedom to make decisions that other people may disagree with. And these things happen a lot in mixing. So people will say, oh, making your masters super loud, that's kind of wrong. And then other people will say, no, there's clear proof that your masters need to be loud because most people prefer this. And I think there are always these kind of jumps between what is objectively measurable, what can be scientifically proven, and these value judgments. And in my experience, mixing engineers that kind of make these blanket statements of no, doing this is wrong, they tend to kind of be bad at differentiating these objective and these subjective parts. So try not to think in terms of this is the right way of doing things, this is the wrong way of doing things. Try to go a little bit deeper. Try to go, if I do this, then this will happen, then this will happen, then this will happen. This is clearly provable. Do I want these things to happen? So if I do A, B will happen, and then if I do B, C will happen. If I don't like C, then I shouldn't do A, because C will happen. If I do like C, I can do A. Alright, so in this one I just want to show you a little trick here that I use sometimes when I get stuck on a mix, because I just can't stop tweaking things and I keep messing with all the individual tracks, and I kind of know, okay, I really need to move on now, but I just can't bring myself to. There's a very simple trick you can do, and that is just what I call iterative bouncing. So basically you take all of the synth patches in your mix, etc., and you just bounce them all to audio. You basically remove the option for yourself to tweak them anymore. And then you kind of, okay, you end up with all this audio here, and then you say to yourself, okay, I can still keep working on this and I can still make this better, but I have to just process this audio now. I can't go back and tweak certain things. And then if you get stuck again, you can repeat this trickery. So you can do stuff like, okay, I'm kind of stuck on all these individual audio tracks. Okay, now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna simplify further. I'm gonna take away more and more options for myself to tweak this. I'm going to make my final adjustments to all the individual audio tracks, and then I'm just going to bounce the mix into simplified stems, like maybe these 4 groups here. So let's actually bounce these in place instead. I'm actually going to save a new version, and I'm going to bounce my buses, so like all my melody things into one stem, all my basses into one stem, all my subs into one stem, all my drums into one stem, or however you do your bussing, and just work with these. Just try to make any adjustments to these to kind of get the mix moving forward. But you kind of gradually, by bouncing these tracks, remove more and more options from yourself. You render to audio and you say, okay, I am still going to keep working on this, but I'm going to kind of reduce my options. I'm going to commit to little bits and then iteratively kind of commit more and more, until what you're committing to is actually the master and the mix is finished. Okay, so I just want to talk a little bit about saturation and the harmonics that it can add, and we will mostly be doing this visually. We will not really be listening much. If we look at a sine and we drive that into a symmetrical clipper like this here, any kind of saturation, basically the harmonics that we are adding are odd harmonics, meaning we are adding the fundamental, then we've got the fifth an octave up, so the fundamental times 3, times 5, times 7, etc. And then there are another set of harmonics that we can add, and these are harmonics that we access by clipping the sound asymmetrically. So if we look at this oscilloscope here, right now we are clipping the sound from both the top and the bottom the same, and this will lead to odd harmonics. Now if we clip the bottom differently, by doing this, for example, clipping the top differently. At the bottom, we will see these even harmonics come in. Odd and even harmonics kind of have a different kind of sound. So odd harmonics are basically what makes up a square wave, and even plus odd harmonics are what makes up a saw wave. So if we just listen to this sound here, this is just like a sub bass. These are odd harmonics, and if we bring in evens as well, what you can kind of hear is that even harmonics have a certain, they sound a bit friendlier. They sound a bit, and don't want to say nicer, but they sound a bit more in tune, a bit more in key, and they have some interesting aspects about how they are going to make your sound interact with other aspects of your music. Because even harmonics are more likely to be pitches that are in key. So harmonics, first of all, they are pitches. So for example, if I have this note is tuned to an F0. So if I want like a fifth above that, that will be a C1. This is going to be the first odd harmonic, the fifth above the sound. Sorry, we want C2. This is the first odd harmonic here. So if I only have odd harmonics, okay, this sound is in key, it's just a fifth above a note, it's all fine. And then the second odd harmonic is going to be the A, an octave above that, so A2. The second odd harmonic is A2, it's a major third. This might also be in key if you're in a major key. Then this next odd harmonic, the seventh harmonic, your fundamental times 7, this is already something that kind of doesn't musically exist. So only these first two odd harmonics actually exist in notes, as notes in your scale. We only really use multiplying by 3 and by 5 to generate our scales. We don't really use multiplying by 7, assuming that you are using standard tuning, 12 notes, equal temperament. With even harmonics, we can add quite a few more harmonics, because the first few even harmonics, they are all kind of in key. So the first even harmonic is just the octave, so F1 in key. The second even harmonic is, I think, just the second octave here. No, well, when we're creating even harmonics, we're always also creating odd harmonics. So basically creating a mix of odd and even harmonics. We get a bunch of stuff that's sort of in key, and this is why people call even harmonics sweet or in tune sounding, basically. And certain types of saturation are more likely to create even versus odd harmonics. So like we have got, so the first even harmonic is F1. And then we've got C2, which is the first odd harmonic. And then we've got F2, which is here. And then we've got, I think, A2, which is an even harmonic, where basically, no, it's an odd harmonic again, so the fundamental times 5. And then you've got the octave of this odd harmonic here, which is like times 6, so not times 3, but times 6 the front frequency. Let me think, C3. Yep, in key. And then we have the first harmonic that's not in key. But you can see there's a lot of harmonics here that are all going to be in key. And if we use sort of a softer knee, basically, and some low pass filtering, the majority of the harmonics we create with odd and even are in key. Whereas with odd harmonics, we run out of harmonics that are in key quite quickly. So this is kind of the sound of odd and even. And if we talk about different types of saturation, so for example, tube saturation is kind of characteristics for its even harmonics. So if we just add 100 Hertz and get like a plugin that simulates tube saturation, the way that it's going to be doing that, let's actually get just AP Shaper because this has a tube mode. The way that it creates this tube effect is by simply creating asymmetric clipping. You can see this here quite well, how basically the bottom is just clipped more than the top. This is kind of tubey, and you can see here we get all these even harmonics and odd harmonics. So 100, 200, 300, 400. That we only get even harmonics is very, very rare. So when people say this is an effect that adds even harmonics, they most likely mean that it adds even and odd harmonics. Whereas other certain types of clipping only add odd harmonics. Like for example, kind of your standard soft clipping, you can see this 100, 300, 500, this only adds odd harmonics. I mean, we can kind of do some offset here and then it'll also add even harmonics, I suppose. When you bias tape, so when you use DC offset going into the tape, you are kind of basically pushing a waveform up from the middle, and this means that the top side will get clipped more than the bottom, and this means that we get even harmonics. Just if you do this kind of thing where you push stuff with EC offset, so with bias, this is tape bias, into a saturator, make sure that after doing the saturation you filter out the DC offset. In this case, this plugin already has a DC filter that we can turn off, and you can see we get this kind of asymmetrical waveform with a bunch of DC offset, which can be quite bad for your speakers and for your headroom, and you don't hear it anyway, so it's kind of wasted effort. That's all kind of even and odd harmonics, all nice and good. And then there's kind of another level to this, which is Chebyshev polynomials, because these really allow us to target specific harmonics. These are very specific kind of wave shaping shapes that are certain polynomials that allow you to create only the third harmonic, only the fifth harmonic, only the second harmonic, etc. So if we get like a spectrum here and we push in a sine wave, let's just turn this tape bullshit off. Once again, these Chebyshevs, they will create DC offset, so don't say I didn't warn you. So if we use these Chebyshev polynomials, you can see, and this is one of the nice things about this particular plugin, it kind of has a Chebyshev mode. See, we can specifically target creating the second harmonic here, or the third harmonic, or the fifth harmonic. And this is like a really nice sort of additional way of control and more design the sound that the harmonics are being added. So this kind of works best on lower harmonics. You can see the seventh harmonic and stuff, isolating them gets a bit more tricky. But like lower harmonics, you can only add a third, you can only add a second. When you add the fifth, for example, you seem to also be adding a third. Or you can also do this with Bitwig stuff in the grid. So there's this kind of thing called a Chebyshev that you get as a shape module or as a grid module. And this once again really allows you control over these harmonics that you add. So where you get, okay, you get your fundamental, and then you can get a Chebyshev here. You can set this, for example, to the second harmonic, and this lets you fade in the second harmonic, and then you could create another one or the third harmonic. And yeah, this is kind of control over harmonics. So this is kind of about odd and even harmonics, while they're more or less likely to be in key, which might be a part of why, for example, tube saturation is kind of perceived as sort of sweet sounding, because it has this asymmetrical waveform which leads to even harmonics. I think that's all I have to say on the matter. Just play around with harmonics. One thing that's quite important in sort of more bass-heavy music, where you do a lot of heavy sound design, is that you have a clean sub. But the problem is that basically when you do a ton of sound design, you are likely going to mess up your sub, and you don't really want to limit yourself while sound designing to make sure that constantly, oh, your sub is it clean, is it the right volume, is there no phase shift, yada yada yada. That's not something you want to think about when doing really wacky and fun sound design. So what you want to be doing instead is basically you want to be able to just sound design whatever mid basses you have. But then when it comes to mixing, you really want your sub to be consistent, because your sub bass takes up the most headroom, it interacts with the kick drum, you want it nice and loud without clipping the master, etc. And the easy fix to that is simply to separate the sub. So I've got this sound here. And I can kind of do whatever stupid processing I want on it. I don't even need to worry about keeping the sub mono or anything, because I simply know that during mixing, what I'm going to do is I'm going to high pass it. And now it sounds quite thin and useless, but the reason that I do this is that I then copy over the MIDI from the sound to another channel where I just have a sub and just a sine wave. And I do none of that fancy processing on this. So I can get the benefits of a very clean, very nice sub, like this. Maybe make this a bit louder. And I can really decide which kinds of harmonics this sound gets, etc, etc. Keep it completely mono, make it loud, set its volume independently from the bass, and then just layer it in with the bass sound, knowing I have full creative freedom when designing my bass sound, while also having full control and perfect cleanliness on my sub. This is why we separate our sub basses from our things. And then we can also do stuff like set a sidechain the sub bass to the tail of the kick, whereas I only sidechain the mid bass to the attack of the kick, because the kick only really has mid range in the attack phase. In the tail it's mostly sub. That's sub separation. And some ways to get them to stick to each other. Well, first of all, You want to kind of make sure that your sub has a nice volume envelope that kind of fits your original sound. And then you can also do stuff like, for example, get some of your original sound like with an audio sidechain or something like from your mid basses, and then just use this to modulate properties of the sub, like maybe a little bit of FM or something to kind of make this sub move with your other sound, following the envelope of your other sound. And this is what kind of basically ensures that they don't sound like separate sounds. And then you can also do stuff like saturate them together or something like we've talked about in the kind of the glue episode. But yeah, this is sub separation. Very, very handy concept, especially when you're making bass music with experimental sound design that you also want to be really loud. Alright, so here's a little trick that you can use if you feel like your mix is lacking in a certain frequency area. What I've got here is a mix, and in this case I think it's the high end, the sort of very top end area that I feel like it's just doesn't quite have enough of. There's kind of two traditional ways of doing it. One is adding high-end on individual tracks, the other one is adding high-end on the master. I kind of want to show you a bit of a hybrid of the two that gives you more control than just doing it with an EQ on the master, but it's kind of a bit more global. And the way that we're going to do this is with a send track. So we're going to add high-end in parallel to quite a few different tracks. And basically the way that we're going to approach this is that we're going to create this send here, and we're going to send different tracks to it that all have high-end, and the send is going to have a filter on it. Now when it comes to the choice of this filter, you want to use something fairly low sloped, because the problem with higher slope minimal phase filters is that they kind of lead to weird phase cancellation when they're used in parallel. So I'm going to show you a quick demo of this with an EQ curve analyzer. So you can see that when I use this kind of filter here in parallel, this is a 4-pole filter, we get this kind of dip here. It doesn't just add up to be a high shelf because we've got the dry signal, which, you know, is just this here, and then we've got the filtered signal, which is this here. Adding the two together, we get this dip because well, there's phase shift here and there's phase cancellation. But if we use lower slope filters, like when it comes to high pass filters, we can use 2-pole filters and it's sort of fine if we don't have too much Q here. You can see we get a slight dip, but it's not too bad. Or we can even use 1-pole filter, 6 dB per octave slope. And you can see now we get this smooth transition here. We don't get this dip here. So what we're going to do with the send track is we're going to place this filter on it. And then basically we can kind of pick and choose which tracks we want to provide our additional high end. And then we can do some processing to it as well. So let's first just listen to the mix and kind of see, okay, we want to add high end to this mix, but how do we want to get that high end? So I think the chord tracks would be kind of cool, so let's send those to this high-end bus, because once again we talked about this, different tracks of course are differently able to kind of provide good quality high-end, good quality certain frequencies. So let's listen. And then I think I also want to try to get some high-end out of this bass here. So if we listen to this high-end track here, this is basically what's being added. And this alone, of course, already adds high-end to the mix. But where the real power of this comes is that we then can process this. So, for example, we could take this high-end that we're adding and saturate it together. And this is very similar to what the plugin Spectre does, if you're interested. I think it's actually identical to what it does, to be honest. So let's kind of squash this high end together, maybe first limiting it a little bit together, and then we kind of saturate it on top of that. And we could even do stuff like roomify this high end, so like widen it with some reflections or something. Let's just compress this a bit more first though, and also add some upward compression. Then we can maybe make the saturation a bit asymmetrical, so we get more even harmonics. And maybe we also want a bit of high end from the drums. Let's listen without and with. So we get this kind of high-end sparkle. Let's maybe dial the filter in a little bit more. And then we could do stuff like, for example, stereo widen. This is high-end stereo generator. So we could use this. something like this here. We could also use something like stereo spread. You can of course also do this with non-melder plugins. I just bought these recently. So now we've got this high end that we're adding, and we kind of really tailor this high end to the type of high end that we want, and then we can just mix this in. It's more or less dynamic with transient shaping, etc, etc. We can also do this for other frequency ranges, of course. So for example, I don't know, we could maybe boost the low mids a little bit or something. Let's listen if that's needed. So we would just go in here, we would take a filter. Thing you need to watch out for when choosing the filter is that you want a low pole count. So when you're using a high or low pass filter, you want a 2 or 1 pole filter, and when you use a band pass filter, you really want a 2 pole filter. So in this case, this one will do fine. Basically, a 2 pole band pass filter is just 1 pole high pass and 1 pole low pass. Yeah, we can kind of generate low mids, and we probably want to get these low mids from the bass here mainly. So let's maybe send this to the track here, and then maybe some other stuff. Where do we have the basses? A bit of the kick drum, a bit of the snare. And with low mids, I find that I actually don't like compressing them much. I kind of like to do the opposite, where I kind of really want my low mids to be kind of dynamic. So what I'm probably gonna do is squash the peaks down. And then what I'm going to do is actually expand them a lot, because I kind of like my low mids to be really dynamic. I think it just sounds cool. Kind of has that nice impact. Let's use some upwards expansion here into the saturator maybe. Let's use a limiter before the saturator and then saturate it afterwards, so it's kind of not hitting the saturator too hard, but it's kind of smashed into the limiter. So we get a bit less crunch. And then of course we can do stuff like control the stereo width of this, etc, etc. Of course, all of these examples are highly exaggerated, so like this high end is a bit much here. So what we could do to this high end, for example, is we could actually then compress this a bit spectrally with something like Spectcraft or Soothe. Spectcraft probably the better choice since it's linear phase. Don't want any makeup here. So what we're adding to our mix are this here, this kind of airiness. We could also put reverbs in there, etc. Kind of depends on your taste. And then this low mid kind of weight. Let me move this down a little. And yeah, this way we can kind of just create these little parallel tracks of different frequency areas that we can fade in. Of course, we could automate their volumes up and down, kind of the mix with that high-end bus that we created during the drop or something. We could use different methods like pitch shifting, etc. to kind of generate high-end or saturation. There's a lot of stuff. Ways we could combine this with techniques from different videos from this series, of course, but this is kind of the basic idea. Main thing, just watch the pole count of your filter. Don't use too steep filters, because you would get phase cancellation. But yeah, 6 dB per octave filters are safe, and 12 dB per octave filters are sort of safe. This one is a priority send. And this is kind of an interesting send, because we basically want to send all the main elements of our mix to it. All the stuff we really want to be in the foreground. But this send is actually not going to have an audio output. That's important. We want this muted. We want this quiet. We want this send track to only exist so that we can use it as a sidechain source for other tracks. So let's listen to this mix and let's try to identify some priority elements. Kind of two priority elements here are this bass here. So this goes to our priority send. And let's name that send priority. And then we also have this melody thing here, which kind of has this counter melody. I think this is an important element. And then basically what we do is we identify background elements and we group them in a background bus. So we have, for example, this kind of chord sound for me as a background element. During other sections of the song, maybe we have this here. So we've got these background elements and we've got a priority send, and now what we can do is quite simply we get a spectral unmasking plugin. Weapon of choice here is Spectcraft. You can do a variety of things, and then we simply sidechain away our background bus based on what's going into our priority bus. And then let's Let's maybe gain stage this a bit, so the bass seems to be quite loud in the priority bus, so let me make it a bit quieter. And yeah, let's make sure this priority bus doesn't... And this way we can gain a lot of clarity in our mix by just basically, and this is very flexible, that's kind of the main thing. So for example, if we get another main element, we can just send it to this priority bus. If we get another background element, we can just send this, like for example later on I think I have this I'll have like different basses in different sections. So for example here I have this bass here. This is a priority, let's send it to the priority bus. Yeah, this becomes more useful the more full you mix it. So if you have hundreds and hundreds of background elements, of course, this saves you much more time. This very sparse mix, it's not super exciting because we only have one background element anyways. But often you end up with tons and tons of chord stacks and layers and stuff. And you can all put them in this background bus. And yeah, you can really kind of control how much it does for each of the priority elements by how much you send them to the send. So that's the idea of priority send. A send that is not actually there to be heard, but there to be trigger sidechain. This is kind of the last send trick I want to show you for now. This is the transient or punch send. You can maybe already kind of imagine what the idea is. Basically, we create a send where we isolate transients and then we add these back in parallel to our mix. So I've got this mix here. It's already quite punchy, so maybe this isn't the best example, but like it's alright. And I want this to have more transients, more transient energy. So I've got this send here. And what I'm going to do to this send is I'm going to add send all the elements to the send that I want to have more punch. So my kick and my snare for sure. Probably also this acoustic break here. Yeah, this one. And then maybe I also want to give this bass here a bit more transients because it's kind of punchy. So let's maybe try this. Let's also send this to here. And then what we're going to do on the send is isolate these transients. So the way that we do this is with some kind of transient shaper. So you could use something like the 3 kHz transient shaper. This is pretty good. By just turning down the sustain and up the pump. And then if you just listen on the send here. And then we can gate or downwards expand it a bit further. And so another transient shaper that's really good for this is ST1B. This comes with ST4B. And this has multi-outs, so it kind of lets us just listen to the transient out. You can hear this is a bit snappier, a bit nicer, a bit cleaner. So if you have access to this one is probably a better choice. And then we kind of want to get these in the similar volume range, so we probably want to compress them a little bit, or rather limit them. And then we can add this send here back into our mix and use it to boost our transients. And then we can do a bunch of processing to this to get more control over these. Thing I hear, it's kind of adding too much transients in the low end, so let's just add an EQ. Once again, we talked about this. When you use filters in parallel, try to stick to 1 or 2 pole filters because everything else kind of causes phase cancellation. Or you can use linear phase filters, of course. So we maybe zone in a bit more on the frequency area where we want to add our transients here. And I know that this particular EQ causes phase shift at the high end. Before I get any comments, yes, you see I'm filtering out the high end anyways, so it doesn't matter. Do this before the limiter. And then we can do stuff like saturate these transients a little bit. So one thing I really like using for this is something we'll talk about in a later episode, which is type B saturation, which is very fast kind of gating. Because it makes transients more snappy rather than less snappy like normal saturation. Because you can see it kind of deals with the quietest part of the waveform and makes it even quieter. And then maybe we also clip it down a little bit, so we kind of control the amount of gain that we're adding. But of course we don't want to clip too much, because if we clip too much, we lose a bit of the sort of snap. But yeah, what we end up is this very sort of isolated transient signal that we can then add back into our original mix. And you can also use this for stuff like getting this transient signal and then adding this back into the master after the limiter into a clipper or something like this, if you want to get really fancy. So like we could use this now, Yeah, let's do it. Come on, let's get fancy here. Adding this here, we can kind of use this in mastering. So basically we limit this signal, transients, but then what we do is we add a clipper after the limiter. That's not going to be doing anything for now, but then we fade in these transients in parallel after the limiter, before the clipper, and kind of add them back in and get the extra punch with really hard limited sounds. So we could use like an audio receiver here and then do this in parallel and really push this into a clipper after the limiter, after all the entire song has been limited, for extra hard snappy transients or whatever. Bit of a stupid example, bit of an extreme example. I prefer doing this sort of before this, even before this master. So I usually like having this send inside my drum bus, and then I can kind of clip it on the drum bus here. And of course we can make this even tighter by doing stuff like a bit of gating, a bit of downward expansion, etc, etc. The advantage of the send is that we get a ton of control. So we could use like dynamics here and make this even snappier. We're making this really fast. Kind of getting down the tails even more, making this really aggressive. We could even sidechain this dynamics to like a different frequency area. Like if we want, we can get really unnecessarily fancy about this. So let's maybe do this. We could like stack the transient split to get even tighter signals. Like I'm just stacking this like 4 times, like 12 times. And we get this super snappy kind of extra signal, and then we can EQ it differently, of course. And this is how you get super unnecessarily snappy drums. I want to talk about a bit of a more abstract concept, which is the upward spread of masking. So first of all, what is masking? Well, masking is the idea that one sound makes another sound more difficult to hear. And what's kind of interesting about masking is that it's asymmetrical, meaning a sound below another sound is more likely to make it difficult to hear than a sound above another sound. If you have something loud in your low mids, it's going to make your mids difficult to hear. We can see some sort of graphs here. So this is from Wikipedia. You can see adapted from EMA here, and you can see how basically these maskers here, how they mask upwards, how they kind of make sounds above them quite high into the frequency spectrum, quite difficult to hear, especially sort of in the low mids. And this is probably why we call the low mids the mud range, because when the low mids are too loud, the mids become difficult to hear. And I don't have a good mix demo for you, so I have quite a sort of academic, abstract demo for you instead. Basically, I'm going to play you some noise here, which is going to be the masker, and then I'm going to move a tone around it, and kind of move it above the noise and below the noise. And we're going to kind of compare how it kind of becomes more difficult to hear above the noise, because the masker is kind of below it than above. And then we're going to talk a little bit about what this means for mixing. So I have this track here, and I'm just going to fade this in. This is not going to be a pretty sound. This is going to be noise. And the reason we're using noise as a masker is quite simply so that we don't get any harmonic effect. And then the tone we're going to be using here in orange, this is kind of going to be the tone we're going to be listening for. So let's just fade this in first of all. First of all, kind of observing masking. Okay, when this tone is inside the area of this noise here, we can't really hear it anymore. So if it's like here, further away, it's outside this kind of masking shadow, we can clearly hear this tone. And then when I move it close to this, it becomes difficult to hear. But then if I turn off the masker, we can hear the tone quite clearly. Now here's what's kind of interesting. The tone is a little bit below the masker, but I can still hear it fairly well. It's this ooh. But if I move it to the same volume above the masker, now we really struggle to hear it. I can't really hear this tone. If I turn off the masker, I can hear it. But if I don't, I can't hear it. So this is especially dramatic on if you play back loud. So this kind of, the way this demo is gonna work will depend on how loud you play this back. If you listen to this very quietly, we can kind of see this in this graph here. The upward spread of masking, it's sort of somewhat symmetrical, but especially when people listen to your music very loud, which is why it can be sensible to kind of test the mix quite loud, because then you get this upward spread of masking effect where really, if you play this back loud, it's going to be really difficult to hear sounds above other sounds. So this is why you want to control the volume of your lower mids in your mix, because they're going to mask stuff higher up, and higher up is where the vocals are going to sit. It's where the most important melodic elements are going to sit. It's actually kind of interesting. You can maybe listen back to this video at different volumes and you're going to hear this effect more or less, because masking is not linear, meaning it really depends on the playback gain. As you can see, if the masker is very loud, it kind of masks in a different sort of shape here, sort of filter shape if you will, than if it's quite quiet. And we can also see this here, how this kind of widens as it gets louder. So yeah, this is the upward spread of masking, and this is what's, and why even in mastering sometimes what I have to do is when the low mids get too loud and kind of get too boomy, they make the higher mid sort of difficult to hear. And okay, I've got a very simple but very useful concept for you here. Stereo width is distance. It really makes sense if you think about it. A sound further away takes up a much smaller part of your field of view, or like an object, than an object very close to you. And the same is true for sound sources. So sounds that are very close to you will sound a lot wider, because they're kind of, their two parts are sort of lined up with your two ears more, whereas if they're very far away, it's sort of a tiny sort of angle in space. It's like a tiny cone. So I can pretty simply just demonstrate this for you. So this sound here, if I widen this sound, it comes closer. If I narrow this sound, make it mono, it sounds further away. So this kind of gives you an additional angle of panning. Make a sound wide to make it sit close to you, make a sound narrow to sit it far away from you. And this way, together with the panning, you can kind of position sounds in two-dimensional space. And then you can combine this with other things like reverb, like high frequency loss, etc, etc. And you can get really quite deep mixes where there's not just a left to right angle, but also a front to back angle. Okay, I want to make the case to you to do this today, that these kinds of volume meters here, that they're kind of useless and that there's a much better alternative. So what these things show you is how loud your sound gets. And I personally never look at them. And the reason that I never look at them is that I have oscilloscopes or waveforms, which is, if I take a look at this mix here, this thing here. Now, this thing here, this waveform, and there's many versions of this. There's free plugins like Oscilloscope, doesn't matter what you use. All of them much better than this thing here, because all these things show us is how loud our sound is. Well, this thing shows us too. This thing shows us exactly, okay, this sound is this loud. But this thing has the huge advantage that it also shows you time. So these only show you how loud your sound is right now, whereas these show you how loud your sound is over time. So these let you judge very accurately how things like clippers and limiters etc are gonna react to your sound, and where the loud peaks of your sound are actually coming from. So I think these just are so much better than these here. So I always have one of these here, and I use this as my main volume meter, because I can see here exactly the volumes. And then, for example, if I clip this sound, let's just I can kind of see from the volume meter that it tells me, okay, this is peaking at plus 6 dB. And this can tell it to me too. Okay, I can see how high is this peaking here. But what this shows me is exactly for how long this is peaking. And this is really important, because if we just pause here, clipping this sound here will sound very different to clipping this sound here. because this is kind of a sustained peaking. This will create a lot of sustained harmonics. This is kind of, we can see this is low end because my waveform analyzer is also colored in, meaning redder sounds are more low in the frequency spectrum basically. And then I can see, okay, this one I could probably just clip transparently. This one I might want to limit. And I can also see exactly which elements of my mix are contributing through this loudness. So I can see, okay, it's always when the snare happens. So maybe I just want to go on the snare track and clip it there. And this way I can really do my loudness and my peak management, my amplitude management, not loudness. Loudness is different, but my amplitude management much more effectively using these kinds of meters than using these kinds of meters. And so what I do is I never ever look at these. These, to me, they are useless. They look fun as like a video background sometimes, but this is where I get my actual information from. This is where I see how loud my sounds are, how high they're peaking, how they're gonna react to clipper and limiter, how they're gonna how loud I can make them, how dynamic they are, etc, etc. This is where it's at. Don't use these silly things here. Don't use VU meters like an old man. Use these like cool drum and bass or hyperpop zoomer, and you're gonna get -2 LUFS mixes in no time. No, that's nonsense. But like for any kind of genre, really, these are so much more insightful to me than these. So I really recommend that you experiment with using an oscilloscope and kind of using this to judge your overall gain, your overall amplitude, etc. And you can even use them in mid-side and stuff and see, oh, how much side do I have? There's so much. These things are wonderful. These are so useful for mixing, for mastering, for seeing how effects are going to react to something. These are so much more insightful than these up and down thingies here. Okay then, let's talk a little bit about linear phase and when it doesn't matter. So I think I want you to make the baseline assumption that linear phase isn't necessary, that in most cases you don't need linear phase EQ, that it's gonna be an unnecessary waste of system resources and probably even sound less natural than just minimum phase EQ. However, there are some examples where it matters. The three I want to talk about today are correlated sources / parallel processing, clipped sounds, and mid-side EQ on pan sound. So what do we start with? Let's start with correlated sources. So this is kind of the standard thing. So when you process sounds in parallel and you have an EQ on one of the sounds, these two sounds are correlated, so they're the exact same waveform, and changing the phase of one of these waveforms of two sounds will make them add to each other weirdly. So we can look at this with an EQ curve analyzer quite clearly. That, okay, if I have like a high pass filter here or something, and this is quite a high slope high pass filter, if I have these in parallel, I get this phase cancellation artifact. So I have this signal and this signal that I'm adding together, but you don't get the kind of high shelf that you would expect, but instead you get this. This is because we get phase shift around the filter cutoff that makes the signal phase cancel with the kind of filtered signal and the original signal phase cancel in this frequency area. We get this kind of notch filter. This mostly happens with higher slopes. So if you use a 6 dB per octave slope, you see this is fine. But like if you use higher slopes, this effect gets more and more dramatic. And if you use like extreme slopes, you get really weird sort of interactions where basically this is going to be the filter curve that you're getting. And this also matters for things like multi-mic recordings sometimes. So for example, if you record drum stems with two different mics that are in two different positions in the room or something like that, basically what you're getting is two versions of the same exact signal, but one of them is just filtered a little differently, but they're basically the same signal. They're highly correlated. So if you use a minimum phase EQ on one of the signals, it can mean that this signal and the other signal will phase cancel. Now this specifically only happens when they're both recordings of the exact same thing at the exact same time. This is not going to happen if you have like one hi-hat sample from one pack and one from the other pack. These two hi-hat samples are not correlated. They are just different sounds, and using minimum phase EQ on one of them is not any more likely to cause any phase cancellation than it is to fix any phase cancellation. We're talking specifically about like if you're recording an electric guitar and you've got an amp signal and a DI signal or something like that. These kinds of things where you're two recordings of the exact same thing. They're basically the same, of kind of having two versions of the same signal, and then you kind of get this phase cancellation. So that's case number 1, or a 1 and 1.5 parallel processing and multi-mic recordings. Second case we want to talk about, let's talk mid-side filtering on pan signals. So I'm just gonna demo this, and this has something to do with how mid-side processing works. So I'm gonna create a test tone here, which is just gonna be a sine wave, and I'm gonna use a spectrum analyzer that has left and right, and then I'm gonna mid-side EQ this with a equalizer. So I'm gonna test tone here. This test tone I'm gonna pan hard left. So what you're gonna see is this test tone only exists in the, let's move this over here. This only exists in the left speaker. You can also look at it in the oscilloscope. Okay, it's just in the left here. But basically what mid-side does it kind of, the mid is basically both sides added to each other, and the side is one side subtracted from the other. And kind of it goes into this mid-side here, then we can do our mid-side EQ, and then it goes back. So to recreate the signal, it kind of adds mid and side for one and kind of subtracts them for the other. And if we get phase shift in this situation, this can cause things to jump in stereo. So this can cause some weird stuff. So I'm going to use an extreme example here. I'm going to place a high pass filter in the side. And first of all, you would just expect this to kind of go just mono the sound. You know, if a high pass off the sides here, only the mid is going to remain. It should be a mono signal. So let's just place this up here. And this is what we get here. So we've got the left and the right, same volume. But if this is close to the cutoff, we can sometimes get weird stuff. Like we can, so the original signal is only in the left, like we can see here. But the phase shift of the filter can make the signal kind of jump into the right. And you can see that there are places in the frequency spectrum where basically this mid-side filter here makes what used to be in the left now be mostly in the right. You can maybe make this even more extreme here if we're careful. So this is quite an extreme example. So like a high pass in mid-side on a pan signal specifically is something you probably want in linear phase, because if we look at this in linear phase, it's going to act a lot more normally. It's basically going to do nothing. It's going to stay in the left, and then once we filter out the side here, now it's just in the middle. It doesn't do this weird jumping around between left and right. I can actually play with the sound and maybe you get something from that. So let's just play with the master, and I'm just going to move both a linear phase, a high pass filter on the sides, up and down, and then a minimum phase. On this sine test tone. It's not going to be a pretty sound because it's a sine wave test tone, but it's going to make it the clearest and easiest to hear. So let's just get this here. And be warned, this is an ugly sound coming now. That was linear phase. It does what we expect it to do. Now let's do the same in minimum phase. You hear how it kind of jumps between left and right speaker? These kinds of weird effects. This is less dramatic if you do mid-side EQ with less aggressive filters. Like for example, if I simply use like a, I don't know, a 2-pole high-pass filter. It's still going to be there though. You can see here on the oscilloscope how it jumps between left and right speaker. So let's compare minimal phase and linear phase here again. Linear phase does what you want it to do, what you'd expect it to do. Minimum phase does some weird stuff. If you use shelving filters with low pole count and stuff, you are fairly in the safe. You can see here, we don't get much of that jumping here or anything. We we get fairly, let's put this in the side here, we get fairly predictable things. So this is like mostly fine. So like if you're doing minimal, if you're doing mid-side EQ, EQing the sides with aggressive filters, especially, but any kind of filter, maybe if you're in mastering, and you're doing it on panned sounds, you probably want to use a linear phase. So that's example number 2. Number 1 was correlated sources / parallel processing. The two are kind of related. Then we've got mid-side now. So if you're doing mid-side on panned sounds, yes, that's where linear phase matters. Let's get one last example. So if I clip a sound, and I'm going to do this with a very naive, simple clipper, and then I EQ the sound with minimum phase EQ, the phase shift can kind of slightly undo some benefits of the clipping, because the reason this waveform doesn't peak any higher very much relates to the phase of these harmonics. These need to be harmonics in specific phase so that they kind of lead to the straight line here. And if I phase shift this, we can demo this quite simply with an all-pass filter that only applies phase shift. Do we have an all-pass? Yeah, we have an all-pass. Of course we have an all-pass. You can see here how this ruins the clipping. The phase shift kind of messes with the clipping because it shifts the phase of the harmonics. And the same is sort of with EQ filters. If you use minimum phase EQ after clipping, it's gonna kind of negate the benefits of the clipping a bit more than linear phase. So if I I don't know, do something like this here, you can see we get this kind of weird phase shift, and the kind of clipping, the sound starts peaking high again. Whereas if I do this in linear phase, we still have a different waveform, of course, but you can see it kind of, the harmonics stay in phase, and we don't lose as much headroom as we would with minimum phase. So if you've like clipped your master or something, and you want to really keep the headroom that clipping gave you, that's the third example where linear phase will help preserve that headroom better, because it doesn't change the phase relationship between different harmonics. So these are the cases I personally think about where I sometimes reach for a linear phase EQ after clipping, parallel processing / correlated sources, and mid-side EQ specifically on masters or panned sounds. Mid-side EQ on mono or like centered sounds, it's usually fine to go minimum phase in my experience. But yeah, any other kind of scenario, probably minimum phase is fine. Linear phase causes latency, it uses a ton of processing, etc. Maybe not really worth it most of the time. If you know any other examples where linear phase really matters, we can talk about it. Oh, another thing, actually I just thought of one. Another scenario where linear phase can matter is specifically when using band splits. I should have written this down in my script, I just thought of this. So this is most audible on kick drums. So if I have a band split of, for example, like a multiband compressor or something, and I have a steep crossover, we can kind of get a bit of a shift in the pitch envelope here of this kick drum. So I'm going to just use M Dynamics MB because it lets me use lets me do some funny stuff. Let's just get the standard M Dynamics MB. Yeah, I can't find the plugin. Okay, let's use Pro MB. Did some weird reinstalling recently. And this is kind of difficult to hear, but you can learn to hear it. So if we place like a split here, and we use minimum phase splits with a high slope, we can hear that it kind of messes with the pitch envelope a little bit. So let's turn the compression part of these off. We only want the split. Kind of sounds dispersed a little bit. And this can be difficult to hear, so let's just make sure that this is actually doing it. It takes a bit of time to train to hear this, but this is like a thing. We get sort of a bit of a weird sound on the transient of specifically the kick drum, and we can kind of see how it shifts the thing here. So this is like maybe let's see if I maybe have M Wave Shaper MB. No, I don't have it installed. How do I have this? No, I don't. Okay, don't have any melter plugins right now. But especially if you stack these, it kind of becomes easier to hear. This is the artifact we're talking about. And this is something that you can avoid with linear phase. If you only do it once, it's fairly subtle. But like, it's not nothing. You can hear this. You can hear how this stays slightly punchier. It's subtle though. It's like not the end of the world, I think. But yeah, this is another example. So if I stack these in linear phase, we don't get that dispersion effect. Whereas if these are minimum phase, we do get it. So I guess, especially when using high slopes, so this Pro MB, this doesn't really let us make our slope so high that it becomes a huge problem. But when you're, for example, using the Melda multiband plugins where you can like get 128 dB or per octave slopes or something like that, the difference between minimum phase and linear phase can be really quite obvious. I guess that's a fourth example. Multiband splits on certain pitch envelopes, we can sometimes hear the difference. So I guess we went from 3 to 5 examples where linear phase can matter. In all the other cases, just use minimum phase EQ, I think. But when doing mid-side EQ on pan sounds, when doing EQ after clipping, where you want to keep the headroom that the clipping gave you, when EQing correlated sources from multi-mic recording or in parallel processing, and when using multi-band splits, linear phase might be helpful. In other cases, not that important. Cheers. Alright, so in this video I want to talk a little bit about multi-band dynamics and about one of the ways that you can make use of it. So there's kind of a whole lot of things you can do with it, and there's many different ways that you can make sense of multi-band dynamics. The approach that I want to talk about in this video is as using multi-band dynamics as a volume-specific EQ. Meaning, with an EQ you can boost or cut the high end. With the multiband dynamics, you can boost the loud part of the high end without boosting the quiet part of the high end, or cut the loud part of the high end without cutting the high part of the high end, or the opposite. You can do basically combine volumes and frequency ranges and only boost certain things. So for example, if I have the space sound, I can like say, okay, I want to boost this frequency area. Now, do I want to boost this frequency area mainly when the sound is loud, or do I want to boost it mainly when it's quiet? Well, if I only want to boost it when the sound is loud, what I'm gonna do is expand this area here. So only when the sound goes above the threshold, we're gonna EQ the sound up here. Whereas if it's quiet, it's gonna stay the same. Or I can do the same, but only boost this sound when the sound is quiet. So this is gonna be compression. Basically, I'm boosting this area here, but I am only boosting it when the sound isn't above the threshold. These are kind of expansion, compression, upwards processing. Now, there are two more elements of this, which are kind of upwards compression versus boosting the sound and then downwards compressing, which may look similar at first, but they act a little bit differently, and the same kind of happens for expansion. So like we could do stuff, okay, we can dip the sound when the sound is quiet, which would be downward expansion. Or we can dip the sound when the sound is loud, downward compression. And this way we can basically EQ, but with more detailed control. So let's maybe just try this on a few sounds. So for example, I don't know, snare drums tend to be good for this kind of thing, I think. So I just like snare drums, I don't know. Leave me alone. Let me like my snare drums. So let's just make sure that we've got the grid here so we can loop a little bit. Let me just get the grid. I have like things on my mouse that my mouse buttons aren't reacting properly. Can't do my pro gamer move of rescaling the grid with my mouse buttons. So I have this snare drum. Let's say, for example, I want to boost the high end, but only in the quiet part of the snare. Well, how am I going to do this? With compression, of course. I'm going to boost the high end, but only when the snare is below the threshold. This basically leads to the high end being boosted mostly on the tails. Or I can do the same, but I want the high end to go up mainly when the snare is loud. Expansion. Maybe make this, set this threshold a bit more sensibly, and there's a lot more nuance to this that kind of comes in with the dynamics and the attack and release time, etc. But for this video, I kind of want to focus on the sort of simplified angle of the volume specific EQ. So here I'm boosting the high end when the sound is loud, when it goes above the threshold, and here when the sound is quiet, when it goes below the threshold. So here you can kind of see how the tail comes out, how you can kind of hear the kind of the little metallic ring on the tail come up. The little, it might be difficult to hear if you're not in headphones or something, but there's like a little metallic detail there. And with the expansion, it's sort of more of the start of the sound coming up. And then we can increase the ratio, of course. Here you can really hear it, how basically the compression makes the tail come up, and the expansion makes the kind of the attack come up. And this is really useful in mastering, because of course in mastering often you're kind of dealing with a sound where you kind of need to treat the whole mix as one, and you can't really get that detailed control over individual sounds. Well, you can kind of use this to regain some control by basically going, okay, I'm gonna turn up the highs, but only when they're loud or only when they're quiet. So like if I'm gonna be mastering this here, this is an unmixed song and stuff, so this is a horrible example, but whatever. Let's just listen to the whole thing. So I can do stuff like, okay, I want to turn up the high end, but only on the quiet stuff when the high end gets too quiet, because when it gets too loud, I kind of don't want it to going even louder. So you can see here when the snare hits and there's a bunch of high end already, I'm not turning up the high end, but mostly I am. Or I can say, okay, I want to turn up the low mids, but only when they get loud, so only when the bass hits, and kind of not on the tails of sound and on the gaps in between sounds. So I would like expand this here. So you can kind of zero in not just on frequency areas like with EQ, but also on the frequency areas with different volume behaviors. I hope that kind of makes sense. So this is like one way of approaching multiband dynamics that I like using sometimes, where basically it's kind of, I see it like as an expansion of EQ really, as like a way to EQ sounds in a more specific way, in a more targeted way, where we're only EQing the sounds at certain moments in time when they fulfill a certain volume requirement. Maybe this is obvious to you. Maybe this is a helpful new way of thinking about stuff to you. Cheers. Okay, so here's a strategy of removing clutter from your mix that is especially useful in electronic music and kind of very loud music, and certain cynics have described this technique of mixing as Coke ears approach, which is basically the I'm gonna brute force everything and get everything really under control to make it really loud. And it's a very simple idea. It's just that you use volume fades everywhere. On every single sound, you bounce it to audio and you go, okay, how long does this sound need to be? Can I make this sound shorter? So for example, I've got this bass here. Do I need this tail here? Nah. I've got these drums here. They come in here, for example. Hey, play this. Do I need these drums to have as many tails here? Nah, this can go away. I have these drums here. When do I want these sounds to actually happen? Just trimming everything down to kind of the bare minimum you need so that it contribute to your mix. Okay, what is this hi-hat contributing? Do we need the tail of this hi-hat? Basically going to every sound and thinking, can we make this shorter? Yes, this hi-hat can be made way shorter. I think we can just do this. And let's actually, we could do this on all the hi-hats. So something kind of neat here. What we could do is just, this is like quarter notes or something. So we just slice this in place on quarter notes. And then we just do this a bit faster. But yeah, and we do this to every single sound, every single melodic sound, everything. This is kind of, I don't know, Mr. Bill is very well known for using this kind of technique, and it gives your mixes a very specific sound that's very clean and kind of surgical, and it's a sound I really enjoy. It's not for everyone, so I don't know, here we have another sound. There's a bunch of stuff here. We only really need this part of the sound. Why is that this tail? Be gone. And okay, we can have these melodic sounds here. And we could like simply just go here and just make a cut on every transient. Etc, etc, and kind of decide for every single bit of this sound. We can really micromanage our mixes this way. This is a lot of work, yes. And you can kind of control the articulation this way as well, like, just has a bit of a different sound. And basically, removing these little bits, these little tails all over our mix everywhere. Kind of brute forcing this also, I don't know, maybe on this bass here or something. It creates a ton of space in the mix and it makes our mixes sound a lot cleaner. Well, once again, we could go in here, maybe just take this sound here and say, let's slice this in place maybe. I don't know, something like this here. That didn't work very well at all. Bounce it in place first, and then I think it'll work better. Yeah, now we've sliced this in place. Now we can take all these sounds and say, okay, they don't really need that tail. These are sub basses in this case. I think there's also a mid layer of these. Yeah, you can see I've kind of done this already here. I've just cut off these tails. And doing this all over your mix just makes it crisp. It makes it clean. It gives it space, and it just makes sounds hit a little bit harder, a bit more punchier. It can also sound a bit surgical and a bit overly clean, and not everyone will enjoy this sound, but this is an approach to mixing that I personally am a big fan of. And I think going through a stage of just going to every single sound in your mix and kind of micromanaging it this way and going, do you really need this stuff? Does this sound, how can I make this sound smaller and take up less space in the mix and trim it down to its essentials? Can be really, really useful. So yeah, cheers. Alright, so I've got the snare here and I want to add high end to it. The old school and boring way is to use EQ. And it's kind of going to just boost what the snare has going on in the high end already. A more detailed and kind of interesting way, because we're going to be adding new information in the high end, is layering. And I really don't want you to underestimate this during mixing. So what we're going to do is find a layer of a snare that has nice high end to it. And then we're just going to layer this in and use that to boost our high end of our snare instead. So let's just find a nice acoustic snare that sounds cool in the high end. You can't hear my previews here, that's just because of how I route audio. Just give me a second here. This snare here, it kind of has a nice high end going on. So we can simply place this here. And then we kind of just want to see, okay, what do we want this layer to actually... My play button is kind of acting weirdly lately. I think my spacebar is broken. Not that there's any of your concern, but yeah. We can kind of go, okay, what would we want this layer to add in here? Okay, we use this layer to add high end, so let's just isolate the high end of this layer. Because we kind of maybe like this high end more than the high end that our original sound can provide. So now, we kind of trim this down. We want to kind of glue the two together, of course. We want it to be nice and tight. And then just using the volume of this track, we control how much high end we're adding. And this is just a different way of thinking about adding frequency content to your sound. Something that I very much consider to be part of the mixing process, and something that I sometimes reapproach during mixing. So another thing for, like, for example, for subs where we layer in noise or something like that. Or like we have a bass here and maybe we want to boost the transients of the bass. Well, one thing we can do is, of course, use a transient shaper. Another thing we can do, though, is just create a layer here. So we could just create a new track, group the tracks, or maybe let's just duplicate this track. So we've got the MIDI here, and then we just synthesize, for example, a layer here. So I don't know, we get phase 4, and we just make the transients that we want to add to the sound. So let's just listen here. Make it quite short. We just kind of create these transients. And this, of course, gives us way more control over what exactly is being added as a transient here. And then we can kind of go, okay, how bright do we want our transients to be? I'm not going to be able to synthesize a sound for you here quickly that actually sounds good, but I think you get the idea. Maybe we give it a bit of a pitch envelope as well. You can see how this just gives you way more control than using a transient shaper. So specifically on the sounds where it really matters how they sound. Just make this shorter. It's not the prettiest sound, to be honest. Yeah, this kind of sound. So for example, and then we could use this to fade this in the same way that we would use the boost of a transient shaper. And yeah, this is really an alternative I want you to always think about. Okay, do we want to get the transients of this sound and boost them? Or maybe we give it more transients by simply bringing in a layer. And if you do this well, and this is of course something that requires some amount of sound design skill, but if you get good at this, you can get way cleaner and way nicer results from using these layers than from simply using EQ, using transient shaping. Yes, I know this is more of an arrangement than a mixing thing, or more of a sound design of a mixing thing, but arrangement, mixing, and sound design are all the same. They are the same process, and you can use techniques from one field to influence the other. And if you're mixing your own music, there's always a chance that really what you should be doing to make your mix better is to just work on your sound design a little bit more, or work on your arrangement a little bit more, and it'll just make your live mixing way easier. So this is kind of why I don't like separating arrangement, sound design, and mixing. During mixing, you should always feel free to go back to arranging a sound design. Of course, if you're mixing for someone else, you don't always have this luxury. But if you're mixing your own music, you can do whatever you want to it, and you can often get better results by using these more creative solutions. Cheers. Okay, so one idea that we've talked about before in this series is that sometimes it makes more sense to simply replace the drum sound than to kind of keep tweaking it in the mix and trying to shape it into something that it just can't really be, and maybe you just need a better drum sample sometimes. This is all fine and good if you still have the MIDI, but even if you still don't have the MIDI yet, because for example you're mixing for someone else and you've only been provided stems, you can still replace a drum sound. So what I've done here is I've actually bounced this kick drum here in place. Not a great example because I think this is actually quite a nice kick, to be honest. But let's say we wanted to replace this. Now there is a kind of tool that we can use for this, which is a drum trigger. or replacer. It's a category of tools or plugins. So there's plugins like AP Trigger, for example, that basically are specifically, let me just try to find it here. There we go. That are specifically designed to kind of replace a drum sound. And another way of doing this in Bitwig is just using the stock replacer, which is a way I like using because it just outputs MIDI. And basically all these plugins kind of work the same. You set a threshold, and then it either triggers a sample or outputs a MIDI signal that you can then use to trigger a different sample. So if we have this kick drum here, for example, we kind of get this thing here where this outputs a MIDI note whenever it hears a kick coming in. And then we can use this MIDI note to output a different sample whenever this kick plays. Now, we do need to be careful, and especially when this plugin kind of causes issues, it's usually when many drum sounds happen in quick succession. So we want to go to places in our mix where maybe drums happen quite often. So for example, the closest these two kicks ever get to each other is here. So this is a scenario that we want to look out for, and basically look that actually this is triggering properly. So like we set the threshold well. And also another thing you kind of need to be careful about is that it doesn't trigger twice for one kick. So if we set this up wrong, maybe we can kind of manipulate this so that it does misbehave a little bit. I think if we turn the hold on and stuff, yeah, you can kind of see how it triggers multiple times, because basically it triggers here and then it goes, oh, there's another peak here. That seems to be another kick. So you kind of need to set the hold times and stuff properly, so that it actually really only triggers once, and it triggers once for every kick. But you know, it's usually not too difficult. In this case here, okay, we've got it figured out. And yeah, usually this is done with things like tolerance, threshold, and hold type controls, or maybe there's like a release control or something. And then we can just use this either to get our kick synthesizer in here. So let's just get the basic kick that I like to use. And then we can just put another kick here. And this, sometimes it's just, once again, the only thing that can really fix a mix and get the best results is just get a different kick drum. And just, or alternatively, you can of course also use this to simply layer a kick drum. Or yeah, there's a bunch of stuff you can do with this. So like you could just trigger a layer for a kick drum, you could just trigger a transient for a kick drum. But basically, whenever your original kick can't really be shaped into what the mix needs, this is where these kinds of plugins, these replacers, these drum triggers is usually what they're called. It kind of, but it's all the same thing. It's basically a thing that turns the audio into either a MIDI signal or just a sample playback. So yeah, this is something that can really save you sometimes. Okay, here's a bit of an unusual application of sidechaining. When it comes to the combination of multiple sub-basses. So sometimes you have multiple basses in your sub-range that kind of act as layers for different top basses. So I've got, in this case, I've got this kind of sub here, reinforcing this top bass. But then I also have this sub bass here. And in some cases, they kind of play quite closely together, and this can lead to some issues. So I've got both subs here just isolated. And we can see there is a moment here when this sub plays and then this sub plays. And due to the release of this sub bass here, the two kind of add together and create a bit of a problematic peak here as they sum together. So we can see this on this oscilloscope, where if you look at just this sub bass, it's nice and uniform again. And then if you look at this sub bass, it's also nice and uniform. But as they add together, there is this period where they overlap, and this can kind of create a peak. This almost looks like there's like a transient here or something, but really it's this sub and this sub overlapping briefly. And this kind of can lead to certain things, like for example, if you have a clipper on here, this can distort for this period. So if you like clip this, maybe we can hear this. I don't know if it'll be super audible in this example. Actually sounds fine in this case. In other cases, it can kind of lead to distortion, or it can lead to limiters overreacting, or all sorts of stuff like that. So something I actually do quite frequently is sidechain my subs to each other. And in this case, basically what we would want to do is, just because of how these subs play together, is sidechain this sub bass to this sub bass. So basically that when this sub starts, it really is the only sub, and this sub kind of shuts up. Now in this case, it's a fairly not very complex bass line. We could simply just cut here and do this, and that would be perfectly fine. That would work great. But in more complex cases, it can often be a bit less effort to actually sidechain them. So what I would simply do is take this sub here, and using something like a kilohertz compactor is really perfect for this kind of application, because we really want to just sidechain the gain here. So we're gonna take the other sub, this sub bass here, as the sidechain input on this sub. Let's just find it. It's in group 20. It's the top one here. So we see, and then we just set the threshold here, we set the attack, release, get high range. And basically we just sidechain this down enough so that this peak here stops appearing. And we need to turn the sidechain on, of course. And yeah, we can immediately see this effect. So you can see now this bass here will be shut off immediately, and we can give it quite a bit of release, and there's not much happening here afterwards anyways. So this can just release here, and it'll be nice and distortion free. So this bass here is just shut off when this bass starts playing. And you can see we don't get that problematic peak. So this is sidechaining subs to each other, something that in more complex mixes where you basically have different sub basses playing closely to each other and kind of releases of subs sometimes overlapping, can help you reclaim some headroom and kind of prevent certain types of distortion and stuff. So this can be quite a useful technique. I do this surprisingly often. Cheers. Okay, so here's how you get big reverbs without completely filling up your mix. The idea is really quite simple. So I'm just going to place a reverb on here and just kind of place it on a send, give it some, make it nice and big. So we're just going to get a sound and design the reverb real quick. Let's maybe, I don't know, pick some sound like the main melody or something. Maybe this one here. And we want it to be like a really big long tail reverb. Problem is, if we add this all the time, it's really gonna fill up our mix. So what do? Well, we only add it some of the time. We kind of find moments in the mix where this reverb can have its dramatic effect without getting in the way of other stuff, and for all the other moments, we simply shut it off. So, for example, if we have like this lead sound here or something, and we just listen to this passage here, and we kind of identify these specific moments where sending the sound to the reverb will get us the most. And then when we don't really need the sound to go to the reverb, we just don't send it. So maybe on this hit, for example, we would want to send it to the reverb. No, that's the wrong sound. Maybe this one here. Where is it? I'm trying to find the sound that I was listening to just now. Maybe it's this one here. Nope. Where's the fucking sound? Oh, it's this sound here, okay. This is why you name your tracks, by the way. So I kind of only need reverb on this last note here. So what we're going to do is we simply automate it up just on this note here. And we are really selective with when we allow sounds to go to the reverb, basically. And this way we can get this effect of this huge reverb without just completely cluttering up our mix. So maybe we just, you know, do something like this. Maybe shape it a bit. You do need to be somewhat careful with how you automate it so it sounds natural. So spend some time on this. You can hear all this sounds maybe a bit overkill. And maybe we kind of bring it up here. And we pick these specific moments in our mix when this big space can really elevate. So often this is after the end of a section or something. So for example here, we kind of transition from one section to another. And it can be nice to give this section a tail, so maybe find some sounds. So for example, this sound here, maybe so that it rings out into the next section here. We give it this kind of tail here. Because there's quite a bit of room in this section, so we kind of know the mix can take that tail. Maybe do something like this. And this way we can have these big reverb effects, but really keep our mix nice and clean. I don't know, maybe also this. Oh, that's a kick drum, we don't need that kick to have a snare, a tail. Let's find some other sounds, maybe these melodies here. Yeah, we could just kind of make these ring out a little bit here. On the end of the bar is usually a good time for these kinds of effects. So these kind of throw. And then even we can kind of articulate melodies using this. So for example, here on the last note, I kind of like the idea of and then maybe on this, sorry for my singing, I shouldn't do that on camera. You get what I mean. And this is just gonna be a lot cleaner than simply having stuff go to the big reverb all the time. But we still get those nice, long, big, lush, or whatever you wanna call them, tails. That kind of can really give the impression of a huge space. But yeah, we can be very selective with them. So yeah, very simple idea, very powerful. Okay, another thing you can do when having reverb, especially when having lots of reverb, to kind of keep your mix clean is sidechaining that reverb. So we're just gonna pick a section of the song here, just kind of randomly to demonstrate this, and add a ton of reverb to this to kind of create an exaggerated example of how this would go. So we have this toe reverb here, and we're just gonna maybe make this not quite as big as for the last demonstration, but still quite big here. And we just actually use this as a reverb we add constantly. So we maybe send some leads to this reverb here. And then we just listen. And so let's just get this lead, for example. Delete the automation here, send it to the reverb. We send this to the reverb, of course. Then we send this one to the reverb. Let's just send a ton of stuff to the reverb. This one, of course, goes to the reverb. What's this here? Maybe even some bass here. But we will want to do a little bit of cleanup to not have the sub in the reverb. This can go to the reverb. Let's just exaggerate this just for demonstration's sake. We've got this huge reverb now. First of all, we just high pass, and then what we do is we kind of duck the reverb out of the way for certain instruments to make sure that it doesn't really mask them. So one thing we can do, first of all, we add a bit of pre-delay that just helps to add some distance, and then often reverbs have built-in duckers here, which basically just turn down the reverb whenever there's input sound coming in. I personally find, and I've heard other people echo this as well, that the duckers built into reverbs are often not the greatest. I don't know, they're usually not that good. They usually don't sound great, they sound a bit unnatural, so I prefer doing my ducking on my own. So I'm just going to use the dynamics here and kind of get the signal from before the reverb as a sidechain source and just duck it. And kind of set attack and release and stuff a bit more customly so that it sounds nicer. And you can hear how it kind of has this pumping effect, so we definitely want to make it less extreme, turn the reverb down a bit. And then often I also like ducking my reverb for my drum transients, so kick and snare, with quite a short sort of envelope. Just so they're nice and snappy still, so let's get the snare as well. And then one last thing you can do is kind of spectrally duck this. Of course, this reverb is way too big. This is an exaggerated example for the purposes of demonstrating these effects. But You get the idea, I think. So we're gonna get the melody here. I think we want the reverb to never conflict with the melody because it's kind of the main attraction of the song. So this sound here. So we're gonna get this as a sidechain source. In this case, we're gonna use the spectral ducking on the reverb after the reverb. So we're gonna set this as a sidechain, and you can do this with Soothe, you can do this with Track Spacer, you can do this with Pure Unmasked, you can do it with a million other plugins, of course. This is just the one I use. We don't want any compensation. And we especially want to duck it for the high end, I think a bit less for the low end. So yeah, and this is basically the idea behind it all. So we have all these kinds of effects that basically control the reverb and turn it down after the reverb happens, depending on other signals in the mix. And if we just turn this on and off, you can see how the reverb will clutter our mix a lot less. And this is kind of a way to wrangle having loud reverbs, but also not having them completely take over. Versus without all the ducking we're doing. Now, of course, in this case, you would also just want to turn the reverb down, but it's easier to hear on an example that's like stupidly exaggerated like this. I trust you to make more sensible choices in actual mixes. I would never have this reverb this loud and with this much low end, of course. But you get the idea, I think. Sidechaining your reverbs to other sounds, to kick and snare, and then also maybe to the input sounds of the reverb, and then also using spectral unmasking either to the input sounds of the reverb, so we could just use before the reverb as a signal, or to key elements in the mix, like maybe a vocal or something that you really want to cut through, can help kind of have this big reverb, but at the same time not have your mix lose all clarity. So yeah, that's sidechaining your reverb. Bye. Okay, so while we're dealing with reverb, I just want to give you a basic overview of some reverb theory and kind of how almost all algorithmic reverbs work, which is that they have usually two sections of the reverb. And this reverb is a nice way of demonstrating it, but I'm going to show this on a lot of other reverb plugins to you in a second. Basically, reverbs create the reverb using two different algorithms. They have one for the early reflections and one for the late reflections, and often you can control them separately. The early reflections are kind of, you can think of it like the first bounces of the sound of a wall, which are kind of more delay-like in character. So if we listen to them here on this reverb, for example, let's do this on a snare drum. I think on snares it's just very easy to hear this kind of thing. Let's just find the snare here. Where do we have it? I think this is the snare. We have it here. So the early reflections are really important in our perception of how big a room is. So setting the size on the early reflections basically sets the spacing of the delays. So if we make it really large, we can really hear the delays, I think. Yeah, you can kind of hear the individual delays, and then if we make it sharp and turn off modulation even more so. And then if we make it small. And this really, really helps communicate room size, and this is kind of the part of the reverb that brings that across. And then there's the other part, that's late reflections. The late reflections are all about tails. So these are the part of the sound that kind of lingers for longer, that kind of really bounces around a lot in the room. So these are where the sound is kind of less direct. We don't really hear it as individual delays. It kind of blends into each other. So this is really important for how long the reverb is. So in this case, on the snare, this sounds like this. You hear this kind of velvety tail here, and then we can use stuff like feedback and stuff to change it. But and size changes the density of it a little bit, but really the size control on the early reflections, that is really what communicates room size. Late reflections is much more about shaping the tail, and you can use stuff like attenuation here to kind of control the damping of the room. Often there in reverbs there will be a control like damping, which kind of controls how much high frequency absorption this is. So this is a design principle you will find in almost every reverb. So if we look at some other reverbs here, and I'm just going to bring up random reverbs here, Bitwig stock reverb, we have the early reflections here. So we have the late mix. This mixes between early and late. So early reflections, we can get the size here. This is, by the way, not a very good reverb, but it's even this follows it. And then in the late reflections, we have more controls about sort of the frequency response of the tail and stuff. So yeah, these are really the two parts you're always dealing with. Let's look at some other reverbs. And we have the kilohertz reverb, I think. Do I have that installed? Yep, I do. Yep, we don't really see them divided up as neatly here, but we can see, okay, we have the delay time, which is kind of more late reflections. We have the early volume. So this kind of adjusts the balance between the two. And then the size usually controls the spacing of the early reflections. You can really hear the delays for larger sizes, and then it's more like a comb filtering for very small reverbs. And then, I don't know, if we look at other reverbs, like for example cinematic rooms here, the naming will be a bit different, but the underlying DSP, it's all kind of similar. So we have the early reflections and we have the reverb here, and we can mix between the two. So the tails here and the early reflections here, and the size control. Yeah, this is the spacing of the early reflections. You can hear this reverb generally is a bit smoother. Reflectivity seems to be kind of a high frequency damping. Then proximity, this is basically just a pre-delay, I think. So if we yeah, this is basically just pre-delay. And then in the late reflections, we get controls here for the tail, like high frequency and low frequency multipliers, which basically change how low and highs change over time. But I don't know, let's look at some other reverbs, like maybe Pro R or something. Do I have that? Yeah, I have Pro R1. I don't have the new one, but whatever. This once again doesn't really show it to you, but it's likely also uses early and late reflection. Maybe actually it doesn't in this case. Another good example is Valhalla reverbs. Valhalla Room, for example, also kind of divides up in early and late reflection, and we can see, okay, early size here. So let's maybe just decay, depth. Yeah, depth controls the balance between early and late. So lower depth. This is mainly early reflections. And early size really is important for the room size. And we get a crossover here, a bit of modulation and stuff. Diffusion on early and late separately. So yeah, knowing early and late and how to tweak each can really help. And then on late, we get more stuff like bass multipliers and high frequency multipliers. Things of that nature that are about shaping the frequency response of the longer tail. So if we listen to the lates here, it's sort of more about that delay part, and then maybe we could different algorithm. And early reflections are sort of the closer stuff. Valhalla Vintage Verb has this too, I think. This is one I've used a bit more. Yeah, we got early and late, separate gain controls for both. Damping mostly influences the late reflections, I think. So like this is the frequency response stuff, and then shape is more about the early reflections, which is about like the attack. About the initial echo density you can see, and then size is about the spacing of the early reflections. So how close to each other are these delays? Because, I mean, the basic idea is just if the room is bigger, it takes the sound longer to travel to the wall and back. So longer spacing means bigger room is the basic idea. And then modulation here, of course. What other reverbs? I don't know. This is like a thing that really helps you understand a lot of different reverb plugins. I don't know. I don't really use that many reverbs. I mostly use Reverb these days, and sometimes Valhalla Vintage and Cinematic Rooms. AP-Verb, for example, also does this. Like you can see here, okay, this reverb works a bit differently, but we get the early reflections here. And then let's just turn the body level all the way down, and we can see the early reflections are just these delays here. And then the late reflections are more about this tail that is sort of more diffuse and where you get the modulation and the frequency response and stuff. You get the idea, I think. And understanding this really helps you tweak your reverbs and kind of... I think a lot of people kind of shy away from getting into the controls of your reverb. But really the basic sort of ideas behind reverb plugins, they're very similar from plugin to plugin. So understanding the ones ideas like early, late reflections, bass multipliers, etc. will help you basically shape your reverbs more. And so this is, for example, why I like this Reverb plugin. It's because mostly just for UI reasons, because you really get early, late, and you get separate controls, and you can turn the gain down of each, you can use mid-side for each, so you can control the width of each and stuff, and you can really just... What I usually do is I actually just listen to early and just set them up to my liking on the snare here. I don't know. And then I listen to late. And then I just mix the two. Maybe a bit of crosstalk here. You can hear right now how early and late are really quite separate, because early has different room size here. Turn up the pre-delay a little maybe. And yeah, you get the... Oh, it's because the... Yeah. And you really get the kind of control this way, by kind of divide and conquer, I guess, is the principle behind all of this. So, maybe you knew this already. If you didn't, I hope this will help, because this really helps you break down almost every reverb plugin. It doesn't work on convolution reverbs, but on any algorithmic reverb, this will help you. Okay, yet another idea for cleaner reverbs. This is something I started doing because I often find myself only really wanting reverbs on the tonal parts of a sound. I wanted to kind of... I want these nice notes ringing out. I want these resonant parts, but I don't really want all the noise. Reverb really amplifies all the noise in a signal. So if we just listen to this here, this reverb on these sounds here. There is a lot of noise this kind of adds, and something I started doing is basically really isolating the tonal components that go into the reverb. And I do this by placing something like a transient split before the reverb. So once again, if you're using plugins, you can use stuff like Melda's multiband splits to achieve a similar thing. I tend to use this Betwixt thing here. So using something like this, the spectral kind of split here, we can isolate the transients and the tones. And if I set this to noise mode, we can get the noisy parts of the sound and the resonant parts of the sound. And these resonance parts of the sound, these are what I want to add reverb to, because these are what I want to ring out. The tonal transient parts, I don't need these. I can maybe have them a little bit, but I'm gonna heavily compress them down and kind of just... Because otherwise it just adds a ton of noise into their reverb. Whereas the tones, they kind of ring out nicely. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bias this towards the high frequencies a little bit. Let me just... And then I'm also just gonna EQ this a little bit because I kind of want more highs into the reverb, less lows. So, if we just listen to the reverb here, with and without this pre-processing, this isolating of the tonal parts we do. Or let's maybe compare without the EQ so it's a bit more fair. And let's make the reverb a little bit bigger. So this is without. We just get more of that resonant kind of stuff. That tonal shimmery stuff. This becomes more apparent on different mixes, different reverbs. So one reverb I've really found this with is cinematic rooms. It kind of has a tendency to add a lot of noise here. If we just listen to this. Especially in the tails on those basses, we just hear a lot of sort of noisy low mid stuff. And if we just add this transient split before. This is the reverb on the noisy stuff. This is the reverb on the tonal stuff. We get that shinier, more tonal, nicer reverb. And the reverb kind of takes up less space in the mix. You can hear all the clutter this reverb adds if we don't do this. All the stuff going on in the sides and stuff. And with this, which then in return allows us to add a lot more reverb, of course. And we could never have the reverb at this volume if we didn't do this. Of course, this isn't natural. This isn't something that natural rooms do. This is kind of hyper-realism. This is stylized. This is something I personally like. This is not how reverbs behave, but it's a useful technique because I don't try to mix so that it sounds like a band in a room because I make electronic music. I make stylized sounds. I don't make a realistic music. Other techniques, by the way, are loudness splits, so spectral gates and stuff like that before reverb. So we could use like a loud split here to just isolate the loudest harmonics. Can be nice to add a bit of release to that gate so it kind of sounds more natural. And we could then turn down the mid stuff. Maybe not completely. Maybe completely. You hear the difference, and then sometimes this can make your reverb a bit more resonant, a bit too sharp resonance-wise, so it can make sense after using these kinds of techniques to put a bit of resonance removal after it, a bit of spectral compression. Just to reduce some of that resonant sharpness. But yeah, much cleaner reverbs, much more specific reverbs by pre-processing the signal going into the reverb. Cheers. Okay, so this is maybe a bit of a weird choice to include this in a series on mixing because it's really an arrangement thing, but I just want to re-emphasize this point that mixing and arrangement as a producer are not two separate things, and that making different arrangement choices can make your live mixing a lot easier. So if you want huge chords that kind of sustain, this can really take up a lot of room in your mix. And if you have a lot of stuff going on around it, this can really kind of conflict with it. Let me take the reverb off. These chords really demand a lot of space in the mix, and a way to make them easier to mix is to arpeggiate them. Not something you'd think of as a mixing technique, but I think it's really useful. So if we just add an arpeggiator on this, make this a bit slower. And then maybe we find a nicer pattern and stuff, like we want to arpeggiate them in a musically nice way, of course. Hear how much less space they take on in the mix. And then if we do other stuff, like for example, I think we can use a note counter like this to kind of pan each note to a different side. And maybe do this less extreme, but you get the idea that by panning each note then separately and stuff, we can really kind of space out this chord and really make it take a lot more space while simultaneously allowing it to demand more of our attention. So we get the same effect of the harmony being communicated, but it just doesn't block out the mix as much. Is this a mixing concept? You could debate about it. I think it is. I think this is really something I want to get across in this series, that if you arrange well, mixing will be so much easier. And if you arrange so that things don't get in each other's way by making choices like this, for example, you will have a lot less headaches when trying to mix the song. Cheers. Okay, here's a technique that I learned from Nick Rose, SleepNet, Noisia, that guy. It's about adding resonances, which is something that a lot of people I think are a bit scared of, because it's always, oh no, we need to fix all these resonances, let's remove all the resonances. Well, let's not do that here, because resonances are what helps an element cut through the mix, and adding specific resonances on things like cymbals or hi-hats and being very selective about them can really help them kind of stand out, because resonances kind of create a sharp peak for our ears to hold on to. So if we have these hi-hats here in this kind of drum groove, and we want to really make them stand out, one thing we can do is adding sharp resonances to the high end here. So let's listen so that we add good sounding resonances and not bad sounding resonances, but really resonances are what makes hi-hats and cymbals and stuff like that. So we could do stuff like this, for example. Of course, we don't want to overdo this because it'll sound unpleasant, so we do need to be careful. But if we compare this to just adding the high end kind of in a sort of more gentle way, like this maybe, it's still not very gentle, but this really kind of sticks out to our ears. And this can really help stuff cut through the mix. Let's maybe make this a bit less to make it more fair. So if we listen to this in context, and just listen to the two versions here. I think there's a clear winner in terms of which hi-hats stands out the most. Now, of course, these resonances need to be carefully placed. Ideally, maybe they're even in key. This can sound horrible. That's the problem with all powerful techniques, is that if you use them wrong, they're going to make stuff sound horrible. But if you use them cleverly, in the right places, they can really help stuff cut through. You can also do this on snares, for example. Adding these sharp resonances in the high end. We're adding relatively little by means of actual gain and peak increase, but we're really making this sound stand out. And yeah, once again, making this sound aesthetic and making this sound pleasing and nice is an art form. It's, of course, a bit more difficult and requires a bit more kind of sensible decision making than just boosting the high end. But this can be a useful technique to know that can sometimes really help you make your stuff like cymbals and hi-hats and stuff like that, or snares, any kind of high-end metallic element like that, stand out in the mix and really catch people's attention, because resonances just pull your ears towards them. So there are times when conventional EQ is just not enough, when you want more control, when you want to EQ different parts of the sound differently. And this is one technique that enables this to do. Sustained Transient EQ. There is a very famous plugin that does this, Split EQ, but you can also achieve it with a bunch of other plugins by making your own transient splits, like I've showed in my sound design series. Or in this case, I'm going to be using a plugin called ST1B. That allows me to output the transient and the residual of the sound separately, and these add together to make up the sound, and then I can EQ these two parts separately. So if I just listen here to the transient output on the sound, or let's just listen to the dry sound first, of course. Let's just listen to this sound. So we listen to the transients only, and then the residual, and we add an EQ in each chain, and that way we can get separate control over each. And this just adds an additional layer of specificity, of precision to the EQ decisions that we can make. We can disassemble a sound, EQ the parts separately, and reassemble it. And this is really quite a useful technique sometimes, because sometimes, especially when you're met with more complex signals, like, I don't know, maybe you're send, or you're working with a drum break where you've got all the drums mixed down into one sound. Sometimes just EQing everything the same just won't cut it, so you kind of need to take the sound apart into its parts. So like if I just, let's pretend that I had these drums only as one loop. Then using something like this sustained transient EQ can help me kind of regain a bit of control over the parts of it, of this. And then I can EQ these differently, and I can also, of course, do other stuff to these separately, like saturate them separately or something like that. Yep, very, very useful technique, I think. In terms of plugins that do this, I mean, there's a bunch of EQs. There's like the Tone Boosters EQ, I think, does this, or Tone Projects. There's Split EQ, of course. There's the Ozone, actually, there's this free EQ plugin that does it. I don't really like the workflow of it. I think it's the Ozone 10 one, something, I don't remember. EQ, Ozone... Let's find it. Ozone 11 equalizer. Yeah, I think this has a tonal transient EQ control, so you can kind of listen to it. And then you can EQ the two separately. Bunch of plugins that can do this. My go-to is just using ST1B. You do whatever works best for you. Cheers. Now, we've talked about tonal transient EQ in the last episode, but there are also other ways to split a sound. One technique that I like using that, I mean, I didn't invent it, I just didn't see it anywhere. It's not a particularly inventive technique, but it's something I've not really seen other people talk about, is what I call a noise resonant EQ or noise tonal EQ, which is about splitting a sound spectrally. So we use Bitwig's transient split, but we use it as a noise splitter. And you can also use other plugins, like for example Melda's transient split that I've talked about. Kind of does a similar thing where it takes the sound apart, not into tones and transients, by looking at the dynamic waveform. So going, okay, this is a transient and this is the sustain. But it looks at it spectrally in bins and kind of goes, okay, which parts of the sound are pitched, which parts of the sound are resonant, are tonal, and which parts of the sound are chaotic, are noise. And then we can split the sound into these two parts here. So if we have this sound here, let me make this a bit louder for you. I think it's quite quiet for you. And then we can split this into the tonal parts, the resonance parts, which are kind of the notes, and the noisy parts, which are stuff like background noise, also transients to a degree. And we can EQ these two separately, and this can really do stuff like, for example, specifically target resonances or something like that. So I could kind of say, okay, maybe I want a bit less tonal content sort of in the mid-range here. But maybe I want actually more of those pitched parts in the high end. And then on the noisy parts, maybe I don't really like those knocks here. Actually do kind of like them, but let's pretend I don't. These kind of clocks here. So I could turn those down separately from the high end kind of. Or I could, because I do like them, let's just turn them up instead. Yet another way to EQ with more precision, EQ more targeted. And this of course, once again, really useful when you kind of get presented with stems that are bounced down too much, where maybe you have multiple sounds in one thing, where you don't really have the individual elements, but you still want some more precise control. So yeah, this is something also on pads or something. I like using this. So maybe I have this pad here. Let's turn the up. That's from a previous episode. I could like get a transient split here and EQ the tones and the transients separately. So I've got the transients here, kind of more noisy elements, and then I've got the tones here. It's less obvious the distinction on these two, but let's just pretend it is. Maybe I want it to be kind of less tonal in this sort of frequency area, but more tonal in this here. Maybe I wanted to kind of increase the high frequency noise in volume. I don't know, it really depends on what you want to do, of course. It's up to you what you do with this, but this is the technique. And this is something that I've not really seen other people talk about, and something that I find myself doing myself more and more, partially just because it's so easy to do in Bitwig, but you can probably figure out ways to do it in your DAW. Like Melda plugins, they have this similar kind of thing where they have this, the multiband plugins, they have this tonal transient split. And this is kind of like a Bitwig transient split, where it splits between noise and pitch content. It's not like a transient shaper that works in the time domain that does, that is about percussive versus sustained parts. So this is really more about what is pitched and what is kind of chaotic in a sound. And this distinction I often find actually more useful than the transient and sustained parts. So that's transient. Now let's call it noise and tonal EQ or something. I don't have a good word for it, but you get the idea. Cheers. Alright, I want to talk about two related but distinct ideas. One is how we can use compressors for transient shaping. This is quite a common technique, using the attack time. And then I kind of want to expand on those ideas and actually use it to build a transient shaper, because the way that transient shapers work is often actually based on the very same principle that allows compressors to be used for transient shaping. We'll get into that. So I've got this kick drum here. I just felt like it's a good sound to demonstrate this kind of thing. I'm gonna get an oscilloscope because it's gonna kind of make things a bit more clear, I think, if you see them visually. Let's actually set this to 10 Hertz or something. So just so we can kind of see the envelope of the sound that we're getting here. Let's set this to mid-side or something. And then we compress this sound. So we're gonna get, let's just get my favorite compressor here. Doesn't matter which compressor you use, it's just whatever. I'm gonna set this to vanilla because we're kind of gonna get the cleanest results. So basically first step, 0 attack, 0 release, complete ratio. We just smash the sound down. And then let's make sure that this oscilloscope is actually sensitive enough so that it re-triggers. So as you can see, we're basically just smashing this sound down. Let's make this maybe a bit slower, and then we can kind of, okay, bring the threshold up. But we're just taking all the peaks off. Now the interesting stuff happens if we give the compressor attack time. So right now it detects the sound here and immediately goes down. But if we increase the attack time, what will happen is that basically the compressor will take some time to take the sound down. And you will see the effect that this has on the overall shape of the sound. So you can see without attack time, smashes it down entirely, but then as we increase attack time, it smashes down the sound, especially during the later parts. But because it takes a while to react, it kind of misses that first part. And this is the transient shaping that you do with compressors. You turn down the sustain, but by making the attack a little bit higher, you kind of make it miss the transient, making the transient louder in relation to the sustain. So now if we add makeup gain, we have kind of transient shaped this sound. You can see if we kind of add some auto here to prevent distortion, you can see how this transient is emphasized and how we get this extreme snap from that. Because we're turning down the sound, but we're making it specifically miss the transient. This is how people transient shape with compressor. This is how why people talk about making sound snappier with compressors. It's by turning down the entire sound, but making it miss the transients so that these transients are louder in relation to the rest of the sound. So far so good. Now, transient shapers work on this kind of same principle, and I'm gonna go into the grid here. Just bear with me if you're not familiar with the grid. It's like just an environment where I can kind of demonstrate some stuff for you here. If you're a Bitwig user, you'll be familiar with this, possibly. If not, it's fine. I'll just show you some stuff about how compressors work, basically. So basically, we've got the sound here, and a compressor basically is an envelope follower that kind of controls volume. So like we get an envelope follower here, and basically what this does, it kind of follows the general shape of our sound. So if we look at this, make this fast, maybe make this like this, you can see how it kind of, how it follows the volume shape of our sound. It's RMS maybe. And then if we want to compress our sound, basically we just turn it down using this envelope follower, you know? So we just use this shape and use it as an automation on the volume of our sound, and this is going to result in compressing the sound, because it's going to turn the loud parts down more than the quiet parts. That's what compression is. So you can see how the sound is kind of smashed, and then if we make it very fast, it's even more apparent how what this achieves is basically a form of compression. Now the interesting stuff happens when you bring in multiple envelope followers, because we've got this envelope follower here that just follows the sound's envelope exactly. Let's just use this here with a bit of form maybe. Increase the fall even more. Kind of make it follow the sound, and then we just add a gain knob here, but we don't touch it for now. Then we can create a second envelope follower that kind of does what a compressor previously did, that kind of misses that first part of the sound. By increasing the attack time. And the result we get here shouldn't surprise you. Basically, it follows the body of the sound, but this transient here isn't followed compared to this envelope follower, which also catches the transient. And so basically, what we can see from this is that the transients really are the difference between the envelope follower with attack and without attack. So if we want to construct a transient shaper, what we can do is simply we take this envelope here, and we only want the transient. So we subtract the other envelope from it. And this is basically going to remove this later part of the envelope, but it's going to fail to remove the transient because the attack time makes it miss the transient. And the resulting envelope that we get out of here is a transient envelope. Now we can use this as a transient shaper because we could just use this modulation here and use it to turn up or down the sound using this envelope. And this will, of course, if we turn up the sound using this difference between these two envelopes, we're boosting the transient. Well, let's maybe give this scope a bit more range so we can see more clearly. Let's make it 2. This is boosting the transient, and if we take this and modulate the gain down with it, we are, of course, removing the transient here. This is what transient shapers are in their most conventional form. They take these two envelopes and they look at the difference between them. And the difference between them is also the reason that compressors can be used for transient shaping, which is, I think it's kind of neat. And there's other things you could do. So instead of, for example, subtracting these, which kind of gives you an absolute thing, there's like subtle things. So this is one thing that Blab showed me of BlabFX. She makes like plugins and stuff, and this is kind of a different way to think of it. That I think is kind of cool, where instead of subtracting, you divide this. So basically you scale this envelope by this envelope and scale it down here, but not during the transient, and we kind of get a similar result, but it's gonna be quite a bit louder, I think. Yeah, you can see, okay, this looks really loud right now. And then we also need to make sure that we're not dividing by 0, so we just add a tiny bit of bias here, I think. And then if we really give scale this kind of down, this signal, we can kind of see a similar effect where basically we get the transient really emphasized. And this is kind of a different way of achieving basically the same thing. What's nice about this way of doing things as opposed to the subtraction-based thing is that this is less sensitive to input gain because it's about relative differences and about the ratio between the two. So it's not about the absolute difference in volume. I don't know, maybe you don't care about these nuances. Maybe you just wanted to see how to use a compressor, but I'm going to keep going on here. You can't stop me. So let's just get the tool here, and you can kind of see that we get very similar sort of results out of this kind of way of creating the transient, somewhat irrespective of input gain. Whereas if we do this with subtraction, you can see immediately, okay, this transient envelope that turns the gain up and down. Let's keep the attenuate up. That this changes shape a lot more if we use subtraction as opposed to division, but the basic idea is the same. So really it's about these two envelope followers, and it's about what one envelope follower misses but the other doesn't, which is the transient, which is also once again why we can use compressors, because we make the compressor miss the transient. By missing the transient but turning down the rest and then compensating for the rest being turned down, we have effectively turned up the transient. That's transient shaping and compression and kind of what's going on there. Cheers. Yo, so when producing electronic music, you will often find yourself in a situation like this. You've got your sub bass playing its thing and then an upper bass playing the same thing. In case the sub here. And then I have the sort of mid bass playing. Now we don't want these two elements to conflict. So what we really want to do is we kind of want to cut out the sub. Let me just quickly add my millimeters on the master so that you can see what I'm doing as well as hear what I'm doing. We basically want to remove the sub from this mid-range elements because you can see even though this doesn't have much sub, there's still a bit going on here, so we kind of want to high pass this. Which frequency do we set this high pass at? Well, there's a couple of different approaches to this. Basically, you could kind of think that ideally you only want this to high pass the fundamental out and maybe the second harmonic or something. But of course, if you play different pitches, that frequency is going to be moving. So if we just place a high pass filter here, it's going to cut out the fundamental of some of these notes here, but not others. And then for some notes that are high, the fundamental is still going to stay in because it sits above this high pass and it's going to interact with the sub. But then if we set it for those high notes, we're going to lose stuff for the low notes that we don't want to lose. So one approach to fix this is quite simply key tracking this filter. So we basically set this filter, modulate it, depending on what DAW you use, etc. This is going to differ. In Bitwig, you modulate it with something like this by 64 semitones, because that's the spread range here. And then you can basically set this to always only remove the lowest harmonics, and that will mix nicely with this sub. Let me just make sure, okay. So we would kind of maybe set it like this or something here. Kind of see that the sub can basically fill that gap that moving filter creates. This is one approach, basically key tracking that crossover, which is just a little superior to just having a fixed crossover. However, I personally design my subs in a way where they sound good in the low end, and they actually don't sound that good in these higher frequencies. So in a way, I would almost kind of prefer to have a fixed crossover, because basically I don't really like how these higher sub notes sound. I think the sub sounds great on notes like this, but on notes like this, let me just solo the sub here. I don't like that. So what I prefer doing is actually having this filter fixed, and then instead making sure that the sub shuts down on higher notes. So basically, on higher notes, this can provide the fundamental, and on lower notes, the sub can provide the fundamental. For the simple reason that I actually kind of like the fundamental that this thing had. It's not clean enough for my low end, but it does have a lot more character than the fundamental the sub provides. I just want the clean and characterless thing in the very bottom end so I can get maximum power. But then in the higher frequencies, I kind of want the one with a more character, so something like this here. I don't really want to remove this fundamental here. So what I tend to do is I place this filter somewhere around 100 Hertz on this sound. Or let me just place it on the group here, because this is kind of a group, 2 layers of sounds here. You know, this other thing, and these both layer with the sub. And then what I do on the sub is kind of using, oh, you can see I've already done it here. Using my Keytrack EQ technique, I place a key tracker on the sub, and I basically turn down the volume of the sub whenever it plays higher notes, because I know that this will then overtake in that range. So we just look on the key tracker here, and we kind of set this to just modulate the volume. And we kind of can go somewhere like here and maybe just take these higher notes down a little bit. So it's kind of a gradual transition here, where this still does play a little bit, but it goes down quite significantly. So in a way, because this is almost just a sine wave, this kind of acts like low pass filtering the sub, but it doesn't have the same phase implication, which normally I'm not super worried about phase, but on my sub bases specifically, I often design my waveforms to be kind of optimal volume-wise. So if we look at this waveform here, and let's just hope I actually did that here. And I kind of bring up the third harmonic. Oh, yeah, and I've kind of clipped this and stuff, you can see here. And we look at this last note, maybe that'll be most obvious here. Let me just set this a bit. If I shift the phase of this with a low pass filter, we will kind of get less optimal gain. We will kind of get it peaking higher, less optimal amplitude, because I've kind of adjusted the phase of these harmonics using clipping and stuff to kind of take up less headroom. So if I low pass this, sometimes see the phase shift of this filter here. Yeah, you can kind of see it increase the headroom of the sub here, so. How this kind of actually has more headroom. Also, we lose that nice high frequency noise. So basically, this is kind of a way to get a similar thing to low passing that sub without really low passing it. And so this kind of leads to a more fixed crossover, where basically the sub kind of knows, okay, in these higher frequencies, this isn't as high passed, the fundamentals, so we can kind of just turn down the sub. And I prefer the sound of this. You may prefer the sound of the kind of the Keytracked high pass and the Keytracked crossover. This is ultimately a taste thing and kind of depends on how you design your sub basses. I personally almost always design my sub basses to sound good in this range and kind of neglect these higher ranges, which leads to the sub just not sounding very nice there. So yeah, I would prefer if it just kind of shuts down here, especially if it's sort of... Maybe we can actually make that a bit more extreme here. And then on this note, we keep it full volume. That's kind of my thoughts on mixing a sub with a bass layer and kind of the crossovers between them. Cheers. So one concept I've kind of been thinking about more when mixing lately is something I call Transient Management. It's based on the idea that transients, so spiky sounds, call attention to themselves. So we kind of want to control where the listener's attention is pulled by these spiky sounds. We want to make sure that the sounds we want to catch our listener's attention, like maybe the snare drum or something, are sufficiently spiky. And on the other hand, that sounds that are meant to be in the background aren't overly spiky. So if we listen to this drum break here, maybe we can find a good example of this. So there's obviously clear kind of hierarchies in terms of importance of sound. If we compare like kick and snare versus some of the hi-hat sounds and stuff in the breaks. So one thing I find here that especially in the context of the arrangement is that this kind of stuff, these kind of break layers, they call too much attention to themselves. They especially in the context of the mix, they kind of make it exhausting to listen to, because transients are almost like a little bit painful on the ears or something, so which can be really effective for giving them punch, but also can make a mix overbearing and exhausting to listen to for new listeners. So what I would want is basically take away some of the transient on sounds that aren't really meant to aggressively call attention to themselves. So I have this break here, for example, which is more of a background element, I think, in this mix. We listen to the whole drums here. It's just a bit punchy, you can really see it here. So I would kind of want to take off those transients a bit. I like doing this with a limiter rather than a clipper normally, because especially on kicks, we've talked about this, bit much distortion and stuff with a clipper, but this is ultimately up to your taste. But since the goal here is kind of softening, I really don't want that distortion. And this way I can just make the drum break a bit easier on the ears overall. Let's listen to this thing here. Oh god, what did I do here? This is a peak sound design moment, just 20 ST1Bs, I guess. Oh, it's my pokey layer. I see, it's for the other video, I think. Yep, so this is all fine. We can listen to some other layers, see if maybe they have too much transient. So this is just kick and snare. And then these are all the other ones. We can kind of hear this metallic layer, I think. This calls quite a bit of attention to itself. So here once again would be maybe a case of maybe we actually want to take the transients down, or maybe we actually just want to compress this a little bit. But yeah, especially if you deal with sort of glitchy sound design and stuff, going in and kind of managing which sounds are allowed to have transients can be quite helpful. We have some other sounds here. I kind of like these, to be honest, so I'm not gonna... I also think that some of these mid basses here are maybe a bit too transient actually. I like them punchy and I like the releases tight, but I don't like that they poke out a bit much. So I think it's this layer here that's kind of causing offense here. So we could think about if we want to do this on the bass, or just on this layer, and we just kind of do a bit of a transient limiting here. And on the other hand, of course, this layer is also a case of adding transients where I felt like there weren't enough. Like the whole point of this layer is to reinforce the transients, but I feel like it's overdoing that a bit. And I'm kind of reining back the balance of that a little bit. You can hear how it just becomes a bit less grating, a bit less angry, a bit less aggressive on the ear. And will make the song overall a smoother listening experience. Once again, of course, the degree of smoothness that you want your listeners to experience is an incredibly personal artistic decision. You kind of want some degree of harshness in this kind of music, and in other kinds of music even more. Like we're not making easy listening here. Like this is not meant to be background music for an elevator. So sounds that call attention to themselves are very much a good thing, and sounds that kind of are a bit challenging to the ear. But we want the right sounds to have those properties and not the wrong sounds. So this is what this idea of transient management and directing attention is really all about. You can hear just how this becomes a bit less angry, a bit less pokey. So yeah, that's the idea of transient management. I hope you find that useful. Cheers. Okay, so when we make loud electronic music especially, but in music in general, there are kind of two main relationships that two different elements in a mix can have with each other. And these are mostly arrangement choices, but choices that we can then reinforce during mixing, and by understanding the intention of the arrangement, we can bring those properties out more. These two relationships that I like to think about are layers and Hocket. The basic idea is either two sounds play at once and fuse into the same sound a bit, and maybe we want to reinforce and improve this quality, or they play independently of each other, after each other, and kind of are really meant to not overlap at all. So either we want to make them really fuse into each other, or we really want to separate them from each other. Now, there are, of course, many other different kinds of relationships, and this is a gross simplification, like things like counterpoint or something. They're kind of neither here nor there. But especially in loud electronic music, where sounds will be pushed together into a limiter and into a clipper, sounds that play at the same time as each other really will fuse into each other, because we get the kind of gluing, the accidental gluing caused by the limiter and the clipper on the master, not as a stylistic choice for glue, but simply because it's a side effect. So really thinking about these kinds of things can really help. So for example, I've got this bass here. Let me actually switch to a different part of the song where maybe this is playing with another bass or something. I'm not quite sure right now. Yeah, so we can see, for example, that here we have this bass here and these different melodic parts. Here, these, for example, these two melodic parts, they kind of have a relationship like that. This is very much a Hocket relationship. So one plays, the other plays, and sometimes they play at once. This is kind of where my wonderful scheme of analysis breaks down. But we could see this kind of Hocket relationship, and then in mixing we could think, okay, it's kind of our job to kind of almost reinforce this. So we could like sidechain them to each other or volume automate them. So if we just play them two together. So a choice that we could make to reinforce that relationships, and that might be musically sensible, it might also not be, of course, this depends, is to simply take this sound down in gain when the other sound plays. And this is very much then a kind of thing, okay, this is to reinforce the Hocket. This is not, we're not trying to make these as layers, we're not trying to glue these sounds, we're trying to create maximum separation here. I guess that's another way to think about it. Are we trying to glue sounds, or are we trying to separate them? In this case, we're trying to separate them, and we do that by simply shutting this sound down before this other sound plays. Just And likewise, we could shut this sound down when the other sound plays. Kind of get this mutual relationship of they each respect each other's space, I guess. Which, and of course we need to automate it up, back, and again in volume, etc, etc. And of course, this doesn't work, for example, when we have two sounds that are kind of playing at once. Let's maybe try to find a relationship of layering instead. So here we have basses. These basses, these three basses, these are not trying to be separate from each other. They're trying to be the very opposite. They're trying to fuse into one sound in our perception. So really what we want to do for these sounds here is the opposite. We want to make sure that these sounds move together. We want to make sure that these sounds kind of fuse into one. And this is kind of where techniques like grouping and then glue compression or something come in. So we could group all of these together. And to kind of make them sound like layers less, well, individually we could kind of massage them to be more similar to each other. And then on the group we could do stuff like using dynamics processing. In this case, I'm kind of feeling transient shaping to kind of make them meld into each other a little bit more. Or we could, for example, go on this sound here. And we could sidechain this to the other sound. And we're not sidechain compressing it here, because sidechain compression almost is more of a separation technique. We're doing the opposite, we're sidechain expanding it. So we're going to go into our basses group here, group 1, and we're basically going to make sure that when this group goes up, this sound also goes up. And this is going to help them fuse into one. And this way we're kind of clarifying the relationship of these two sounds. We're kind of reinforcing the idea that these are meant to be a unit. So we kind of have this expansion here that kind of turns this sound up when this sound is loud. And kind of, because this sound is more snappy, transfers some of that snappy envelope of this sound over onto this sound. So, versus, it melds them together. So yeah, when you're kind of mixing stuff, and even when you're mixing drums or something, I want you to kind of think about these two relationships and maybe think if one of the two is something you want to reinforce. So for example, for these drums here, what we have happening sometimes is we have this kick drum here happening at the same time as this kick, which comes from the drum break. Once again, we could think, okay, do we want these two kicks to turn into layers? Then maybe something we might start thinking about is, okay, maybe we can phase align these two kicks to kind of fuse more nicely. We could maybe even separate this kick out from the break and kind of compress it together with that kick. We could compress the drums as a whole. Or do we want them to be separate? So maybe really what we want is kind of the break to mainly have the focus on it when these kick drums are not playing, and when they are playing, maybe we simply want to turn off the break. So what you could do, for example, to separate them would be simply to sidechain this break to the main kick. And that way we kind of keep this kick clean and kind of keep these more distinct, these elements. So yeah, these are two ideas that I try to think a lot about when basically using my mixing to reinforce the ideas inside the arrangement, to enhance the clarity of the arrangement, to enhance the impact of the arrangement. And maybe you find them useful as well. You could call it layering and Hocket. Those are, I guess, more sort of sound designy, composery terms. Or you could also call it glue and separation, and kind of, yeah, it's basically this one-dimensional axis that the relationship between two different sounds sits on somewhere. And you might think about maybe wanting it to move it along this axis, moving it more towards separation between the sounds, or moving it more towards the opposite, moving it more towards fusing of the two sounds. I hope that makes sense to you. I hope you find that as useful as I do. Maybe Let me know how you think about these sort of things, because I think it's an interesting subject. Glue is discussed a lot, of course, but the opposite is just as important. Cheers. I want to talk to you about a type of wave shaping saturation that is very different to your typical soft clipping. In some ways, it's the exact opposite of soft clipping, and that is what we call type B saturation, I think is one word you hear used for it sometimes. And this has the property that it doesn't compress sound like soft clipping, it does the exact opposite. It almost expands sound, it gates sounds. So we can use this, for example, using this saturator, but we can create this kind of effect with many different wave shapers. I'm going to show you that in a bit, how you could do that without using Bitwig. Let's just get a sine wave so we kind of get the basic idea here. Let's just maybe zoom in a little bit here so we can actually properly see what we're doing. Let's maybe make it a lower frequency sine wave, 100 Hertz. So we can really see the waveform. So typical soft clipping or hard clipping, you know, like this. Basically, we're reducing dynamic range. We are compressing the sound. We're taking off the peaks. And as an effect, we add odd harmonics to the sound when we do this symmetrically. You know, 100 Hertz, 300, etc. There is a way, however, to add odd harmonics to a sound and do the exact opposite, to increase dynamic range. And the way that we do this is by working not on the loudest parts of the sound, but on the quietest parts of the sound. In Bitwig Saturator, this is done with a quiet section. And the way that we do this is basically, it's kind of like gating very fast. We set a threshold here, and we take down in volume the quietest part. And you can see we are not decreasing our peak values. We are instead deepening our valleys, kind of thing. And this has a very similar effect in that it also adds odd harmonics. Now, an important distinction between these two techniques is that this affects quiet sounds more because it operates on the quiet part of the sound. So if we add less drive, we can see how more of the sound is affected. However, the other type of saturation, we kind of know this already probably, that it affects loud sounds more, that more of the sound is affected with more drive. But this kind of type B saturation is something that is kind of useful on things like drums. And if you don't have Bitwig, there's a ton of plugins you can do this with. So there's the free plugin M-Wave Shaper, of course. Let's make this symmetric. And then, so we could like create like a clipping curve like this. Why is this not symmetric? I think because of the DC blocker. Yep. Little thing here, DC filters create phase shift, and that's why you sometimes get these wonky waveforms. It's usually not a problem, but sometimes on sub basses it matters. I'm getting distracted here. The idea is, okay, this is soft clipping, this is, or hard clipping, this is soft clipping, you know, that's your typical, I think, just type A saturation, I assume it's called, I don't actually know. And then we can do the opposite, we can create a gate-like transfer curve. And we get this kind of thing. And I mean, you can figure out how you can do this with pretty much any wave shaper, like FL Studio's Maximus or AP Shaper, of course, has a wave shaping option here. This kind of, it's called wavefold, but it does any kind of wave shaping. We can do the same sort of thing here, and especially if we turn the kind of clip knee off here, you can see we get all sorts of similar effects with all sorts of plugins. It's really not about plugins. The interesting thing about this is just, this is the way to add harmonics to a sound without reducing dynamic range, without compressing it. So especially for drum sound, it's very interesting, of course, because we want to keep that snap. If we want to add harmonics to the snare drum here, we would normally do that by clipping it down. Let me actually place this on the right track. We're adding tons of harmonics here, but we're also losing snap. But we could do the opposite, use adding harmonics this way by operating on the quiet part of the sound, and we're not really losing the snappiness. What we can get sometimes when we overdo it is it gets kind of fizzy, gatey sound that almost sounds like bit crushing. So we want to be careful, use a decent amount of knee and stuff, because otherwise, let me just show you what this sounds like when we do it badly. You can hear this kind of buzzing sound, because so much of the sound is being gated out. But if we do it more gently, with less of an aggressive ratio and a bit more knee, This adds harmonics to our sound, but it doesn't soften the dynamics, it actually tightens the dynamics. It exaggerates relationships between loud and quiet. That's type B saturation. This is why, for example, I like using this kind of saturation on my, we talked about this in another video, on my transient buses. I kind of, yeah, you can see I did it here. Because this is kind of a way to actually keep the volume relationship of the sound, and especially keep the transients nice and loud, but also still do some kind of saturation, be it for glue or for shifting the frequency balance, or because you want some grit or whatever. Useful thing to know about. You can do it with many plugins. Cheers. When mixing very complex songs with many elements, it can often be a bit overwhelming and you don't really know how to start. And you kind of don't know where your ears are meant to focus. And one technique that can kind of help you attack this bit by bit is something you could call submixes. Basically taking care of the relationship between certain elements first in solo, and after you've kind of taken care of a bunch of these individual relationships, you then move on to really working the mix as a whole. So a common submix that I work on sometimes or quite often is kick and bass, or kick, snare and bass in my case, because of the style of music I make, basically. So what I do is I simply solo the kick, solo the snare, and then I solo specifically this sub bass. So let's maybe move to a section that actually has some sub bass here. And I try to basically get the relationship of these three sounds right first. So I would do that by, for example, doing stuff like sidechaining and stuff. In this case, I feel like this sub needs more sidechaining to the snare, and then maybe you need some EQ, maybe you need some leveling, etc. And I kind of work on the sub mix first, and then I go back to working on the full mix. I feel like this sub just needs some transient shaping, to be honest. Or a different envelope, but whatever. And this is just for demonstration sake. I'm not actually going to mix the song now for you. Another sub mix, for example, I like on working quite often is just mixing the drums. Just the drums in solo, getting that sub mix to sit right. Getting the relative levels between the different drums right. Or just mixing my melodics group. Just basically trying to make sure that none of the melodic elements interfere with each other. Or if I have vocals, just trying to make sure that melody and vocals sit nicely together. And then I bring in the drums, and then I kind of take care of the drums again. So basically dividing the mix into these subunits and trying to make sure that everything inside of that unit isn't working. Because if you have conflicts inside of a subunit, the whole mix is definitely also gonna have these conflicts. So by focusing on that subunit and kind of trying to take care of the conflicts inside there first, and doing that for a couple of subunits, the whole mix as a whole, when you listen to it, will have less conflict already, because certain relationships are already taken care of. And then you can work from there and check back and reiterate and kind of... But this is a way to kind of regain control over a mix that kind of got out of hand a little bit, that got too complicated, by kind of taking care of these sub-elements first. That's what I like to call sub-mixes. So basically there are these kind of groupings within the mix where you're kind of thinking of one mix made up of many different I'm just keep repeating the same word, sub-mixes here. So the mix is made of the sub-mix of the drum bus, just all of the drums with each other, the kick, bass, and the snare, and these are all kind of constituents of the larger mix. So we take care of these first, and any conflicts there that we take care of are also conflicts that are then taken care of in the larger mix. And then of course you want to spend most of your time listening to the whole mix and treating the mix as a whole, but this can kind of help you zero in a little bit and make sure that in this subset of the mix everything is working. And if in the subset of the mix not everything is working, then there's definitely not everything working in the whole mix. That's kind of a way for me to think about it. maybe you'll find that useful. It probably depends on the style of music, how exactly you would want to approach this, and why you might want to be careful, but especially in music that has a lot of elements. So, for example, that has lots of layers. Another subgroup you might want to think about is simply making sure that the relationship between all of these different layers that I have for the... where do I have the basses here? That I have between all of the mid basses, that these three layers here worked together as a kind of a mix of three stems before I try to introduce her to the whole mix. I don't know, this is kind of something I find quite helpful, and that can really help me especially tackle very complex mixes with a lot of sounds, because usually in a mix with 70 sounds or something, really they're not really 70 sounds, they're 3 or 4 sounds or 3 or 4 ideas that are made up of many little sounds. So you can kind of group these relationships a little bit more like that. Yep, that's the idea. Cheers. Alright, here's yet another one in the series of alternatives to adding EQ to a sound. Frequency shifting. We've talked about pitch shifting already, which mainly excels on tonal sounds, on pitched sounds, where kind of harmonic relationships are important, where detuning the sound isn't really acceptable. Now we're talking about frequency shifting, which works quite differently to pitch shifting and sounds quite differently to pitch shifting. Frequency shifting shifts all of your frequencies linearly, meaning harmonic relationships will be messed with. So a 1-to-3 relationship between 100 and 300 Hz, if we shift both of them up by 100 Hz to 200 and 400 Hz, suddenly becomes a 1-to-2 relationship. It's a different relationship. Pitch shifting keeps them intact. It moves in semitones, it multiplies frequencies, so it moves 100 and 300 Hz to 200 and 600, and not to 200 and 400, which is kind of more additively. And frequency shifting, however, sounds nicer on percussive sounds quite often than pitch shifting, because pitch shifting, it's either granular or it's spectral, it kind of can mess with transient. So I have this hi-hat here and I want to add high-end to it. And I don't want to use EQ for whatever, because I don't know, I like doing things differently sometimes, or maybe I prefer the sound of this. You can use a frequency shifter. And this way shift the hi-hat's position in the mix. And if we compare this to a pitch shifter, this will keep harmonic relationships intact, but will mess with kind of time relationships. And often for percussive sounds, the envelope and the timing is much more important than the harmonics. You can see how we really hear the grains in this case. Like, yeah, okay, this hi-hat is now harmonically the same as before, but we don't really care. It's a hi-hat, it's not a melody. So in this case, frequency shifting. And I mean, there's a million frequency shifter plugins out there. I'm sure your DAW has one. I'm sure there's a kilohertz frequency shifter. Yeah, of course, there's a kilohertz frequency shifter. There's a million options for this. And yeah, once again, to kind of reiterate the difference between pitch and frequency shifting, maybe we can take a little look at a saw wave here and just kind of show you what I mean by the harmonic relationships thing, just because I feel like at least then you'll have something a bit more interesting from this video. So let's just take a look at the saw wave. Let's just mute this. And let's kind of get a saw wave at 100 Hz. Made up of all these harmonics at 100, 200, 300. The frequency shifter is going to shift all of these harmonics up by 100 Hz. If we set this to, let's set it to kilohertz, yeah, and that 0.1 kilohertz, that's 100 Hz. But it doesn't preserve the harmonic relationship. So what you see is 200, 300. So this is a 2-to-3 ratio, as opposed to a 1-to-2 ratio as it was before. Whereas with a pitch shifter, once again we get this gain wobbling here. If we shift this up by an octave, yes, the first harmonic is also moved up 100 Hz, but it's doubled. It's not shifted by a certain amount. So the second harmonic is doubled from 200 Hz, not to 300, but to 400 Hz. And this keeps pitches more intact. So if we listen to this on a saw wave, we will hear quite the difference. Let me actually just play this to you. So I'm going to turn the pitch shifter on and off on the saw wave, and then later I'm going to turn the frequency shifter on and off, and you're going to kind of hear a difference there. They basically still sound like saw waves, they still sound like notes. Compare that to a frequency shifter, which has a more metallic kind of inharmonic sound to it, because these harmonic relationships, which are characterized by ratios, are destroyed. So if I just do this here, which this metallicness isn't really an issue on cymbals or hi-hats or even snare drums it can work on, etc. But is of course a huge issue on sounds that are meant to work harmonically, that are meant to be part of a chord or something like that. So yeah, that's frequency shifting, another useful alternative for changing your sound's frequency balance. That's not just EQ. Okay, so if we want to change the dynamics of a sound, we are likely going to use dynamic processing, but we do not need to, especially if we still have access to the MIDI of the sound. Basically, all a compressor, all a gate, all an expander, all a limiter do is volume automation. And we can get that effect in other ways. So if we want to compress this sound, we have this sound here. Let's maybe actually get this sound, because it'll be more obvious on this sound. If we want to transient shape this sound, yes, we can do that with a compressor, but we can also just use an envelope. We can use modulation. So the idea here is that we get something like a segment envelope, and if you're using, for example, the Kilohertz ecosystem, this is a way to get this kind of thing outside of Bitwig, using plugins like Snapheap and inside of Faceplant, of course. We can kind of make this a MIDI triggered envelope, and then we can go, okay, when is this sound the loudest? Let's make this bipolar. And we can simply move down the volume of the sound whenever it is the loudest, and this will have basically the same effect as compression. It's a little different for various reasons, but it's very similar. So let's do compression. We simply take the start of the sound down, because that's where it's the loudest. And maybe, I don't know, we of course need this to actually modulate the gain, sorry. We're compressing the sound. Let's give our compressor an attack time. Let's do transient shaping. We're boosting the transient of the sound. Let's maybe do gating. That's not dependent on volume as such, but more on the MIDI note. Actually, not fast enough. Let me just zoom in here so I can actually gate this effectively. So, and then we would probably want to modulate the volume as a whole. So let's get this volume here. And then we can like impose a shorter gate on the sound. We can get all of these effects that we can get by dynamics processing, but with a bit of a different workflow where we actually get to draw the envelopes, where we get a bit more control. This has some disadvantages as well. When it comes to overlapping tails of sounds and stuff, it doesn't really care about those, because it only cares about the MIDI note. But this is also the reason that you often don't find EDM producers needing compression that much, because basically they create their sounds in a synth, and they can simply get those effects of compression, of gating, of transient shaping, etc., etc., from just using the envelopes of the synth. So they can just make the sounds have the dynamics they want them to, and then they don't really need to compress them. This is sometimes a useful alternative way in situations where, for example, your gate or your compressor isn't acting the way that you want it to. Maybe you can get the results that you want out of them from doing something like this, which once again, this does rely on having the MIDI here. So this, because this envelope here uses the MIDI information, this is triggered when the notes start and when the notes end. That's kind of how it works. So same if like we used an ADSR envelope or something. You can like use this to gate the sound in the same way. All sorts of stuff we can do. Ideally, of course, polyphonically, which is not the case here, but we could do if we were working inside a synth. But yeah, this is kind of a different way to compress, a different way to transient shape, that sometimes can give you a lot more control. Mixing concepts, just like sound design concepts, is available as a PDF as well as the YouTube series. So every single episode of the series will be summarized in this PDF. You can get it on my Gumroad. There's gonna be episodes till about July, I think. So yeah, you can see here in the book 68 episodes total, and everyone has a little chapter in this book here, you can see. And it's a $10 on Gumroad. It might be a bit less depending on your region. It like changes the price depending on your currency. So there's a decent chance it'll be a bit cheaper. But yeah, you can see all these chapters, all these episodes for episodes we've already had. I tried to write the chapters as short as possible. So basically the idea of this is that you've seen the YouTube episode and you just need a refresher. So like you can see it's only a few sentences kind of per episode and a picture here, just to kind of get the essential concepts across, just because there's so many episodes and like remembering it all is of course quite a bit of work. So you can just use this to kind of look stuff up. So yeah, this is the book. Very much written to be as concise as possible. You can see some example chapters here, just kind of summarizing the concepts from each episode. If you want to support the series and stuff, that'll really help. Because the YouTube videos do not make any money, I can tell you that much. But the book maybe also just if you want a summary, of course. But yeah, that's kind of all I had to say. Check it out. There's gonna be a link in the pinned comment and description and everywhere. You're gonna be able to find a link to this on my Gumroad and stuff. So yeah, I'll see you. Bye.